Whilst if you saw the colourful tents behind me, you might think that we were at the circus. Although the FanCode European Cricket Series can often provide moments of great humour, there is no laughing matter in terms of what is at stake today. It's the penultimate round of Group A fixtures, 5 teams scrapping to make it into just 4 quarter-final spots. It's time for the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden, Stockholm. Day 4 of this FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden here in the capital Stockholm starts with a key battle in the fight for quarter-final qualification. Led by Majid Mustafa, are possibly one of the best winless teams we've ever seen in the ECS. 4 defeats for them, 2 incredibly narrow ones against the Foreign Royals. Can they finally get themselves a victory to improve their chances of making the quarterfinals? Or is Stockholm about to get their 3rd win from 6? Stockholm led by Chenanali, who've been inconsistent but won this head-to-head when these teams met yesterday evening. Match referee Adrian van der Dries has the coin in his hand, and Majid Mustafa of will get to call heads or tails. Heads is the call.
I go. It is a tilt. Yeah. What are you doing? Go back.
So Chenanali's Stockholm CC have won the toss. They've decided they're going to have a bat on a glorious day for cricket here in the Swedish capital. It's set to get up to about 27 or 28 degrees here. It's already in the early 20s and we're still before 9 AM local time. So it really is going to be beautiful conditions as Group A really hots up in the fight for quarter-final qualification. Let's get up to the commentary box ahead of the first ball.
Thank you very much to the Harry Potter lookalike who went out to do the toss earlier on. It is great to have your company. Michael McCann up in the box now ahead of the first ball of Thursday's action here in Stockholm. Match number 13 from this FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden in the Swedish capital of Stockholm. The first week of 4 across cricket here. And this brings you a rematch from game 12 last night. Now, Stockholm won that first game, a high-scoring one by 8 runs, posting 129 for 4, and managed 121 for 4 in reply. Here are your teams, 2 changes for both sides from that match, owing primarily to injuries, but Archand Vijay, the player of the match unquestionably in that game, understandably remains in the Stockholm lineup. Watch out for him with his left-arm spin and destructive batting. Deep Jagan Singh, the star of the tournament so far for Stockholm, with the ball. As for heavily reliant on the star all-rounder Abdullah Abrar, and also the batting skill of Majid Mustafa. I mentioned it at the toss, glorious conditions for cricket. In red is the amount of Dream 11 points accumulated so far by that player, and in gold is how much it would cost you to purchase them if you are playing fantasy cricket in the subcontinent. And wherever you are across the world, if you're in the YouTube live chat as well, it is fantastic to have you with us. Plenty of hive-like activity going on in there already before the first ball of the day has even been bowled, which is very welcome to see. Stockholm have won the toss and chosen to bat, so things are going to happen in the same order in which they happened last night in the first of the 2 meetings between these teams. To remind you again, winless in 4 matches. Realistically, they've got to find a way to win this rematch to get through to the quarterfinals. If they go 0-5, they truly are staring down the barrel. And Stockholm are one of the teams that they're probably realistically chasing to get ahead of to avoid finishing bottom and going out. 2 wins from 5 for Stockholm so far. So Stockholm heading out to wield the willow first, having won the toss, and Archon Vijay will be looking for a repeat of his excellent 77 not out of 28 balls against its very opposition last night. Stockholm in their very deep sort of navy blue kits with the white and the light blue trimmings when we're out there in the field, and their light green shirts and then deep blue trousers. Now I speak of a repeat performance for Archon Vijay, but it's not going to be a repeat performance from us here in the commentary box. We've had something of a substitution amongst a range of substitutions we're going to have across the day. We've dispensed with the services of a certain Australian, Mr. Vinny Sandhu, and we've significantly upgraded, first of all, to Meda Dalb. Good morning, Meda.
Good morning, Michael.
Gorgeous conditions for cricket, isn't it?
Yes, it got way warmer today compared to the last couple of days.
Yeah, I think we've put about 5 or 6 degrees on, which has just taken us from like the more mild into a comfortable, cool kind of.
Yeah, the first time this week I took my jumper off, so.
Yeah, I think that says a lot about the different standards of what we have for warm. I'm sat here in a suit boiling. That's the difference between continental Europe and living in England. In England, 27 degrees, which is what we're expecting to get up to, is something of a heat wave.
Yeah,
now,
just returned from Romania from the last ECS where it was way warmer, so.
It was up in the 30s, wasn't it?
Yes, mid-30s, so this is quite a nice change.
Yeah. Well, for an Englishman, in the 30s sort of is a sign the world's potentially ending. Normally when it gets into the 30s in England, you've got like newspaper headlines of heat waves, carnage. Vijay's going to face the first ball, the aforementioned Archon Vijay. Hani Hassan, the 19-year-old, to bowl it to him. It's a nice start. Nicely played as well by Vijay. The sign of a good player is scoring off even the decent deliveries, and he's managed to do that there. So the field has to change for the right-hander. Now he's only allowed 2 out because it's the power play, and he's got a long on for the right-handed Natarajan, who has only got past double figures once in his 4 innings in this tournament so far. He's got a long on and a deep mid-wicket, and then a ring of 5 on the offside. There's nothing more annoying than a left-hand, right-hand combination, is there, in the field? One single, and you've got to start from scratch.
Yes, and as we already saw yesterday, the Umeå squad tends to change the whole field every single time and switch it all up.
Just jabbed away, so both openers off the mark now. Nicely timed by Natarajan. They'll pick up 2. Yeah, they do like a tinker, don't they?
Yeah. It's a bit of a battle between the top 2 run scorers here. Majid is leading at 116 runs. Archon, who we see right now at the non-striker's end.
So you didn't come on unprepared then?
Yeah, no. Yeah, he has 112 runs, so it's second to Majid. We'll see if you can take him in this match.
Let's get strike rotation once more.
Yeah, tiring the field out a bit.
From memory, he's only batted twice in the comp, Vijay? Because he
Yes.
missed a couple of games. Yeah.
True. Only played yesterday, I believe.
Yeah. He was unavailable in their first pair of games on Monday. That knock last night was a very classy knock.
Absolutely.
77 off 28 with 5 fours and 6 sixes. When I'm batting, you normally tend to reverse those 2. That's about what you're looking at. Scrap through for 28 off 77, not the other way round. Turned away for 1 once more by Vijay, so somewhat quiet start. You can't be too conservative in the power play because you blink and it's gone.
Absolutely. The T10 format is definitely something the players have to get used to, as we also saw with Umeå. They definitely got better every single game. Struggle to get over 60 in the first couple of matches.
It's nicely turned away. This is Good lines and lengths from Hassan though. Just been quite disciplined, just outside that off stump. He's got one ball left to try and get out of a power play over with it being boundaryless, which is always very good going.
I'm a big fan of the Umeå opening bowling pair. I think it's one of the tightest we have seen so far in this tournament.
It's not the most convincing shot through the covers, and it's not the most convincing bit of fielding either, which will easily allow the run eventually. So the end of the first over, an over of strike rotation from Vaja and Natarajan. And Stockholm building a relatively solid early platform. There were 11 without loss of 2 last night in this game. So Vaja, for all he ended up hitting the ball gloriously to all parts, actually did take a while to get into his stride.
Yeah, it's interesting how he was able to speed up the innings so immensely in the last couple of overs yesterday. And I think it was the highest score of the tournament, wasn't it?
Comfortably, yeah. It's not something you often see. Normally when someone gets a big score, the carnage has started in the power play. Through the vacant cover region, and this could be the first 4 of the day, but it's going to pull up short. So Pradeep Mishra again sticking to the plan that Hassan had set. You mentioned the opening bowlers. It's sort of an unfortunate moniker, but we found ourselves yesterday coining Umeå as possibly the best winless team we've seen in ECS history.
Absolutely. They look
which isn't necessarily a tag you want in some ways. It's a real backhanded compliment.
Yes, that's true. They are getting better and better. I kind of have a feeling that this could be their first win.
It's the first wide of the day, just straying towards that wide guideline. Yeah, they've kept improving. They lost against the 4-on rolls on a golden ball in their first meeting, and then by 2 runs on the final ball in their second, which that is just an awful feeling. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, really effective T10 bowling, just hitting that outside off line.
Back of the length. And I was going to come on to the Dowd family at some point. I was going to say that delivery is so good that even I think your brother Mahel might have been struggling to lay decent bat on ball. And again, strike 2 at the ball game. So still no boundaries to speak of. This is a very good start from Umeå. So for those who are unfamiliar, because there seems to be a sort of growing Dowd clan involved in the European cricket project, we'll start from scratch. Strike 3 and he's gone, nicked off. Well, I mentioned the baseball analogy. This time he has managed to get the thinnest of pieces of willow on it. He nicks off. That is lovely bowling. Praveen Natarajan gone for 8 off 8. And Pradeep Mishra gets deserved reward. Stockholm 11 for 1.
And again, Natarajan not really able to get a lot of runs on the board. Only that one innings that he, as you mentioned, got into double figures.
Yeah, he's just not quite timing it at the top of the order. I think there's a point where you have to consider actually bringing this man who's walking out now, Vinod Chalindra, up to that opening spot, because wasting 8 balls in the power play is a lot of your resources in T10. And it's not the first time that that's happened in this tournament. But this guy, well, it's very rare he wastes 8 deliveries for long. Vinod Chalindra, he scored 87% of his runs in this tournament in boundaries. And his best score was 46 not out off just 14 balls. He does not hang about.
Absolutely.
And having said all of that, he starts with the only orthodox forward defensive I've seen him play in the entire competition.
I guess that's a commentator's curse.
Yes, I will take full responsibility to Stockholm for that dot ball that has ensued. Well, I wondered, there did seem to be a bit of deliberation for a second there by the umpire, but the wide is eventually given. Anything down leg is a wide. Just wondered whether maybe it had got a flick through the pad. So just coming back to this, so let's start with Mahel. So there's Mahel, who is the sort of batting superstar of the family. Is that fair enough to say?
Yeah, probably. He definitely has a huge talent and was able to show a bit of that in the ECS Hungary a couple of weeks back.
13 for 1 after 2. Very good start here from yeah, so he played for the Budapest Blinders.
Correct.
And I remember seeing various player of the match awards. We're talking about
one
in particular where
one
it was
off,
his
yes.
day. Yeah, which I understand you were part of the team working behind the scenes, and there was a brilliant moment where it actually came down to you as much as anyone else to be part of the team that decides the player of the match.
Yeah, that's
talk
correct.
talk us through this.
Insisted on not making this call, knowing that he is definitely one of the possible players who could get this award, and let it to the rest of the team to decide. Trying not to be
aware of
passion
the
anyway.
potential conflict of interest.
Yes, exactly. So I let it be decided by the others.
Amir Hosseini on to bowl his whippy right arm mediums. That's the first bounce for the day, and a direct hit might have been gone here. Well, Archinvaja does like to run quickly between the wickets, but this was a bit too close for comfort, maybe. I'm all for quick running, but this was tight. I think he's just backing the fact that with Hosseini falling over there, it's going to be very difficult to get a direct hit.
Absolutely. Bit of lazy running there, to be fair. Jogged.
Oh, that's classic Vaja. Just swings his hands at that, lays at the outside of the off stump. He hasn't really got all of it. It's flown away off the outside edge, but more than enough bat speed to take it away for the first boundary of the day.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you just get an edge on these smaller grounds, it normally goes to the boundary. We've seen quite a lot of top edge sixes yesterday as well.
Yeah, for all he did play a brilliant knock, taking nothing away from it. 3 of his 6 sixes were actually top-edged behind fine leg, which is very much that if you're going to swing, swing hard.
Yeah, I think that's the most frustrating 6 as a bowler.
Oh, that's classic Vaja through the square leg region. He's just got that one in front through mid-wicket, in fact. He's always looking to go through square leg, but he ended up there a bit early, so he just had to wait back-to-back boundaries.
I really reached for that one and worked it around.
It's a bit of a tennis forehand.
Yeah,
Cross
it
court.
is.
Sort of like hitting it on the top spin. Rafa Nadal style. Oh, he's nicked that. He's gone. That's the big one. They were desperate to get Vaja. 77 not out against them last night, but he goes for just 10 off 5 here. Stockholm 22 for 2. And the winless have a big early morning boost here. Hosseini with the wicket.
No hesitation from umpire and referee Adrian van den Dries there. Absolutely clear.
Yeah, sometimes we can't hear the nick from here, but you know when we get an audible sound that, yeah, that really is definitely out.
Yeah, Amir's one of the players who were a bit unlucky bowling yesterday. Actually bowled good line length, but got a few of those edges.
Yeah, they haven't done too much wrong, Amir, for a team who have lost 4 games. It's just that they've kept losing the important moments of matches have gone against them. Vaja again trying that sort of inside-out cover drive that he loves. His favourite 2 areas being through the covers and then pulling it around through square leg. So, consecutive boundaries and then out. Here comes Kaushik Vats at number 4. Vats has already had a couple of decent innings in this competition. His best knock came yesterday, 2 sixes in 20 against these opponents off just 8 balls. Well, that wasn't far away from being nicked as well. That's a snorter of a delivery to get first up, rearing up off the concrete.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities for Captain Majid Mustafa behind the stumps. Already 2 catches.
Yeah.
Wolfing both dismissals so far.
It's racking up those Dream 11 points. And that again has got Vats fishing. It's not quite a wide. What a lovely over from Hussein. He concedes 9 but came back well after those 2 boundaries. So Stockholm in a bit of a pickle. 22 for 2 at the end of the power play. Kaushik Vats yet to score from his 2 deliveries. And the big hitting Vinod Chalindra has not quite got going yet. So Romeo will be very happy with their work so far.
Yes, they definitely look a lot more positive this morning.
Fourth over starts with a quick single and a slightly worrisome single. A man known to the 2 of us who is also part of our team behind the scenes, Stefan Gooch, loves that phrase, run the first one hard. Well, they had to there, otherwise it was a near suicidal run out. Wider of the crease this time. And again, that short mid-wicket's in play, but he's beaten him this time, so Vats will get his first single. Nice tight bowling this from Mishra.
Yeah, I think Stefan is absolutely right. There are so many chances for a second run with not as tidy fielding all the time. So if you actually force the first run, then you might get a chance of second.
Down the ground. Could be a catchy chance or could be 6. It's 6 just to the right of our commentary tent. We got hit enough times yesterday, but this time we're spared being involved in the carnage. What a gorgeous free swing of the bat straight from Vinod Chalindra. That's why he's one of the big 6 hitters at this tournament. 30 for 2.
We were safe, but nearly got to our lovely photographer, Diana Orus.
Yes, she was very much in trouble. Thankfully jumped out the way, so nobody was harmed in the making of that 6. Well, you've got to be alert when you're photographing the action, haven't you? You just
Absolutely,
don't know.
especially when you're sitting right behind long off.
On a 55-metre boundary in these, yes.
Absolutely.
Well, the umpires are getting together and having a little chat. You mentioned Adrian van der Dries, Bill Almonir, our other on-field umpire, Mashra Keith, is your 3rd umpire for this game. They're having a bit of a natter, saying, is it 5.5 ounces? Is it white? Yep, that looks like a cricket ball. Yep, let's go with that. It's not an egg. I'll do. Bring it back to Mishra. Chalindra trying to counter-attack. And again, nicely timed from Chalindra, this time off the back foot through the covers. A 6 and then a 4, Chalindra into double figures. This man only knows one way to fight back. Fighting fire with fire.
Absolute crucial runs at this stage. We're quite slow in the power play, so finally getting some boundaries in here to work up the current run rate to 9.2.
That's a nice, proper, correct cricket shot. One for the purists. Straight drive down to long off for 1. So Chalindra already seeming in confident mood. He has 14 off 7.
Yeah, he just needs a partner to stick around with him to get a defendable score.
Inside out. This is going to be 4 more through extra cover. First boundary for Kaushik Vats. Stockholm are really ticking here. This pair just trying to counter punch, and that's 3 boundaries in this over already.
And just work through our circus tents, as I mentioned in the intro.
Yeah, we've had a lot of people asking about them. So I was sitting there thinking last night, what can we do for the intro tomorrow? I thought, well, we haven't quite got the angles. I've had a lot of people in our YouTube live chat, which you can get involved in via ECN, saying, well, what do these tents look like? So we thought we'd just give you a wide shot and show you, because if you saw it from just that intro shot, possibly particularly when you look at my face with the pink and blue colours on just to add to the general colours going on. You think, yeah, I think we're at the circus here.
It has a bit of a circus vibe. Great ball by Amir Husseini. Just blocked off by Chalindra.
Yeah, you've got to earn your dot against Vinod Chalindra, haven't you?
Absolutely. He's looking dangerous at the end.
This time Chalindra will just about get one. Proper modern player. Starts with, can I hit it for 6? If I really can't, 4, 3, 2, 1, like any of the best players around. So we mentioned Mahel Dalb. So then, sort of, and this is in no particular order, or maybe I could say I'm saving the best to last. Michael Dalb as well, who many will be familiar to. One of our top chatters.
Yes, my dad.
Oh, that's probably the first Gundy ball of the day.
He
That's
got away with it.
Bit of a dirty ball, and he's bowled it to Vinod Chalindra of all people, and somehow I think he's all right.
I think it was a Vance on strike.
Well, whether it might,
but
I'm glad I've got you here to keep me sane. That might well be over waist height. It's a tight one. It's not easy to judge. I'd say based on that replay, it looks sort of around belly button. What do you think?
yeah, definitely a tougher call. He wasn't going down the track, so it definitely could have been called a no ball, but nuffed out for the umpires apparently.
I think he might have slightly got away with one there, Saini. Short banged in, and Chalindra again content to just rotate on this particular occasion. It's a nice over that Husseini's putting together here, still boundaryless with 4 balls gone in it. Just trying to stem the tide of this counter-attack. It was all happening there, wasn't it?
That was a very interesting attempt of a shot.
Oh dear, oh dear. I'll let you try and describe this.
I don't even have words for this. It was just falling forward. One knee, back. It was the back knee he tried to go down on. And another one.
Got him, caught behind. Well, I hope you got Majid Mustafa in your Dream 11 team, folks, if you're playing fantasy cricket, because he's getting all sorts of caught behinds here. This is a great little delivery. I think it might have swung out a touch. Kaushik Vak's trying to smash it across the line. So he's gone for 6 off 6. This good over for Husseini brings him yet more reward. 2 for 13 now. And Stockholm are 43 for 3.
Yeah, just great pressure by the bowlers from Umeå. I hope I'm pronouncing that correct.
Yes, as far as I understand. It's sort of like Romeo, but without the R, is what I heard a few people say. Umeå.
Umeå.
Get all sorts of names travelling across the continent.
Yeah, the team that with the longest drive to the tournament. I heard they got about 600 kilometers to get here, but they're staying in Stockholm for the week.
I think that's a sensible logistical move. Last ball of Husseini's spell. Now, does he target the stumps here in pursuit of a 3rd wicket to finish off? He's bowled brilliantly. Shiva RC facing up. Now he sticks to his line outside off the outside edge. He's going to get it. Slightly fortuitous single RC to finish off the 5th over. So 44 for 3 at the end of the 5th. RC keeps the strike. Chalindra has 16. Now we mentioned the circus tent. You can see sort of from the yellow and the white behind us, that just gives you an idea. But if you go back and watch the opener today, you'll see all the more. We've got a bit of red. There's very much a vibe that, well, sometimes the cricket here on the ECS can be somewhat funny.
Definitely represents the fun we have on these tours.
Yeah. It's definitely the best tents we've seen as well.
Absolutely. Really holding up against wind and weather.
Yeah, and they're sort of, you can see from those metal bars behind us, this is going nowhere. We've had some marquees. I'm not going to name and shame places where across the tournament it's been about half a dozen of them that have been needed. One's blown away and another's been bought.
Yes, just adding up, and us having to score and commentate while holding a tent down. We've seen it all.
So start of the 6th. And it's going to be Kayamia to bowl, flipped away by RC for one more. Yes, and I suppose that's one thing as well that you can give us some insight on that not many of our viewers maybe are aware of, which is what goes on behind the scenes yourself and off, you know, organising things, making things happen and scoring. What would you say is the stuff, you know, possibly after this ball, just give us a picture of maybe the most extreme conditions you've had to deal with? As firstly, that is extreme hitting, 6 over mid-wicket, lovely shot from Chalindra. Well, he'd gone into his shell for a couple of minutes, but you can't keep him quiet for long. His second 6 of the innings, Stockholm past 50 in style.
That was beautifully timed. Just over cow corner. Yeah.
Speaking of things that are not so beautiful.
we had a few tournaments with crazy weathers. Probably the toughest weather conditions we had in Prague, with tents blowing away. Yeah, that was an interesting one.
Not traditional cricketing weather, and not a traditional cricketing shot from Vinod Chalindra off the outside edge, and that is 4 more for him. He has 26 off 12, and Stockholm, via the bat of Vinod Chalindra, just about staying in the hunt here. They've lost early wickets, they've had difficulties with the bat, but while Chalindra's there, there's definite hope for them.
Yeah, I just saw this beautiful, sweet comment that you want to hear a bit more female voices on the comms. That's really sweet, Sami Khalil.
Full and driven down to long on for 1. Well, they're going to think of 2, and while Chalindra's left his ground, and he will make it back. Well, yeah, so that was something I was going to come on to as well. It's definitely refreshing to get a different voice, a different perspective. And am I right in saying that you're on your way to becoming Gun German International?
Oh, I've played a bit of international matches for Germany in the past.
Love the way you just casually drop that in.
Yeah,
I'm so modest. Yeah, I've played for Germany, but I'm doing
yeah, but lately with being on tour so much with the ECN, it's becoming a bit harder to put the necessary practice time in, and I'm enjoying watching the girls play so well.
Yeah, they had an excellent time of things, didn't they, recently against France?
Absolutely. I think we are now really close to breaking the record for most consecutive wins in T20Is.
Nice. Nice. Nothing like setting a record. Off the outside edge. Well, it should be just 1 more, but it's burst through the hands of Pardeep Singh coming around. So a bit of fortune going the way of Shiva RC to get his first boundary.
A really unlucky bounce there for the gully fielder. Just worked around him.
It's one of those, I think, if you're maybe watching as a neutral, you're more forgiving. I don't think that the bowler will be quite as forgiving in his assessment of it. 61 for 3 after 6. Chalindra very much key here.
Absolutely. We haven't seen much of Captain Chenna Nali in the batting. I wonder if we see a little bit of him today.
Yeah, so I was chatting to him about this. Basically, he does bat higher up in the longer formats, but his exact words to me was, I'm a bit of an anchor, and that's not really a thing in T10. And she was like, well, fair enough. Pulled away through mid-wicket, and that's into the gap. 4 more for Chalindra. He's into the 30s, and, well, they can't quite find a way to get him out, but they're not even going to contain him if they're going to bowl deliveries like that. Short, a horrible one to start from Tamesh Sabharwal. He's on as the 5th bowler, so he's possibly the bowler of anyone that Chalindra might most choose to really go at in this over.
Absolutely, they definitely have to keep their run rate around 10 to 11 per over, with Umeå now being a bit more confident in their batting.
It's another wide, so it's the 5th wide of the innings, not too bad.
That's been relatively tight, this one.
Yeah, they bowled very well in the power play in particular. That's where to bowl to Chalindra, that's a good ball. Very wide but full.
Yeah, we see a lot of tight bowling so far.
This is mashed away. Bottom-handed, whacked through long on. And he's actually hit that so hard, Chalindra, that he's only going to get 1 because he's nailed it at the sweeper. Alif Rahman Nerval saying Chalindra's changing the game for Stockholm here, taking his wicket now will give Umeå a huge advantage. I couldn't agree with that anymore. Assessments like that, you maybe should be doing my job for me. Hit wide of long off. This time they are going to get 2. Pretty comfortable 1, and there might well be overthrows, but square leg coming in does the backing up.
What would you reckon is a par score here for the Stockholm 11?
Probably about 110, I'd say, is maybe what we're looking at as par here on day 4. Turned away. That will be just 1 more for RC. He's doing the right thing, which is just get Chalindra on strike, let him face as many balls as possible. You do often see the first 2 days in an ECS scoring's on the lower side. Batsmen have to adjust to T10 and the need to find a way to come out and immediately start smiting big 6s, but we are seeing the batters really come into form now.
Absolutely, and just as we mentioned with the Stockholm captain Chenna realizing apparently early on that having an anchor up in the orders maybe not the smartest move in T10.
Yeah.
Rather get the big hitters out early.
Yeah.
Because I think that's the key in T10. You don't really have to worry too much about losing wickets.
Yeah.
If somebody just hits 1 or 2 boundaries and then gets out, at least he didn't waste any balls.
71 for 3 off 7. Chalindra keeps a strike. This is how we look for the next 8 weeks. 4 in Sweden, and then Dresden and Capelle. I'm taking it you're involved or on the road for a decent amount of this, and then of course you'll be here in one capacity or other for the big old ECC in mid-September.
Yes, so I'll be in Dresden, where it was last year as well. Lovely organizing team over there and great teams to watch. I'm really looking forward to going back there. And yes, then I will be there all 4 weeks at the ECC. Can't wait.
Start of the 8th. Hani Hassan, the teenage sensation, is back, but he's been absolutely smited. That is huge 6. Well, it's actually gone a lot higher than it's gone longer, but it's still gone long enough to get past these 55-metre boundaries. He's got right underneath that Vinod Chalindra. He's on to 39 off 18.
Great knock and really mature innings so far. He took his time in the beginning of his batting innings, and then again, just like yesterday, hit the gas pedal and just smoking it now.
Yeah, I think he's driving a Formula 1 car, Vinod Chalindra. That's gone very, very high. It won't be a top edge 6 as we saw yesterday. In fact, bounces just in front of the very fine third man. So Chalindra onto 40 off 19. I don't know what car he's driving, but I want to buy it.
Mustafa Majid definitely learned from yesterday.
Hasn't got anything on this, and he's cleverly jumped inside the line, obviously, so we'll take the wide. Learned as in
setting the field back behind him as well.
Good point.
Super unlucky for his bowlers yesterday.
This has gone very, very straight. One comes round. Oh, that's a dreadful misfield. Well, you do try and find sympathy or excuses. It was right in front of us. There wasn't a particularly awful bobble. He just didn't get his body behind it. And if you ever want an advertisement for the use of the good old traditional long barrier, even in the most modern of formats of T10, well, that is it.
Yeah, he should probably have a little chat with our team member, Micah Boosley, who is a big fan of the good old long barrier.
Inside out drive from RC, and should be a comfortable 2. It's a good diving stop just to make sure it will be only 2 out there. Yeah, so I was just going to say, there's a bit of an idea in T10 that because you have to get the ball in so quickly, long barrier is sort of defunct, but you've got to stop the ball before you throw it in.
Yes, you definitely have to bring your body behind it, even if it's not with a long barrier.
Lowful Tossi's got away with that a bit. I think he was lucky that he bowled that to RC rather than Chalindra, because as well as RC's batting, Chalindra is batting at another level at the moment.
Yeah, Jonty Rose definitely has a bit of work to do here.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Referred a few times to this open letter he wrote a week ago ahead of the open trials he's having. Very high, catching chance, long off coming in, drops it. Not an easy one for Amar Hossaini. And Vinod Chalindra gets alive, gets 2 more. Now this is a finger breaker.
That definitely hurt. He's trying to not make a big deal about it, but I can definitely see him shake his hand.
He's just been asked by one of our team if he's all right. Very confident. Yeah. It's one of those, you see, it's the classic club cricketer thing, the old like sort of don't rub it kind of philosophy. 88 for 3 at the end of the 8th. Hossaini, the teenager, has been very impressive in this tournament. He's carried that on today, and he's carrying the bowling attack. 2 for 14 from his 2. Now I'd imagine they're going to have to go back to Mia and Sabaral to finish the innings off, and both of them have struggled thus far.
Yes, absolutely. I think Sabaral's coming on now.
His first over wasn't the best. That's short. That's not a great delivery, and it gets the treatment it deserves from Vinod Chalindra. In fact, it's Shiva Arsi who himself is growing in confidence now. He's on to 20 off 10, and that is his first 6 of the day.
Yeah, they definitely need to put a few more runs on the board. They want to defend it against a way more confident Umeå side after passing the 100 runs mark yesterday. I'm sure they will be able to chase anything around 100 today.
That could be more runs or could be out. Oh, what a good catch that is. That is an excellent catch, one of the best in this tournament so far, and it's the man who started with the ball, the 19-year-old Hani Hassan. He's had to run a long way around to his right here, dived. He's got to get everything right, and he does. So Shiva Arsi gone for 20 off 11, 94 for 4.
Very unorthodox catching technique, but it works for him apparently.
Yeah, you wouldn't get it in a textbook, but that is a very good take.
Yeah, he really had to make up ground for that one.
So here comes Kunal Panchal, still yet to get a score in double figures in the tournament. He's at the non-strikers because they crossed. Just 10 balls left. It's again not a great delivery from Sarval. He's lucky that that's been hit straight at short fine leg, otherwise that was 4 more for Chalindra.
Yeah, it was a crucial time to get another wicket to break that partnership up.
Yeah, you feel if they can get Chalindra, or at least make Panchal face as many of these 9 balls as possible, that could be a bit of a mini win for Umeå. Bit of a poll in our YouTube chat. What do you think Stockholm are going to get? 90 to 100, 100 to 110, or 110 plus? Short pulled away. It's another not particularly great delivery. Deep square leg comes round. They hesitate over the second, and it's a run out. Well, they were debating whether or not they wanted the second because Chalindra wanted the strike, and while they were busy debating whether they wanted the second, they ended up getting run out trying it. So Panchal is gone, run out, trying to get back for the second from the only ball that he faced. And it's 96 for 5.
Is that the captain coming out over there? No, it's not, I believe. Looks like Manoj Thomas coming.
Yeah, he's got every shade of blue on that outfit.
Very true. Interesting shade of pads. I wonder if they came in that shade or if he laid them out in the sun for a while and then now ended up light blue.
Good point. Do love some of the outfit and pad combinations that you get in the ECS. What I like about Stockholm is that they're all blue. There's an overall pattern to the outfit. I'm not going to claim I'm much of a fashionista, but at least there's clearly been a reasonable amount of thought that's gone into the overall process. Hit hard down the ground. He's going to get one. Immediately they call his Nene no run on the second because Chalindra fancies the strike. Outcome of the poll, 41% reckon Stockholm are getting 110 plus, 38% say 100 to 110, and 20% think they'll fall short of 100. I probably would go in that middle bracket. I don't think they're quite going to get 110 here unless Chalindra can go positively berserk. They are going to take 2 from this final ball. And Chalindra's going to lose the strike, but they decided it was worth it in the risk, in the reward potentially of another run. So Chalindra will start the final over on 45 not out, with Stockholm 99 for 5, but it will be Manoj Tomar facing.
Yeah, a bit surprised by that. I would have guessed that Chalindra would farm the strike, but they seem to be confident that Manoj Tomar can hit the ball just as well.
Yeah, he's a strange one, Tomar. So he batted in the top order against Pakistanska in match 3, and he got 27 not out of 20, which sounds okay, but given they were chasing 98, actually proved to be one of the reasons they fell short, because he just didn't score quickly enough. So they dropped him right down, hence him being at number 7. So he's not a natural hitter. Last over to be bowled by Kayamiya.
And he's doing just what he needs to do, getting the danger man Chalindra on strike.
100 up for Stockholm. And you're still right in this.
5 balls to hit for Chalindra.
Well, he's hit that one, not in the way you might have wanted, and that man is in play again, and you correctly referenced it earlier. I think that's a pretty good fielding position to have, that very fine third man or very fine leg for the top edge, the one that flies through in that region. He's lost the strike, Chalindra. I can't lay bat on ball.
Yeah, that second single was absolutely crucial for the Umeå side to keep Stockholm under 110, I believe.
Yeah, I'll just hope that they can get Tamar to face these last 3. Leave Chalindra stranded on 46 maybe. Chalindra will get the strike back here. Got his joint best score of the tournament as things stand. 46 not out of 14 against the 4 non-rolls in match 4.
Yeah, the question is, can he get to his half century in the last 2 balls?
2 balls is a long time for Vinod Chalindra. The amount of times that happens in the ECS, we set up a dilemma and then we forget, of course, the key asterisk, the terms and conditions when you buy the product, legitimate balls. It always seems like we say that and then you get a big old wide. Murphy's Law. That's not a wide, that's a nice ball, and it's a nice straight drive down the ground. Classy shot from Chalindra, and it's a classy bit of fielding. Good cricket all round, well done by Amir Hossaini. He dived, put his body on the line, which few have been willing to do, and this is the same man that really hurt his finger dropping a catch earlier on in the innings.
Maybe that's why he tried to stop it with his hip instead.
I think that's a good point, yeah. It's gone very high, catching chance at long on for Hossaini. and taken. Nice catch. Hani Hassan's having a very good game of it. That's 2 catches to go with 2 wickets. And Kaya Mir gets himself a wicket to finish off the innings. So Vinod Chalindra does not get his half century. He finishes on 48 of 25. And for those who are members of the Average Protection Society, they'll be aware that he's lost the asterisk of the red inker as well. 105 for 6 from Stockholm. Pretty even first innings.
Absolutely, I think it's a great score for a very tight and close match. It's definitely a good chance for Umeå to get their first win in.
Very tight in the power play, weren't they? They bowled very well,
Absolutely.
Umeå.
And that was totally crucial to keep the Stockholm side below 110, the par score you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, Archand Vaidya got the first boundary of the day there, but after smacking 77 not out against this opposition yesterday, couldn't repeat it. Back-to-back 4s, then gone here. Nice catch from Majid Mustafa. Very, very good with the ball up top, Umeå. 22 for 2 after 3 overs in the power play. Speaking of very, very good, that straight drive was a lovely shot from Vinod Chalindra, who dominated the innings from there on in, but no one else apart from Chalindra really got going, did they?
Not really. He was having a little bit of a partnership in the middle with Shiva Arsi, but apart from that, nobody really stuck around with him.
How do you describe that? I think we still haven't found the words.
That
Sure.
was definitely a first innings, yes, but we keep on having interesting shots in these tournaments.
Well, that was a shot that brought the fall of Kaushik Vats on that occasion. Caught behind for 6, and this is the aforementioned partnership between Chalindra and Arsi. They added 51 when together, and they were only together for 21 balls. So if it wasn't for this pair, Stockholm probably would have been looking at a distinctly under par score.
Absolutely. I'm really interested what Majid Mustafa can do with a bat. He was definitely overtaken at the moment from Archand Vaidya, who's now top scorer of the tournament.
Yeah, we haven't quite got round in terms of our innovations to having, say, a purple cap or something like that, but I'm sure someone in the branding department down the line has been thinking of such a thing at some point for top run scorer.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a COVID protocol thing.
Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah,
So you don't want to share caps, but yeah, we will definitely have that in mind, I think, in the future.
Yep. So Chalindra looked for all love and money like he was going to be getting a half century here, adding alongside Arsi, and then here at the end, slightly comical run out with Panchal. They couldn't decide whether they wanted the two. They eventually decided they did, and by that point, Arslan Bajva and Majid Mustafa had combined to run Panchal out for 1. Manoj Tomar at the end managed 3 off 4 balls. Possibly should have been run out here, but throw wasn't taken cleanly. And then Chalindra right at the end, just falling short of the milestone.
Yes, it would have been his second of the tournament.
So as that batting card shows, Vinod Chalindra very much the start. Stockholm posting 105 for 6. Got a bit of support from Arsi, but no one else offered a huge amount.
Yes, bit disappointed seeing Vaidya not really scoring that much.
Yeah, he's one of those players that just as a neutral you want to watch, don't you?
Absolutely. Very wristy player.
Hits the ball in slightly strange areas. Looking at the bowling figures for Umeå, Amir Hossaini, the star, with 2 for 14. Hani Hassan and Pradeep Mishra bowled a bit better than their figures suggested in the power play at the top. Nobody really let them down too badly, so they ended on 105 for 6. When we come back, it will be the run chase in the second innings of this game. Thank you very much to Meda Dowd for joining me on commentary. It's been a pleasure to have you alongside me.
Thank you, Michael.
And when we return shortly, it will be the run chase in match 13. 106 to win for Umeå if they're to finally get a victory at the 5th attempt in this ECS. welcome back to Stockholm for this, the conclusion of match number 13. A very evenly poised game here at the Stockholm Nuremberg Cricket Ground. Thank you very much to our partners, Spring Productions, bringing you these pictures and working incredibly hard, as always, behind the scenes. It's great to have your company wherever you are across the globe. Now, we mentioned that we'd had a bit of a substitution in the box, something of an upgrade from Vinny Sandhu to Medhadaub, and we've now made another alteration on our roving roster, our array of cast members for today. I'll allow the man to my right to decide whether he thinks he's an upgrade or a downgrade on Medhadaub, but Michael Bousley is with us.
No one's an upgrade on me, unfortunately, so I'll do the best I can to fill her boots.
What do you make of this game then, in that first innings?
I'm a big fan of Amaya, to be fair. I've somehow been sucked in by their enthusiasm and their organisation. Unfortunately, they haven't necessarily delivered on the ground, but I think they're improving every game, and I think, as we saw from yesterday's game against Stockholm, I think if they'd have batted in their previous games the way they did against Stockholm, I think they would have definitely taken points. And I think they just need to put it all together now for this second innings and perform like they did yesterday, and they can get their first win. It's just really important that the captain settles in nice and quick, doesn't throw his wicket away, and I think these two opening batsmen can be pretty destructive. So I think the power play is going to be really important. First 3 overs, they need to get off to a good start, but as we're seeing, they tend to keep in with the run rate, and just as the pressure starts to hit, both with bat and ball, they just seem to just fall away a little bit. So they need to dig in, they need to be strong mentally as well as with the bat, and fingers crossed they can get their first points on the board today.
Yeah, I totally agree with that assessment. I don't think they're by any means a particularly bad cricket team. It just seems like that at the crucial moments in games, that's when maybe it's almost what's going on between the ears than anything else. They've fallen away.
Well, we saw, I forget the team's name that they lost both of the
Fallen
game.
on rolls.
Yes.
The golden ball and the loss by 2 runs.
Absolutely, and those 2 games could have gone either way, and I think on another day, that was their first match as well. I think on another day there's points for them. So I really do. They deserve some points. They're a good bunch of guys, and so Amir had a great bowling spell today. Some important wickets and some great fielding. So hopefully they'll go on and do themselves justice.
Avinash Upadhyaya starts the run chase with a wide. Yeah, they do seem to have built a sort of, don't know whether you call it almost an Umeå sympathisers club or an Umeå supporters club, but there seems to be a lot of people have got a soft spot for them around the ground. Into that ring of 5 on the offside, slightly bobbly outfield with this clay underneath, so you can pretty confidently normally get bat on ball and take one. So Majid Mustafa off the mark. He, as Medhadaub repeatedly rightly pointed out, in a bit of a battle with Shannon Vijay to be top run scorer of this tournament. That's his 113th run of the competition. Abra goes down the ground, completely mistimes this. That's a big wicket. Umeå's star all-rounder, Abdullah Abra, is gone. Well, if this is to be their first win, they're going to have to do it without a contribution. It's a golden duck for a man they so often are so reliant on.
Yeah, he was important yesterday, and he's not going to be playing any more part in today's match. That's not a good shot to start. He's just pushed onto that too early, got underneath it. It's the simplest of catches, and he's on his way.
Yeah, it's the worst possible start for Abdullah Abra, because it's both the start and the end of his innings in one ball. Avinash Upadhyaya picks up his 6th wicket of the tournament. It does seem like we're not alone in maybe having a slight soft spot towards Umeå. Who will win the game was the poll. 110 votes on our YouTube chat, and 60% reckon Umia are going to do it?
That is definitely deciding with their heart rather than their head, I would say, but I would have gone for me as well, but for exactly the same reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's not completely without logic. So Stockholm got 129 for 4 last night, and Umia, in reply, only fell 8 runs short. So if you're thinking at it from that point of view, they're chasing 24 less than they were last night. If they bat like they did last night, they'll get there. But of course, it's a totally different new game, new situation. But yesterday, against the 4-on rolls, they got 109 for 4, just falling short. And then they got 121 for 4.
I would also say that with their games against the Royals, they were chasing around 70 and couldn't make it. So,
Yep.
like you say, it's a different game, different day, a different pressure. And they desperately want to win a game. They, like we said, they thoroughly deserve it for their efforts and their organisation and the good bunch of guys that they are. But cricket doesn't work like that.
Yeah, it's a brutal stage of competition, the ECS. Nicely bowled by Upadhyaya. It's a very confident leave. So no shot offered by Hussaini. No decision review system in the ECS, so it's all up to the on-field umpire. That's an interesting choice of shot for your very first ball faced from Amir Hussaini.
That's an interesting way to start your innings. There's no shot offered there. That's a very close call. Let's see it from front on. So left arm over the wicket. And it certainly pitches on. He's offered no shot. It's coming back in.
I wonder whether it's not quite coming back in enough.
I will leave that for others to decide.
Yeah, it's certainly well worth a shout.
For sure. Especially without the shot being played.
Yeah, it always doesn't help your cause when you're leaving the ball on an LBW. Jagan Singh immediately into the attack now. Ball this second over, and that is a horrible delivery to start off with. Well, all the pressure that Upadhyaya had built up in that first over, conceding just 3 runs, taking the wicket, is all somewhat removed. That is a gift to hand Majid Mustafa his first boundary.
Pie.
Yeah.
That's my analysis of that ball.
What flavour?
Steak and kidney. That is gone. It's an easy shot. The captain Majid, he's not going to miss those. Toss it up for him. Have that as your lunch.
Yep. Worth saying as well, we're all for vegetarian pies too. If that's your preference, if you're the batsman, you don't care. You just want some nice juicy pies.
Yeah, and there are multiple brands that you can buy as well.
If a pie company do want to join our our growing list of sponsors and partners, of which Straff are the most recent, they're very welcome to do so. Please get in touch. Jagan again, trying to get it across Mustafa, who mistimes this. They think of 2, and it's an ECS classic. The big old stop sign from Majid Mustafa goes out. It bounces awkwardly off the pitch, but they still stick with 1. So Hussaini on to strike again after that slightly odd leave that he played in the previous over against Upadhyaya.
Yeah, we've seen with this Amir in previous innings. He will go in, he will see a few balls, then he will swing hard. And he will tend to find himself getting out by swinging just that bit too hard.
Jabbed away by Hussaini, off the mark. As predicted by the man to my right.
Yeah, that's better though. He's working the ball. He's not just trying to see a couple and pad them out. He's actually trying to gain the runs on these first balls that he's facing. He just needs to keep his head, because he does tend to get a couple of nice boundaries and then just see gold.
Nice touch shot from Mustafa. Catch it was the shout, but he was in control of it. He knew what he was trying to do. Just work it away, use the pace. Into double figures. They've only got 10 off 10. Stockholm will be very happy with this start, given that it's the power play in particular. Blink and you miss it. More than half the power play is gone all of a sudden. Straight back at Deep Jagan, who's been a very consistent performer for Stockholm. Right quick. He's taken 5 wickets in 4 games. He's been their most economical performer as well.
Yeah, just tying up Hussaini, not able to get a shot away.
Well, that is a better leave from Hussaini. Those are the deliveries in the ECS that you want to be leaving.
Yeah, I think he could have swung at that 85 times and he's not going to hit it. That's well wide.
Take the extra and move on. Last ball of the second.
There he goes.
Short. And that is a Straff super strike. 10 metres over that deep mid-wicket boundary. That is the first 6 for Amir Hussaini in this innings. It's Umya's first 6 in this chase as they pursue their first ever ECS win. And at the end of the second, they finally get a boundary just to help break the pressure. 17 for 1 off 2.
There you go. That's what we're saying about Amir. He's strong, got lots of power. It comes onto him quick. He uses the pace of the ball, uses all that strength in his shoulders, and pow, it's off. This is where he needs to be careful because he starts to get into a rhythm. He starts to get these big blows going out for boundaries, and he just loses his head, tries to hit the ball too hard, and as a result, will often find himself mistiming or getting bowled. So this is the time for Amir Hussaini to really kind of keep himself together, keep his head, play his shots, and use his natural strength rather than to hit the ball too hard, because over the last couple of days he's tried to take the leather off it, and we've seen him be skittled a few times.
Michael Boosley available for ECS batting coaching for a very reasonable fee. Short and just turned away with a straight bat by Hussaini.
I like it. I like it.
Shamelessly using his stint in the commentary box to audition for further streams of income as well as working behind the scenes. I like that. You're thinking like a freelancer. If I can be here at the event, part of the behind the scenes ECN team, but also offering batting coaching on the side.
Myself and my on-screen partner Les Clifford, who's not with us on this tour, we're available for bar mitzvahs, birthday parties, weddings.
So 19 for 1. Upadhyaya, meanwhile, as we natter, is keeping the pressure on very well here. Just can't get him away. It's a boundaryless spell thus far. And now I've said that, you know what's going to happen now. Well, in fact, it's a somewhat spurious LBW appeal, but it will be a leg bye, so that won't go down on Upadhyaya's figures.
Good appeal from square leg there.
Yeah. Yeah. I've got a lot of time for some of the...
Deep backward point.
There definitely is a YouTube compilation, the 10 worst ECS LBW appeals.
Yeah.
Flicked away, no fine leg. And that's the problem when you're bowling this angle from Upadhyaya. You can't stray down there. It's very nicely tucked away by Mustafa. A classy shot. He's on to 12 off 8.
Yeah, well timed. Just used the pace of the ball again, rolled it off his legs. Delightful. Straight down. Fine leg, boundary. Simples.
Very classical shot against a left arm over bowler who just goes too straight with that in swing that he's getting. It's a nice response from Upadhyaya and well fielded at 2.
No, you're absolutely right. That's just exactly the lines that he needs. So maybe a twist a little bit full. Just drop a little bit off that. Going away from the right-hander, that would, you know, he's almost there. It's a nice ball, nice recovery.
Just jabbed back. What a good spell from Avinash Upadhyaya. 1 for 9 off 2, bowling the first and third overs in the power play. That is an absolute peach of a spell. 24 for 1 off 3, Umya. And they'll be quite relieved that they're not going to have to face Avinash Upadhyaya again in this innings.
No, you're absolutely right. He's set the tone for the rest of the innings. His colleagues need to back him up now and make sure that they follow his lead and keep this run rate, keep this run rate growing and making it difficult for Umeya, the batting side. So coming into bowl now is Manoj Tomar, number 7.
So we're out of the power play now. The field is spreading like pigeons you see out on the boundary when the ball hits towards them. Still trying to direct the traffic and work out exactly where he wants them. Manoj Tomar, who's been pretty tidy so far in this tournament for Stockholm with the ball. 4 wickets, second highest wicket taker. He's sort of licorice all sorts.
Yeah, covering long on and cow, which is pretty standard. So again, nicely played. Again, no rush of blood. They do need to keep these runs ticking over.
Yeah, low full toss there. And, well, for all you've urged Hosseini to be defensive, maybe in a T10, that is a touch too defensive. He's blocked a full toss to cover for 1. Oh, Mustafa gets fortunate here, but got a fielder in position for that jab down. He's on to 13. Richie Robbins in the comments says, unfortunately for Umeå, I don't think they've been playing much cricket due to travel restrictions in the Swedish Cricket League. They've been unable to travel to other cities and play. Don't think they went through the qualifying process like the other teams do because of that. Well, I can tell you that's not actually correct. Umeå had to qualify just like anybody else for this. It was a really intense qualifying competition. 30 teams whittled down to 10, all in groups of 3. So every single team that's playing in this tournament have had to win a mini group of 3 to get themselves here. Bottom-handed whack down to long off.
I think I would suggest, though, after talking to the guys, that they don't have many teams up to play against the friendlies. There's no real opportunities for them to play regular cricket where they are because there's no other teams around them, and they've travelled about 800 kilometres to play in this tournament, working through the day before, minimal sleep, driving through the night straight into their games the following day. So you've got to hand it to them, the dedication that they've put into this. It's quite incredible. And I think that's why a lot of the team have a soft spot for them, just because of that sort of backstory.
Yeah, absolutely. Mustafa gets 1. They have missed out on 2 full tosses in this over from Tomar, and that's contributed to the fact the required run rate's now above 2 a ball, which is often a key moment in these games. And it brings about a shot like that, as predicted by the man to my right, who seems to have an eye into the mind of Amir Hosseini. Has been keeping a close eye on him. Well, that wasn't much good on the dance floor or the cricket field.
Yeah, preempted. He's preempted that with no way of getting back in line to make any other shot.
Smashed straight to point. Well, he tries to go inside out, and Hosseini has given it away, having got a start. That is not the ticket. It's not what Umeå needed. He swings at one that might have been a wide had he missed out. He goes for 9 off 11. Umeå 28 for 2 after 4.
I think Manoj Tomar, the bowler, has used every inch available to him on that ball, and I think it's a simple catch in the end, but again, just not using his brain enough, unfortunately. He's such a enthusiastic and able cricketer, and I just think on, maybe another day, another tournament, things may have been different, but he just loses his control. You see working the singles, trying to get himself into position, but it just loses his head at the end of the day.
Michael Bousley available for all batting coach ECS needs, if required. Very nicely summarised, though, joking aside. And his innings actually went exactly pretty much as she predicted. It was quite uncanny.
It's a little bit of a repeat of previous innings, I'm afraid. It's but T10's a different format as well, and if you're not experienced at it, just knowing when and how and if you should be playing in a certain way, how much time have you got to get in? Do you just come in swinging? It's just keeping your technique as best as possible, so when you do connect, make the shots that you're... Oh, I'll pass over to Michael.
29 for 3, LBW. Well, we were speaking of batting. This isn't great batting. You miss a ball like that, you are out. There's been plenty of debate over some LBWs on occasions where we've seen the replay up in the box, but that is a very easy decision to make. So after Hosseini goes, another one follows. It's 2 wickets in 3 balls. Deep Jagan Singh traps Pardeep Singh LBW, and that is the second golden duck of the innings. And Umia now are 29 for 3. They're in all sorts of strife as Hani Hassan, the 19-year-old, heads out. This is serious trouble.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the shot to play. It's ball straight. I mean, I don't know how to dress this one up. I'm a big fan of Amaya, as you know, but there's not much I can say. I'm going to leave this one alone.
Yeah, we've all been there. Get out there. The first ball you face, the dreaded straight one. You miss it. LBW are bowled. Back in the hutch. Hassan. Well, he's kept at his first ball, which is again a decent one. Just nudges it for single to give Mustafa the strike, which is probably the most sensible thing to do. If anyone for Umia is going to find something extraordinary to give them a chance here, it is Majid Mustafa.
And Hani's not going to let him not run those singles either, so this is going to be interesting.
Slow ball, beats him, nicely bowled. Mustafa deceived. You know it's bad signs for the winless Umia when even Majid Mustafa is not doing the trick for you. Mustafa, who yesterday hit an unbeaten 50 against the 4-on Royals, but that doesn't tell you the full story. This has gone a long way up. Catching chance for square leg. Drops it. Never looked confident underneath it. Was moving around, trying to get in the right spot, Vinod Chalindra. Eventually, did get to the right place. It went straight in and straight out the breadbasket.
I don't think soft hands is the way to describe that. It's bounced in and out, got himself into a good position, poor hands.
Turned away nicely by Hassan, just for 1.
And this is good. This is good from the new batsman, good from the youngster. He's bowled really well over the last couple of days and his games, and he's worked really hard for his team. He's always available, and that's good cricket. He's just getting, but he's not seeing. There's no dots yet. He's just getting back on ball and setting off and trying to get his captain back on strike.
So 32 for 3 at the halfway stage. 2 golden ducks for 2 of their key men. Abdullah Abrar, their important all-rounder, and then Pardeep Singh, who's normally one of their more dependable performers with the bat. And yet again, it all seems to fall on the shoulders of poor old Majid Mustafa out there with the 19-year-old Hani Hassan, who's facing up now. Manoj Tamar to bowl his second over. His first was brilliant. And it's deliveries like that are why Manoj Tamar's been so impressive with the ball.
Again, making the most of the areas that he's got to bowl. No wide there for sure, and just out of reach for the new young batsman.
First over went for just 4 and picked up the wicket of Hosseini. That will be a wide though. Need a lot more where that came from. The required run rate's already up past 2.5 a ball. Needing something pretty sensational. Getting 15, say, off 1 over is one thing, but to get it off 5 overs in a row is quite another. Hassan again rotating. That's useful, but piles the pressure on Majid Mustafa, who hit 50 not out off 27 in pursuit of 112 to win against the 4-on Rolls. But we mentioned Umia not winning the crucial moments, and this kind of summed it up. They got Mustafa on strike with 2 balls left in the game, 3 to win, and he'd reached his half century, and he missed out on the penultimate ball of the innings. The second ball could only block it back to the bowler, and they lost to the 4-on Rolls by 2 runs. Margins can be so small. But that's a good shot. That's 6 runs out of nowhere. Mustafa's decided he's just got to go here. He's into the 20s. And that is his first 6 of the innings, only the second maximum of this run chase.
Yeah, he's a strong man and his timing's great. And you see the bat speed's not too. It doesn't whip through that bat. It's all in the timing. So it's a great shot. And this is absolutely right. He does need to take this on now. He needs to show. He needs to lead by example. He needs to play a captain's role, and he needs to, take the pressure off. He needs a 20 run over. They need to just take a little bit of that run rate down.
It's another full toss, and this time Mustafa goes straight. And the two fielders collide, but Deep Jagan Singh does well to stop the ball. It was Archan Vaidya coming across from long on who's collided with Deep Jagan and injured him in the process. A nasty collision between the pair. Two of Stockholm's best fielders. And Deep Jagan's going to need a bit of medical assistance here. He's hit himself
I think
in
he
the
got
face. Well,
I think as Archan Vaidya come across as he slid into the ground. Archan is I think knees connected with his head.
yeah.
And
absolutely.
that's a painful blow. Fair play to the man for getting straight up. He looks like he's shaking it off, but I think it's more of a shock than anything. So he's just taking some water on, and hopefully he'll be back on the field in a moment. But yeah, that was just nasty little knee to the head.
Yeah, both fielders really, as we see it again, had eyes for the ball, of course, and Deep Jagan dived down to get it, and then Vaidya had to try and get out of the way. It does sort of look like something out of a gymnastics routine.
WWE at its best.
Yeah. And thankfully, we can laugh about it somewhat, because Deep Jagan Singh is all smiles now and back to his feet 10 yards in front of us fielding at long off, so no fielders hurt in the making of that WWE reenactment. Tamar just strays. His second over's not been anywhere near as tight as his first. 2 wides, 2 full tosses. He's just released the pressure, and I'm sure Mustafa will be eyeing off another boundary or two here to really get Umya back into this game and take advantage of some errant bowling. That is going to be another extra.
Yeah, Mustafa needs to make the most of these extra 2 balls. These 2 extra runs. It's really important that they get at least one other boundary out of this over. It's at a minimum.
Gone. What a response from Manoj Tomar. It's not been a great over at all. 4 tosses and wides, spraying the ball all over the shot, but now the radar's been switched on and he's found the base of the off stump of Majid Mustafa, who is gone for 24 off 18, and with his wicket as he walks off, probably walks off Umya's realistic hopes of chasing this.
Absolutely. And if those stumps were in the ground, I think the off stump would have been cartwheeling down to third man. It's a cracking ball. He's nowhere near it. Big hole between bat and pads, playing across the line. He obviously knows he needs to play the big shots. He knows he needs to get the ball to the boundary. He had those 2 extra wides. He had the balls. He knew he needed to put the pressure on with those last 2 balls, but unfortunately it's a cracking ball from Manoj Tomar. And like you said, I think that's, I would say, curtains.
Navesh Sabharwal to face his first. He's a low full toss, doesn't get all of it, has to settle for single through the covers. Well, he might in fact get 2. It wasn't a great misfield, and it wasn't the best piece of running between the wickets, because had they run that first one hard, they would have been able to capitalise on the misfield. As it is, Sabharwal has to settle for 1, 45 for 4 off 6, so Umya need an unlikely 61 to win off 4. Tomar completes, all in all, a relatively tidy spell. 2 for 17 off 2 for him.
Don't get me started on running. It's. I mean, I've been through this when I've spoken with Vinny, and in the past when I've been on and spoken with Rico. Just how infuriating it can be if you just go through any previous games or go through any innings and you just look at the running between the wickets. I don't think there's many teams that we see that couldn't add another 10, 15 runs in an innings to their total, and that can be the difference. And it's just running the first hard, not just only to put the pressure on the fielder.
Chanvaja starts with a lovely delivery, left arm around, turning it away from the right-handed Sabaval. He's more of a batting all-rounder, but his spin is very useful as well. He's going to try and hurry through this over. That's a dot and a single to start off with, but yeah, as you were saying, there's a lot of hidden costs in T10, and to me, I look at running between the wickets, fielding, ground fielding in particular, but also catches, and wides, and by extension no balls, of course, as well. Gone very high. It is a catching chance, and it's dropped, coming around a long way to his left, Manoj Tamar from long on. It was hit very straight, but not very convincingly from Hassan, and he gets a life.
It's a let-off, that's for sure. But yeah, it's just difficult to, trying to explain.
Off the outside edge of Sabaval. He has to settle for one.
Yeah, just trying to explain to some of the captains along the way just to how important that is. And we see from that last, they've taken they haven't run the first one hard in this particular example. They haven't kept their eyes on the fielder. They haven't made the most of the misfield because they're not looking at the fielder. And it's just, these are they're at a stage where every single run counts.
Bunted down the ground by Hassan. Didn't get all of it, but got enough, and that is very good fielding from Manoj Tamar, running around from long on. Keeps it at one.
Is there two Manoj Tamars out there today? You drop a catch, great fielding.
Could be stumped. Not out, says Adrian van der Dries. Square leg. So
yeah.
Darvesh Sabaval survives as Umia sort of drunkenly almost stagger along like a gentleman who's maybe had a few too lemonade sodas, or for those of you who maybe don't prefer a drinking analogy, someone who's maybe a bit dizzy after spending too long in the sun. This is how we look for match 14. Pakistanska reigning unbeaten. They won on the last ball in an extraordinary game yesterday morning against Botshirka, where they somehow got together 16 runs off the last 3 balls to win it, up against the struggling Umia, who it looks like will head almost certainly into that game. We can say with relative confidence now, still chasing their first ever ECS victory. Sridhar Pokala with a big appeal first up. Doesn't get the decision and will have to settle for the dot. He's been very tidy with his whippy right arm mediums. Pokala always bowls at the death. He feels like maybe there was an inside edge there. Down the ground from Hassan again. Not really a clean strike. And it looks like at this stage Umia are just trying to reduce the margin of defeat and the possible net run rate permutations that might emanate from that. We know that the team that finishes bottom in Group A will be the first to go out. Everyone else won at least 2 games. So, assuming Umia are going to lose this game, they'll have lost all of their first 5. They'll have 3 matches left. Realistically, to have any chance, they're going to have to win at least 2 of those 3 games, if not all 3.
They're tough games as well, aren't they?
Yep. Got to play Pakistanska next, defending champions and unbeaten. Low full toss, and they have got this away for a rare boundary. It is the first boundary to speak of in quite some considerable time. This pair have been just struggling to get going, but that is a small victory for Darvesh Sabaval, his first ever ECS boundary.
Yeah, it's got what it deserved. Bowl a full toss there, it should be gone. And if it's not gone, then, well, I don't know what to say.
Well, you can guess who hit the last boundary in the innings. Who else would it be with a bat for Umia?
Yeah.
Majid Mustafa back with 5.5 overs gone, so that was the first boundary in 13 balls. And that could be out. Well dropped. Wasn't an easy one, diving forward, trying to take it inches off the ground. He's left frustrated with himself there, Archan Vaidya, who's generally a very good fielder, gives Sabavala life.
Another full toss. Just didn't get hold of it. That's a really good effort. You've got to say, he's just got his hands underneath that, just slipped through his fingers.
Swing and a miss for Hassan. Nicely bowled by Sridhar Pakala, concedes just six from the 8th over. And we at 55 for 4 after 8.
So just 12 balls left. And far too many required.
Yep, that worm tells the story, doesn't it?
Certainly does.
Not much wrigglage on the India one. Not going anywhere fast.
Yeah. I mean, you see they've kept up with the run rate during the power play. But from then on, it's only one way.
Worth pointing out as well, as Vaidya starts his second with yet another good delivery, that our YouTube chat today is subscriber only. So if you want to join the chat, you need to have subscribed for 5 minutes. So if you are watching on YouTube, subscribe to the European Cricket Network, then jump in our live stream and let us know what you think about what you're watching, cricket across the globe or anything in between. Sabaval can't make any sort of clean contact on that one.
I think he was looking at the sky by the time his bat's come through there. You just got to keep your head over it.
I think it's hit the bottom of the bat, actually. It's got nothing on that. They're going to scramble through for a bye. Archan Vaidya really proving difficult to get away with these left armers.
Yeah, lovely little bit of drift. Likes to flight that ball in.
Swung away. Sort of sweep shot through mid-wicket as such, a front foot sweep from Hani Hassan.
Good snare in the field. Throw back in from Pakala.
Yeah, they've been pretty tidy today, Stockholm.
They have. They have. A couple of drops, but some great efforts. And whoa.
Oh, wow. That was one that he sent to the moon and back. Vaidya channeling his inner Pavel Florin. Let's have a look at this again. Well, he does come a long, long way down, and then he has to wait for it. It's not a waist-high full toss by any means. Remember, of course, that law is taken from the batter's natural standing stance inside the crease.
Yeah, good call from AV Double D. Our tournament referee and umpire for today.
So, end of the 9th. And Umya 59 for 4. Very tidy stuff. Parsimony in the extreme from Archan Vaidya. None for 7 off 2. That is, well, you're taking those figures in a 20 over game, maybe even a 40 over game. Never mind T10, where you've only got 2 overs to make a difference. So Umya needing an unlikely 47 off the last over. Do you remember Islamuddin Omakel being brought on to bowl the last over in a game in Austria with 40 to win as a very occasional bowler, and he conceded 35. It got to the point where it looked like they were going to lose the game because he just couldn't bowl a legitimate delivery, but that shouldn't be a problem here. Shivarasi very much a frontline bowler, albeit he does start with a full toss that Hassan gets away for 1.
Yeah, I think when you look at the bowling figures, when you've got Avinash and Archan, they've both bowled both their overs and gone for under 10 runs, and you know that's 4 overs, 16 runs from, and that just, you know, when you're chasing 11 and over or whatever it is, that's just great bowling.
Doesn't need the stats department to work out that those 2 sets of numbers aren't going to end in a win for the batting side. But yeah, you're absolutely right to highlight those 2. They've been excellent. Tomar's first over was very tight. Deep Jagan's most expensive spell of the tournament. It's very high standards. Not quite there today, but still more than good enough.
Another swing and a miss.
Yeah, it's good little drifters from RC. Makes sense to give him this over. He's handy sixth bowling option, and they'll want to get some bowling into him because in key knockout games further along the line, that could well be useful.
Yeah, T10, sometimes changing it up is a very important weapon.
And again, Sabaval, he's trying to smash that. I mean, you talk about clearing the front leg. He's put his front leg in another postcode here.
It's just it's head position as the bat comes through as well. It's just looking at the sky.
What's that front leg? It's gone miles away. Sabaval again. It's almost a carbon copy.
Yeah, he's not stepping anywhere near the ball. He's giving himself room when he doesn't need to. He almost needs to get that back foot across as well. He's putting his left foot is opening his body up to give himself the room, but his bowler's giving him the room with the direction of the delivery. So get that back foot across. You're still open. You've still got the strength. You've still got the power coming through. Just cut that to. Oh.
He's worked his way up into quite a fury. The man to my right, who at some point I'm sure will get out there in an ECS shirt to see what he can do with bat in hand, maybe in some kind of a practice match between the ECN team. As for what's gone on the field, it's a slightly farcical run chase in the end for Umya, and it ends in a somewhat farcical way with the run out. So, run out from the final ball of the innings. A strange old partnership from Hani Hassan and Dharmesh Sabaval on a run chase for Umya that we always felt was very Majid Mustafa dependent, didn't we?
For sure. And also his partner,
Abrar,
Abdullah Abrar. And when Abdullah's gone, what, golden or second
just
ball?
Went for golden.
And it's not the start you need. It was left to Majid. Unfortunately, everyone came and went around him. He was forced into doing it for himself. He made that effort. He tried to play some of the big shots and tried a big shot too many. And that's a lovely little nick down to fine leg 4 from the captain.
Yeah, he just kept going along his merry way, Majid Mustafa, but losing partners. Hussaini went there, called at point for 9 off 11. That was absolutely clearly LBW. Pardeep Singh trapped LBW for a golden duck by Deep Jagan Singh, and then out came Hani Hassan. He couldn't time it either. So the wickets just kept tumbling. Majid Mustafa got a life there.
Big 6 from the captain. This is just before, unfortunately, he plays one big shot too many. And
this was the collision between Deep
ouch.
Jagan Singh and Archand Vaidya. Thankfully, both okay in the end. And there's the moment you alluded to.
Yeah.
Gone for 24 off 18. Easily the top scorer in this innings, as he so often is for Umya. After that, it just sort of petered out, didn't it?
yeah, Hani Hassan came in and tried his best, running hard, a few turning the strike, doing the best he could. Good young player, and he's got a good future ahead of him, and decent bowler. So fingers crossed for him. He has a good performance in the forthcoming games. As for Umaya as well, a great effort from the Stockholm fielder there. But as I said, I hope Umaya get their heads up and get stuck back in with their forthcoming games to try and find try and piece the whole game together.
Yeah.
I think
Exactly. Couldn't agree more. They've played good cricket in very small patches, and this is how we look for our next game. Couldn't get any more difficult for Umya. Pakistanska training with 11 consecutive ECS victories. They've never lost an ECS match. They are the defending champions. They have won the toss. They've decided they're going to have a bat. So Umya have got to turn around quickly and in 20 minutes or so get out into the field for the rematch.
I think what we saw yesterday, that Pakistanska are fallible. They were lucky, I would say, to win their final game yesterday, and they were let off the hook. So I may have got to take some positives from that and know that they're not unbeatable. although the record says otherwise currently. But
Yes, the record literally says they are unbeatable. But
look,
I know what you mean.
Look at the games that they've played. Look where they bowled well. Look where they defended well in the field. Look at how they performed with the bat yesterday against Stockholm, chasing down that 130, and try and piece that all together.
As for this game, well, it's a pretty sorry looking batting card. Golden Ducks for Abdullah Abrar and Pardeep Singh. Majid Mustafa, the top scorer. When is he not, seemingly, for Umya? And then a strange ECS debut not for Damesh Sabharwal. Just 10 not out of 17. Really struggled to lay bat on ball. Won't surprise you to know, with a low score like that the bowling figures are much prettier reading. If you're a Stockholm fan, they really did not give much away, did they?
No. And look at the last over as well. Shiva goes for just 2 runs as well. Sridhar, sort of good over for 6. Then you've got the top bowler, the opening bowler, 2 overs, 1 wicket, 9 runs. It's a stat every bowler wants.
It's sexy bowling in T10, isn't it? And Archan Vaidya conceded just 7 from his 2 overs. So ultimately a very comfortable win. And Stockholm now with 3 wins from 6. Umya still winless in 5 games. 3 games left for Umya. Do we think they can get a win?
Yes.
I like the belief. Are you sort of still positioning yourself as batting consultant specifically in an Umya based role?
Well, I'm. Do you know what? Anyone, if I offer anyone batting advice, they should take it with maybe a pinch of salt, because my stats and record leave a lot to be desired. But
do as I say, don't do as I do.
Exactly. But when you're watching these matches, you can see the patterns that they need to break. And like I was saying with Amir, great fielder, bowled fantastically well today, and has the ability to knock a 50. I don't doubt that at all. He's able to work the early balls, he's able to play the big shots, but it's keeping his head, not chasing things that shouldn't be chased. And when the opportunities are there to work the single and change the strike, take it. Then when it's in his zone, play his shots. He's strong. He only needs to hit at 75%. That ball's gone out the ground.
Yeah.
So he needs to not be trying to take the leather off it. So he needs to just keep his control, keep his positioning, keep his technique, and take the opportunities there, because the bowlers will give him them.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Thank you very much for your contributions
Pleasure.
in this run chase, Michael Bousley, which didn't prove to be much of a run chase in truth in the end. Stockholm posting 105.6. Thank you very much to you for watching at home. We hope you've enjoyed the first game of the day. You'll have to join me in about 15 to 20 minutes or so for match number 14 to see who I've got next to me for Umya's rematch against Pakistanska. Now, remember when Umya first played Pakistanska, they were rolled for 56 all out. They have improved a lot since then, so I'm sure they'll be desperate to prove that they are better than that first showing against the defending champions and the all-time unbeaten ECS side. Let's see if it's going to be a different script this time. We'll see you back in about 15 to 20 minutes or so for match number 14. I'm Michael McCann, and you're watching the European Cricket Network. Hello and welcome along to match 14, or I should say, hello and welcome along to match number 14. Great to have ComCam up in the box, and as part of the roving cast who are alongside me today, we pulled in Meda Daub and Michael Boosley, who are part of the behind-the-scenes team at this tournament. But we've gone one better for you here, folks. We've dragged a poor man off who's just been flinging himself around with bat and in the field to help win 2 valuable ECS points for his team. And we've dragged him out of the tent, and when he's been just going back to try and have a rest ahead of Stockholm's second game of the day much later on against Botkyrka in match number 3 of the day, game 15 of the tournament. He's decided in between he's going to prepare by scouting a couple of his opponents. Joining us up here in the commentary box, Stockholm batsman Kaushik Vats. Good morning, Kaushik.
Good morning, good morning. Thank you, and very nice to be here with all of you. Looking forward.
Yeah, great to have your company. So you guys have 3 wins from 6 so far, and a thoroughly satisfying 44-run win against Umeå this morning. How do you think the tournament's gone for you so far?
So we started a little bit slow, but I think we're really picking up the momentum, and we just have to keep up the same energy. I think we are picking on some of our very good batsmen. You know, we have seen Archon playing really, really well, and the team is picking on his energy. We saw Vinod really stepping up in this game. He's played well in the previous game as well, and each of us are kind of picking on the energy. So we're doing really well. Keep up the momentum.
This is how we look for match 14 then. Pakistanska freining the unbeaten ever in an ECS match. 5 wins for them so far in this particular competition. Umeå with 5 defeats so far. Cricket isn't played on paper though then, so do you think Umeå can cause an upset?
You know, I'm actually rooting for Umeå in this game. I mean, you have to support the underdogs. I think they have some very good players. There's good talent there, and T10 is a kind of a format where you can have these upsets. So let's hope for a good game, and hopefully Umeå, forgets the mistakes and focuses on the right things.
Yeah, it's interesting. There seems to be a lot of sort of half sympathy but half support for Umeå. A lot of people have got a soft spot for them, and talk about what a nice group of people they are as well as cricketers. It's fair to say a lot of people seem to root for them a little bit.
Yeah, they're lovely blokes. They have travelled about 8 hours to come here. They're living in hotels. They're really bonding very well. They've had a little bit of mishap. Some of the players have had to go back. There's been an injury as well. So things are not going their way. So I'm really rooting for them in this game. Let's see how they perform.
Yeah, it would be a sensational, one of the great all-time ECS upsets if Umeå can find a way to win this match. A small win for Pakistanska in regard to the coin toss. They've won the toss and decided that they're going to have a bat. The dangerous Farhan Chowdhury will face the first ball, and the impressive 19-year-old Hani Hassan is going to bowl that first ball of this match 14. It's a nice start, and he's almost got him from the very first ball of the match. Chipped just over cover's head for 1. Not overly convincing from Farhan Chowdhury.
And that was an interesting start. He didn't really bowl it with full pace, so it's an interesting start of events.
He's got a third man who's now... Well, there was a debate about him coming up in the circle, but no, he stays out. So it's third man and long on are the 2 sweepers. It's gone straight through. This is very good from Hani Hassan, but maybe just straying a bit too wide. That wide guideline outside the off stump being used by the umpires to inform their judgment.
It's so interesting to see, ball going wide outside off, batsman trying to hoik it on the leg side.
Yeah, wasn't really opening himself up to trying to hit through the offside. And he's, well, the other one that may be a bit harsh, that was a definite wide.
It's nice to see Hassan swinging a little bit. Probably needs to come closer to the stump.
Yeah, he's getting that nice outswing shape. He's just got to start it in the right place. It's very good in the block hole. Could be a chance, and a direct hit. I think he might well have been gone here, Farhan Chowdhury. Well, this will tell us decisively. Oh, yep, definitely would have been out. without doubt.
What you should watch out for how he keeps adjusting his cap. That's one of his mannerisms.
Just his cap.
Yeah. Watch out for the batsman.
Kaushik, that's with a close observation on opposition players. This could be a catching chance running around. In the end, nobody lays hands on it, and eventually it is gathered by Amir Hussaini. So, not the most convincing start here by Pakistanska.
And Amir really looked tired there. He's been running around the field trying to help Umyo, but this time was really tight. Didn't go for the catch.
Yeah, it sort of went into an extra cover position just outside the circle, and nobody was able to even get a chance at it. This is another big catching chance, and it's an awkward one for the keeper, who ends up not even laying a glove on it. Well, they've got to help themselves here, Umyo. They've created 2 wicket-taking opportunities in this first over, and on both occasions, no one's put a glove or a finger on either of them.
That's quite disappointing from Majid, because he's a very, very good wicket-keeper. Just didn't judge it well.
Game does always look easy from the commentary box, but when you're bottom of the league and you're winless, you have to take opportunities like this. So both batsmen have had a life. Although it does remind me of something you see on cricket tours when there's the idea of being fined for making mistakes. You always hear this jokingly said, can you be fined for dropping a catch if you technically never put any hands on it in the first place? And again, Hassan straying, 3rd wide of the over.
Yeah, 19-year-old, he shouldn't be tired. He's just not keeping his shape.
He's falling away a bit.
Yeah. He needs the support from the fielders. It's making it count.
It's better from Hassan, but it's hit hard through deep mid-wicket. Well stopped out there by Pradeep Mishra. Oh, could have been a run out on the second, and they took the chance there that it wasn't going to be a direct hit from long on. Pakistan's good. Well, in a way, I'm almost not quite sure how they still haven't yet lost a wicket.
Yeah, it beats me. I mean, it's just that Umyo doesn't want a wicket.
And that's almost nicked as well. So Hani Hassan's first over concedes 11, but that really does not tell the full story. And Pakistanska are somehow getting out of that first over 11 without loss.
Yeah, very, very eventful over. I really wish the score was more like 8 for 1 or 8 for 2 rather than it's 11 for 0.
Yeah. Well, nobody likes a favourite, do they? Nobody likes a team that just keeps winning.
Yeah, no, but they are very, very good. It's not just in the ECS, in T10, but even in the longer formats, they're very good. Pakistanska is a team that's been doing really well over the years.
They're one of the big dogs of cricket in Stockholm, aren't they?
Yeah.
There's Pradeep Mishra. Chowdhury has finally gone. Well, they could have taken about 4 wickets already, but they've got one. Farhan Chowdhury out for 4 or 4. It's not the first time in this innings that he's mistimed it through the covers, but finally he perishes. Pradeep Mishra gets the break for it. Catch held on to nicely out there, and it's 11 for 1.
Yeah, what I like the most is Umyo is really focused, not just thinking about the wicket they've got, but they're also kind of planning what they will do next, which is nice to see. I mean, when we were playing in the last match, they were really going with the motion. And I just feel that they have a lot more strategy this time, because with Pakistanska, if you're not applying yourselves well, they will just run you over.
Yeah, we've seen that. You've got to really play well to give Pakistan a good game. Botshika had the game of their lives yesterday. 75 for 6 was all they managed to scramble, but then they nearly defended it, particularly with the ball and in the field. What would you say is the most vulnerable, as we see coming to the wicket now, to try and rebuild this Pakistan's innings early on? Khalil Jalali setting up to face. Just interested to get your thoughts. What do you think is the most vulnerable part of this Pakistanska team in terms of batting, bowling, fielding?
Yeah, I would say that. Okay, let's talk about that after this ball.
Wide full toss, and maybe lucky that it's Jalali's first ball, because that means it goes for 1 rather than 4 or 6.
Yeah, so to your question, I think it's a little bit about how they kind of sometimes want to overachieve. They feel that they can score about 200 runs in 10 overs, and at that, there's always a chance that you crack in. That's a good one.
Yep, that should be the first boundary of this over, and in fact it's not just that, it's the first 6 of this innings, helping it on round the corner. Wasn't the best delivery, a leg stump half volley, and he's sort of chipped it up, Samir Ali Khan. It's an unorthodox way to put it away, but it's very effective.
And just maximizing the wind, making sure you're at the right place, putting the bat at the right place, and then just maximizing with the wind.
Yeah, the wind is also a very good point. It is sort of a crosswind, isn't it? Oh, smashed that into his own pad, and well, I still don't think that gets in the top 20 all-time worst ECS LBW appeals, but it's not a good one. This side-on angle will show you. He's absolutely whacked that into his front pad, and all of the offside have gone up with utter conviction. The only slight impediment to that being the laws of cricket. That's hit away from Samir Ali Khan, and it's going to get 2 this time and settle for that. Who would you... Oh, well, they're thinking of 3, and they are going to get 3.
There's a chance. Mark.
Oh, that is terrible running. Well, they took 3. You never thought that it was on, and that is suicidal. Just watch them here. There was always a comfortable 2, but then there is a decision from...
Yeah, it's just that there's no communication between the batsmen.
Well, he turns around, and suddenly he's got Samir Ali Khan running at him, and Khalil Jalali is run out for 1 off 1 by his partner. It's chaotic calling, to put it charitably. End of the second over, 22 for 2, and that is a throwaway wicket.
Absolutely. And honestly, there was a third. It's just that the batsmen were not communicating. They're not looking at each other. A very, very weak throw from the boundary.
No.
But Umia won't complain now. They'll call this as a strategy.
Well, take what you can get, particularly when you're bottom of the league and you're playing top of the league. Just watch here. Samir Ali Khan's running at him, and suddenly Khalil Jalali realises that they're not settling for 2. It's lazy running, and well, we've mentioned it a lot of times on commentary, both today and in previous days. It can make such a difference. Turned away for 1 this time, so Usama Chowdhury is off the mark. He's just come to the wicket to join Ali Khan there.
And the other thing was that, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. And what we saw there was the batsman wasn't running in a straight line. He was going around.
Yeah, he ran about 28 yards, didn't he, rather than 22. Went the long way round. 2 overs gone. Well, even for the ECS, it truly is all happening here. 21 for 2. We've got run-out chaos, dropped catches, ball being miscued. Bit of licorice, all sorts cricket. That's what we bring you. So, third over to be bowled by Amir as try and keep the pressure on. How do you play a delivery like that?
For starters, just look at the ball. I just it just feels that you're not even, that's... I mean, if he's a very good batsman, if he just had, exactly what he's practicing now. If he just followed that angle, he would have played it much, much better.
Do you see a lot of players trying to hit outside off through the leg side, and it's rarely
that's a good bounce.
Choice. Yeah, that's the first real bouncer we've seen that I can remember today where someone's properly dug it in short. And well, you'd be able to tell us better than most as a batter on this. It rears up off that concrete, doesn't it?
In fact, that was my first ball. Amir bowled a bouncer, very good bouncer to me. So he's really good at that. Really surprises you.
That's it. Another short one. Not quite as good as short one, but get away with only conceding a single. So .1, which is good at any time in T10, but in the power play in particular, is exceptional. He's got long on and square leg out, so he knew that he had a bit of protection for the short stuff.
Nice.
Just jabbed away, a bit of timing. Well, it's not always about power, the ECS. That's a good touch shot from Ali Khan to get off strike. I could hear you sort of purring there like a cat
Yeah.
in appreciation at that point.
I mean, what I like most about Amir is really mixes it up. He knows the batsman, what they're thinking, and he's really applying himself really, really well. Slower one.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than
Yeah.
anything else, and Isama Chowdhury a bit fortunate there. This side on will show you, well, he's shimmying down.
Knowing Osama, I think he's thinking about his Mr. Six. He's not thinking about anything being lucky. He's just Mr. Six.
Well, he could well have been out. Last ball with a very tidy over from Hosseini. He should only concede one, bar a fielding disaster, and he does only concede one. So just 4 runs off the final over in the power play. Pakistan's get 25 for 2 off 3. The men in black go to swap round. Your men in black for this game, Mashur Akif and Bilal Munir. Adrian van der Dries is your third umpire. Pretty even power play, would you say?
Yeah, and is this the lowest they have scored in the power play, Pakistan's? I mean, I just feels like this is the lowest Pakistan's have scored in the power play.
I think you might well be right. Well, actually, again in the Botshirka game where they nearly messed that up, they were 14 for 1 or 3. But you're quite right. Apart from that, every other power play they've been up in high 30s towards the 40s at this point.
Yeah, I know. They won against us in 5 overs, so I know.
I wasn't going to mention it. Hani Hassan on again, and that is a lovely piece of bowling from Hani Hassan. He's only 19, but he's a real prospect, this lad, isn't he?
Oh yes, I've been playing him since he was 16, and he's really picked up pace over the 3 years, and you know he's really looking good for the future. Nice, low one,
away.
And that's a good catch.
Straight to short fine leg. Well, you say it's a good catch. I mean, I feel like you might be a touch charitable in your praise, Kaushik.
I am.
That's. I mean, if you're not taking that, you're not taking many. That was dinked straight at him. He was just trying to work it through a very fine leg, and it was clever by Hassan because he just held the ball back, knowing that that was the sort of shot that had been manoeuvred into place. So that is the end of Samir Ali Khan. He's gone for 13 of 10. And Pakistanska are 25 for 3.
Well, you know, I say good catch because the number of catches being dropped that we've seen over the games, it's just unimaginable.
Yeah.
I mean, you can blame the wind a little bit, but still.
No, you're quite right. Any catch that's taken in the ECS is a good catch.
Yeah.
But yeah, one of the more simple ones.
Oh,
we were
absolutely.
joking yesterday about sort of like obviously it is the Olympic scene, diving and degrees of difficulty. It would be very low for that one. Here is Hani Hassan, and that's beaten him, gone straight through, and that will be the first bye of the innings. Sama Chowdhury was on strike because they crossed, so Waka Hassan will now face for the first time.
But Majid somehow seems to be very, very tired because this is not something that he'll miss ever. And this is not helping the bowler. He's doing really, really well. You have to back him up.
Yeah, I mean, it is, I should say as well, it's very hot out there. Well, this is another debate we've had in the commentary box. Inside out cover drive, and that's going to be 1. It sort of depends on whether you think it's very hot, depending on where you're from. I'm from London, so you get into the mid-20s and you're thinking it's hot. Of course, if your origins are maybe from the subcontinent or even from continental Europe, you know, a fair bit of our crew from Spain who are like, well, it's all right, you know. But coming back to Majid Mustafa, he kept against you guys, Stockholm, and then he batted for 10 overs.
Yeah, that's probably the reason.
That's a good bouncer from Hani Hassan. So he's done 10 overs of wicket keeping. Then he batted most of the innings for his 24 of 18, and now he's come straight back out there and is keeping again. So it's not easy, is it?
Oh, not at all. Not at all. I mean, and for the hot weather, I mean, I think nobody in Stockholm would really complain for this. Maybe in cricket, some people, but not in Stockholm otherwise. Nice lower one.
He's got just enough of this to get it over the head of cover. And he's going to pick up 2 here. Sama Chowdhury. Not overly convincing. He's on to 6 of 8 now. End of the 4th over. And it's 29 for 3. So in a game that really should be proper sort of David versus Goliath stuff, right now, you'd have to say Umia, they're more than holding their own, aren't they, Kaushik?
Absolutely, absolutely. And this is what we've been, kind of looking forward to. You don't want them, Pakistanska, to just overrule the game, just score like 70 runs in 6 overs and things like that. So Umia is doing really, really well. I just hope Amir continues the good form that he's shown in bowling. Mixing it up, and if he chips in another wicket in this over, then Pakistanska would be really, really in trouble. They would be thinking, we're not getting 130, 140, and they'll go for everything, and that will not help their cause.
Yeah, you just sense here, maybe this has got the makings of an upset. Maybe, just maybe. 5th over starts. And that's short cut away nicely by Waqas Hassan. And he's going to get his first boundary. It wasn't the best delivery. It was there to have his hands thrown at it. And he did that nicely.
It's a very, very good shot. His first movement was to go away from the ball, but still he managed to make a good connection. And that's, even with this slow outfield, the connection was very good to take it away.
Yeah, you do sometimes see players trying to still force a delivery like that through the leg side, but as you rightly pointed out, eventually he went with the angle of the ball and got his reward. Whacked away.
Is that a catch? It just didn't go for it.
Oh, it's gone for 4. Well, that really shouldn't be going for 4. That is a poor piece of fielding from Pradeep Mishra. We always try and, well, not make excuses, but account for the context and the circumstances. But Pradeep Mishra had a dilemma to make about taking the catch or taking the stop. And to be frank, he just didn't fancy getting down, making the long barrier and possibly getting hit by the ball to save the boundary. And, well, he's been immediately ejected from long on, but I don't quite understand why he's been moved just to long off, because sort of not really solving the problem. He's still fielding on the boundary for you.
And that's a very, very good slow one.
That's a comically slower ball.
Yeah.
A slower ball. But just coming back to Pradeep.
I mean, he's actually a much better fielder than what he showed there. And I was hoping that he'll make another step forward and take the catch, because he just totally got confused there, which is very, very unlike Pradeep.
Shorter, not able to make contact, Waqas. He's tried to hit that to the moon and back.
Yeah. Just trying to hit the balls very, very hard instead of looking at the timing.
I'm actually not necessarily sure he was looking at the ball as it passed the bat. He was trying to hit it so hard. You can see his eyes and his head go.
Oh, that's very good.
Nicely bowled, and great fielding of his own bowling as well there from Hossaini. Desperate to protect his figures like any good bowler.
Yeah, and it feels like Amir is trying to do everything. If they win this is going to be a lot because of Amir.
Short. Missed time though.
Yeah, it did sound well.
That will only be 1 out to long on. Nice fielding on the half volley out there for the man who's replaced Pradeep Mishra out there. So end of the 5th over, and Pakistanska are struggling a bit, the defending champions. They always seem to somehow find a way to win. They got 16 off the last 3 balls against Butshirka the other day, but they're in a bit of a pickle here, 38 for 3.
Yeah, this is definitely not very, very unlike Pakistanska. But like you said, they have always found a way out. But Umia just has to keep their head still. 5 more overs to go. They can't mess this up now.
And that's been the problem, hasn't it, for Umia? Every time they've got in a tight scenario, the pressure moments of this T10 tournament, it hasn't gone their way.
Yep.
And it has happened consistently enough to be a pattern.
Yep.
It's got to be acknowledged. So the 6th over is going to be bowled by Kaya Mia. Mia, who got a bit of tap this morning, went for 25 off his 2 overs against Stockholm.
Yeah, Vinod took a liking to him, really.
And when Vinod Chalindra takes a liking to your bowling, good luck with the figures. Oh, little nick, and gone. It's a 4th one for Umya. Well, Waqas Hassan is now out for 10 off 8. Pitch up, nick off. And it is yet another caught behind today for Majid Mustafa, who's had quite a few of them now. I make that to be the 5th already. 38 for 4.
Wonderful. And the best part of this dismissal was the batsman walking even before the umpire had given him an out, which is so nice to see.
Yep. Don't see it too as often as one might like.
Yep.
So I take it then, because of course that is one of the great debates of cricket, that you're very much a walker then, Kalshay.
Oh yes, and in fact, even I got out like this. Majid took my catch, so one of the 5 victims is me today. So
Well, again, yeah, I remembered that specifically. I didn't want to. I'm very aware the game always looks easy from the commentary box, so I wasn't going to try and rub it in. But the general theme is that today, if you've got Majid Mustafa in your Dream 11 team, if you're playing fantasy in the subcontinent, he's racking up those catch points for you. But yeah, we'll clip that out for when you absolutely smash one at a key moment in the quarter-final and don't walk, Kalshi.
Oh, I'll make sure of that.
No, I'm only just saying that completely in jest. But you do see it sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, you do hear nicks that are audible from the commentary box here at Deep Long On, and somebody doesn't walk. And it happens. Of course, it is up to the umpires at the end of the day to make their decision.
Yeah.
So it's nudged away by Ali off the bowling of Mia. So Hamid Raja Ali is off the mark.
Is that a no ball?
I think this is a no ball. Oh dear. Well, this is not good cricket. It's a no ball because of not having enough fielders outside the circle.
Poor. It's really poor.
Yep, that's why. So they only had 3 up in the ring. And, well, again, when you're winless and you're scrapping to get a victory, you just can't afford. I'm not sure whether it's actually to do with number of fielders or having 3 behind square on the leg side, because they had a very fine leg on the fence, deep backward square leg on the fence, and then a short fine leg in on the 45. I think that it may well have been that, in fact.
That's a good shot.
Smeared away 4 more through mid-wicket, so the no ball proves very, very costly. The next ball goes for 4. Usama Chowdhury into double figures, and you have to feel a little bit here for the bowler in Kaimir, because that no ball was not necessarily his fault so much as his captain's in terms of how they've got the field set, and now they're really paying the penalty.
Yeah, and Usama will take a lot of confidence with that shot, and it was a good connect. He had the license to go for it, so really heaved it well.
So maybe that can give him the confidence to get going now. Chowdhury, his first boundary. That's a wide from Mia, who's got to try and reset himself here.
Nice to see that the ball is still swinging.
Yeah, it is. They don't normally swing for this long. Inside out, catching chance. Long off coming in. Drops it. Oh, caught on the rebound by the other fielder. Oh, it's a tag team effort. That is extraordinary. So Pradeep Mishra drops the catch, trying to take it above his head. And Arslan Bajwa says, no problem. I'll scoop it up myself. Just look at Bajwa. Bajwa's initially ducking for cover as Mishra tries to take it. Pops out and actually says, you know what, I'll have this on the rebound. 45 for 5. Usama Chowdhury gone in the most extraordinary circumstances.
Clearly, Umi is coming together as a team. Even in the catching, they can't just make it happen with one player.
Well, where do you start with that? We've seen some catches in the ECS, but that is quite something. So Pakistan's in all sorts of strife. It's smeared away across the line by Raja Ali. They think of 2, but they don't want a run out at this stage, so they decide against it. Jamal Awan comes out to bat. He's only been needed to bat once in this tournament in that Botshirka game, but he is a capable player in his own right, and that is one of the reasons why Pakistanska is such a strong side. They've got a lot of depth. That will be a dot for Mia, who's got just one ball of his spell to complete. Right now he's sitting on some exceptional numbers, 2 for 8.
It's probably one
Of
of
his
the
over,
best.
pardon me.
Yeah, yeah. Probably one of the best overs. I don't know how many people have taken.
Yeah, we've seen a few 2 in and over. I
Okay.
can't remember any 3 yet here in Stockholm.
Yeah, the chance now.
Could well be 3 wickets in and over though if this catch is taken. Oh, he's dropped it. He's dropped it. Well, he took the tag team catch with Mishra in the previous one. This time, Pradeep Mishra at long off coming in, got completely out of the way. He said, I'm leaving it to you, Arsalan Bajwa. And Arsalan Bajwa just couldn't complete the job. He had about 3 or 4 goes at this, much like someone at a breakfast buffet. He just kept going back in, but in the end couldn't get what he wanted. 47 for 5 after 6 overs. An extraordinary over from Kai Mir. We had a bit of everything. A no ball due to too many fielders being not in the circle. 2 wickets, that drop catch. It ends up conceding 9 and bringing 2 wickets.
You know, Pradeep should have really returned the favor. He should just been close to.
I was thinking that actually. Yeah, Pradeep was not even in the same postcode this time. Completely left Bajwa to it. And the 7th starts with more nice bowling. This time from Sishan Haider. And well, if you're maybe just tuning into this for the first time and you've heard how we previewed this match, you might be watching Umia thinking, how are this team bottom with 5 losses? You know, they've been given this moniker by a few of us of the best ever winless ECS team, which is of course a tag they'll want to lose. Saeed with 6th wide of the innings, first of his spell.
He's using a lot of shoulder. Just needs to keep the line right. The length is very good.
Now this is a key moment in the game because Abid Saeed is the 5th bowler. So often that can be decisive in ECS matches. It's a better delivery, just turned away, and it will only be 1. So Hani Hassan up top has conceded just 15 from his 2, picked up a wicket. Hussaini, he's only gone for 13 from his pair. Mia will come back to bowl his 2nd after his first was very impressive. Mishra again will come back, but these 2 overs from Saeed could well make all the difference, because often you can have a tight innings, but then the 5th bowler goes for 25 or 30 from there too, and that totally changes the game. And he's bowled into the pad of Ali there. He's got away with not being whacked away. They've scrambled a single.
Felt like it swung a bit.
Even with a direct hit would have been okay. Field changing now for the right-hander.
Omi is showing a lot of energy on the field, which is great to see even after not being on the points table.
Short, not the best delivery, but whacked away by Ali. What a good shot that is. He's blasted that through square leg for 6. Well, that is how you release the pressure. Just the 2nd 6 of the innings.
He's just shown everybody else it's not about killing the ball, just trying to destroy the ball, but it's about timing it. And he really waited for the ball there and made a very, very good connection.
Yeah, he just rocked back. Wasn't in a rush to hit it. The timing was very, very good indeed. So Pakistanska fighting to grab what they can here. Jamal Owan, his first 6 of this ECS, mentioned that he is a capable hitter. Again, this time steps a long way across, but the backward square leg stops it, keeps it at 1. So Pakistanska just trying to make the most of the scoring opportunities that the 5th bowler Saeed is providing. He's gone for 10 with 1 ball left of this over. Field changes for the left-hander Ali. That's going to be leg byes, I believe. The bat was fair way from it.
I think the bounce.
Maybe he got a bit of glove on
exactly.
it, actually. So 58 for 5 off 7. Ali keeps the strike. Do you remember that you can chip in on the live chat? YouTube page for ECN European Cricket Network. You've got to be a subscriber to do so. If you subscribe within 5 minutes, you'll be able to get in and start giving us your thoughts about what's going on. It's great to see it being such a hive of activity. Said Sanka Katori says something about the climate makes these catches too hard. Now you've actually been out there. You've played a few games so far.
Yeah.
Is there anything we're missing from the box that is making it difficult just after this ball, the first of the 8th to be bowled by Kaya Mir, whose first over was an extraordinary mix of everything, and well, now we can chuck in a delivery that almost shaved the leg stump.
No, I think Sasanka makes a good point. He himself plays for Dio Garden, so he knows the weather here very well. It's the wind that you have to really compensate for. When the ball is kind of arriving to your hands, you have to really look at the ball very, very closely. It moves a lot.
Swung away by Ali, who will think of 2 here. Ali wants to, but he's sent back by a 1. The big old stop sign. Now, you're an ECS cricketer. I realise you don't represent all of them, but what is it with this big old stop sign, but the disdainful "I refuse to look at you or acknowledge your existence," or even think to maybe say this? What is it about the stop sign that people... Is everyone just a traffic director in their spare time? Inside out, hasn't got all of it, catching chance running back, and that is a good take.
Very well judged.
Had to run back from point there, and he holds on. So Umya have got a 6th wicket. Pakistanska are now 59 for 6. Jamal Lawan, who was, well, he looked like he was going to try and go for his favoured leg side. In the end, decided to go with the ball inside out through the covers. Didn't get anywhere near enough of it, and yet another one bites the dust.
Yeah. And I think this is the way to really catch these when it goes high in the air. Really keep looking at the ball right till the very end. Very, very well taken by.
Just spearing into the pads, flipped away. They're going to think of 2. They won't just think of 2, they'll take 2. And they will just about get there. I think that is good hard running. It was hit into a gap between 2 boundary sweepers, and if you go hard in that situation, you are normally getting there.
Yeah, committed to making the 2, unlike what we saw in the beginning of the match.
A lot of people in the YouTube chat discussing what might be enough for Pakistanska.
That's the beauty of Pakistanska. Their bowling lineup is really, really good. So in the camp, that's.
Well, they've tried a 2 this time, but there wasn't 2 there. So Moeen Fajr Ali is out for 10 off 9. Just trying 1-2 too many. The problem with this one is he'd hit it straight to the sweeper at deep mid-wicket. And also he's probably tired from running quite a few hard ran 2s and singles in his innings. Just ran out of steam. So Pakistanska fraining 64 for 7. Now at the end of the 8th over. They are in all sorts of trouble, and they're actually taking wickets so quickly, that our poor old scorers are, well, they're doing their best to keep up. The scoreboard will tick over in a second, I've got no doubt. It's always difficult scoring in a batting collapse like this, and this is a proper batting collapse from Pakistan. They are falling about in a heap here. So Zuhair Azam, who's the new batter. That will be a wide from Mia, who in terms of entertainment value across the 2 overs he's bowled, it's got to be up there.
Absolutely. I think he deserved a 5-wicket haul there. He got a little bit unlucky, but he's done really, really well for his team.
He's still got 1 ball left to get a 4-fer. We haven't seen one of those at this ECS. Well, he might well get a 4-fer. He has got a 4-fer, caught at point, another well-judged catch at point, and he's finished with 4 for 14, Kaya Mir. He's ripped through the Pakistanska middle order. They are 63 for 8, trying to go inside out here. It was Abdullah Khalil who had just walked to the wicket, but he's gone for a golden duck, trying to hit their way out of trouble, Pakistanska. And suddenly the defending champions are in all sorts of trouble. 63 for 8 at the end of the 8th over. What a spell from Kiyomiya. If the catching was better, as you rightly alluded to, it could have been, as the Australians called it, a Michelle. But we're into the penultimate over. Zishan Haider is set to bowl it, and Pakistanska are set to be in for a real dogfight to keep this unbeaten record.
Yeah. So two overs to go, I suppose.
Yep.
Yeah. And what's the lowest that the Pakistanska have got this year?
That is a very good question. So in this tournament so far, 101 for 7, 97 for 6, 70 for 1 in a chase, 57 for 3 in a chase, and then 77 for 6 in a chase. So quite right to point that out. Well on for their lowest score when batting, all 10 overs by quite a distance, as that's nudged away for a single. They think of 2. Zubair Aslam was interested, but Bilal Mohammed, the captain, was quite content to jog to the non-strikers and just sort of grumpily lean on his bat. You can just see by that left hand. We'll see it when we go to the shot ahead of the next ball. He sort of stood there as if to say, what am I doing here? Flicked away down through fine leg. Well, that is going to be a valuable 4 for Zubair Aslam and Pakistanska. Trying to scramble anything that they can possibly get here. And just making the mistake of falling onto the pads. And he did put it away nicely.
Yeah, just the bowler also just kept following the batsman instead of utilising the room that the batsman had given him.
Well, yeah, had he managed to get that one outside off, it's almost certainly going to be a dot. Just loving Bilal Mohammed, the Pakistanska captain's expression at the non-striker. You can see him there with his bat, his left hand on his tips, as if to say, why am I here? I should not be batting. I'm batting 10 in a T10 game. I should not need my pads on. What has happened? Swing and a miss for Zubair Aslam. Just watch Bilal.
Yeah.
It's just priceless. I mean, it's these little things that you live for in cricket. He's a very cheerful, chirpy sort of character, but his general demeanour, having gone out there, is why am I here?
It's a good catch.
He's got hold of this one. He'll get 1 out to long off, well fielded by Pradeep Mishra. So they've got just 8 balls left to scramble what they can, and Bilal Mohammed is getting an unlikely and dare I suggest somewhat unwanted first bat of the tournament. Good bouncer and nicely played by Bilal Mohammed. Thinking of 2, and again goes to the big old stop sign. So talk to us about this stop sign. I know you don't represent all ECS batters, Kaushik. What is it with the stop sign?
And now sitting in the commentary box looking at it, it just makes you laugh. It's a good catch. It just comes naturally, I guess. I don't know. It's very difficult to defend that.
So sort of slightly slower
Slower,
bouncer
yeah,
from
yeah,
side, deliberately done. Now that's not too bad for Umair. We mentioned that he was the 5th bowling option, Abid Saeed. He's managed to get through his 2 overs whilst conceding 18. So they're 70 for 8 with 1 left, and he's done his job pretty well there.
Yeah, what I've liked the most about Umair's whole match is that, or the innings, they've really mixed the bowling very well. They've really learned from what mistakes they did yesterday, even against us. They were really mixing it well, and they have now taken it one notch above. So just finished well.
Well, the man charged with finishing it off is the man who had the, shall we say, the less impressive of the 2 roles in the dropped catch caught on the rebound by his teammate Job. Pradeep Mishra back for his 2nd. Swinging a miss outside off from Bilal Mohammed. To be fair, Bilal Mohammed can do what he wants with this last over, because if he comes in and any of his teammates dare to criticise his performance, he's got 2 defences, which is number 1, I bat number 10, I shouldn't be out here, and number 2, I'm the captain, you're dropped. He's nudged away, he's content to take a single, and that makes sense because Zubair Aslam has demonstrated some hitting capabilities. Of course, you'll be back out on the park for game 3.
which is against Botshirka. Looks like a pretty even match based on what we've seen so far. I'm excited to see when you bat as to whether you'll be mindful of that in regard to the old stop sign if you are running.
Yeah, if I do use it, I'll definitely look at the com box.
Hit down the ground. Well, I was going to say he was looking to hit down the ground. It's come off the inside edge. They think of 2, but it's not there. So the thing with the stop sign, I love for it. It's not that. So if you're going to say no and put the hand out and look at them, I get that. Makes total sense. The thing that really makes it comedic genius is the whole looking to the side, not saying anything, and just doing the old. It's the whole I don't acknowledge your existence at all. I'm merely disgusted that you've not hit the ball for 4 or 6, so we had to consider running in the first place. So,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, these are the idiosyncrasies of our beautiful game. You just don't, yeah.
Absolutely. Can Bilal Mohammed produce something more than the singles he's been nudging so far? Well, he does try something bigger, and he's surely going to get run out by the bowler's end by a country mile. Yes, he does. Well, Zubair Aslam understandably said, I need the strike for the final ball, so just ran at him. And Bilal Mohammed unselfishly takes his run out for the team. He's run out for 3 off 6, and with 1 ball left, Pakistanska are 72 for 9.
Could we be seeing all-out Pakistanska? Is that
Very, very possible, yeah.
that no one would have imagined when the match started that.
Absolutely not, and huge credit to yeah. Well, we've been talking about what a good team they are despite not winning a game. Could beat the defending champions. Smashed away through the covers though. That is going to help the defending champions. The last possible scoring opportunity of this innings, and they've grabbed a boundary from it, so they'll finish on 76 for 9. That is a lovely shot from Zubair Aslam, who finishes on 10 off 6 and very much justifies the decision to run that by the ball before. So Pakistanska closing on 76 for 9, but still an under-par score.
Absolutely.
So looking back on this innings, well, they just never got going, did they?
No, not at all. I mean, this is very, very unlike Pakistanska. They have very, very good batsmen all around, and they make sure that if one goes away, the other one takes the mantle. But this time it was, no one could kind of time well, play their natural game. Very, very few shots. I don't know how many sixes, maybe 3 or 2?
2 sixes
Yeah.
and 5 fours in the innings, which...
Yeah. It felt like Umio was batting rather than Pakistanska batting. It's just it's exactly the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, that's in some ways maybe a slightly harsh comment, but also harsh but fair.
Yeah.
Khalil Jalali run out here for 1, and that sort of summed up the scrambled mindset of what we saw from Pakistanska. Nobody really got going. That was chipped straight to short fine leg, charitably described by my co-commentator as a good catch. What was certain is it was a successful one, and that is the most important thing. Cut away here by Usama Chowdhury, but they just couldn't ever get a partnership, could they, in the innings, really?
No. And some very poor fielding there from Pradeep, which was very, very, very unlike him. And, Amir continued to impress throughout the innings. Very good bowling, very good fielding, running around the pitch. That's a nice move, batsman walking.
Yeah, you were very pleased to see that. It doesn't always happen. Of course, batsmen are not under any particular obligation under the laws of cricket, but that's when you get into spirit of cricket and all that kind of discussion. And nobody really, at any point, provided any kind of counter-punching. There was a lot of desire to hit. In fact, pretty much everybody tried to hit their way out of trouble, and no one did it successfully, did they?
Yeah, I mean, it felt like Umio gave 76 runs rather than Pakistanska made 76 runs. It's just felt Pakistanska never got going.
And Kaya Mir's spell in the middle, 4 for 14 off his 2 overs. We're seeing the highlights of it now. He just ripped through that middle order, didn't he?
Absolutely. If the fielders had supported him, he definitely had a fifer there. Michelle, like you said.
Yeah, they tried to come back for 2 here. A suicidal run out. Mohammed Faji Ali gone for 8 off 8. The wickets just kept tumbling.
Yeah, and what you see there, he's wearing a 3-3-3, which is Gale-like, and he was running Gale-like. Another scoop in the air. This was another good catch.
Yeah, just couldn't really at any point break the momentum that Umye have built up. I was just glancing through the scorecard there. There wasn't a partnership worth 20 in the entire innings. This was the run out of the penultimate ball. The captain, Bilal Mohammed, gone. And, well, a tiny bit of a consolation at the end. And Super Aslam hit the last ball of the innings for 4. So, at the midway point, thank you very much to Kaushik Vats for joining us. So we'll be back for the second innings. Looking through the card, Pakistanska Freining are in deep, deep trouble here. They've posted a distinctly under par 76 for 9 from their 10 overs. When we come back, it will be the run chase. Umye needing a modest 77 to win, but we know from their winless tournaments so far and their distinct lack, often at times, of composure with the bat in key situations, that this game is a long way from done. You can guarantee Pakistanska are going to be determined to protect that unbeaten record. We'll see you in just a few minutes for the run chase. You're watching the European Cricket Network. Michael McCann and Kaushik Vats with you. Thank you very much for your company. We'll see you back shortly. Welcome back to Stockholm for what could be one of the great all-time ECS upsets. And I promise you, I'm not overselling that in any way, shape or form. No double glazing salesman about this particular advertisement. You've got the ECS Stockholm defending champions, Pakistanska Förening. They've never lost an ECS match in their 10 games so far. But in seeking to make it 11 without defeat, they're in all sorts of trouble against a team who've lost all 5 of their matches in this tournament. Pakistanska Förening putting up just 76, I should say, for 9 from their 10 overs. A distinctly under par score on a ground where par is probably in the region of 100 to 110. And now who've been so close to a win on so many occasions in this tournament. They've been dubbed by many, including myself, as possibly the best ever winless team we've seen in an ECS. They're going to try and destroy that moniker by grabbing themselves a W. They need 77 to win for an upset victory. Bilal Mohammed, who's been one of, if not the best bowler in this tournament so far, not just for Pakistanska, but across the entire competition, has the ball in his hand. Majid Mustafa, Umia's key batter, has bat in hand. The non-striker's end is Abdullah Abrar, their star all-rounder, and we're ready to go for the run chase. And that's a nice start from Bilal Mohammed, just inside the wide line. I think Mustafa thought it might be called a wide, but it wasn't. Power play time. We've got square leg and long on out, and next to me in the commentary box we've got Stockholm's right-handed master blaster himself, Kaushik Vats. Might well be a wicket from the second ball of the innings. Oh, he's dropped it. He's juggled it and dropped it, Bilal Mohammed. Well, if there's any sign that this might just be Umia's day, their key batter, Majid Mustafa, has got a life. This really should have been taken. It went very high. It wasn't easy. But Bilal Mohammed, the captain, is arguably one of, if not their best fielder, and he couldn't take the C and B.
You know, the word that comes to my mind is belief. Omeo really has to believe in themselves now. This is destiny right now. They just have to apply themselves a little bit more than what they've done so far, and they're getting good chances. 77 is not a huge score to chase.
We know they've been very nervous chasers in this tournament. And they could well have lost a wicket from just the third ball. Oh, it's another drop.
Unbelievable.
Consecutive drops, firstly by Bilal Mohammed and then by his fielder at cover. Well, this is just extraordinary. And the batting dugout are cheering in delight. They can't believe it. Oh dear. Well, that's a more conventional shot, but it's hit straight at point. It is a tight single, but they managed to get home. So both openers off the mark, and both openers dropped in the first 3 balls of this innings.
Yeah, they're just trying to give catches on a platter, and just Pakistanska just doesn't want to make it. It's a bit embarrassing for them right now.
Well, it sounds cruel to say it, but it's true. They're not playing like a team who are undefeated in the ECS, and that is a wide, so that charity will only help Umia even further.
You know, how often do you see the batsman first trying to hoik it on the leg side, and when the ball's gone by, he practices the shot that he should have played?
I am looking forward to you having a bat after this commentary stint, Kaushik. Inside out through point, Abrar will collect an unconvincing single. So a lot of things you pointed out that we're going to be keeping a real close eye on.
Yeah, I think
the hikes through leg, the big old stop sign, the running between the wickets.
Yeah.
Oh dear. You've put a target on your back.
Oh, finally.
Oh,
finally.
They've taken one. They've taken one. Well, it's almost a surprise that they have, but it's a good catch at short, fine leg. He's had to come a few yards round to his right. Well, you did say in the first innings that a good catch in the ECS, with the way the catch has been going down in Stockholm, is any one that's taken. And in this over, that's definitely true, because Pakistanska are now 1 from 3. They've finally held on to one. Bilal Mohammed has his 7th wicket of this tournament, and it is a big early breakthrough. Umia 5 for 1.
they say third time lucky is not bad. So finally they have a catch, and I mean, it's just Umio is still not believing in this match. They're not thinking straight. They're still trying to go for every shot. That's not really required. If they play well, play out the first 3 overs. Even if they play out the first 3 overs, they have a very good shot at with the last 7 overs as well. But so far, not looking good for Umio.
Khalil Jalali to bowl the second. That's it.
That's a
Nice
good
start, and that is a lovely shot. Could well be the first boundary of the innings. Nicely cut off though by Samir Ali Khan. It is of course the power play. They've got 2 out, long on and deep square leg. Abdullah Abrar has been joined at the wicket by another key man for Umio, who was so reliant on their top 3, Amir Hossaini, but got to do it without much of a contribution from Majid Mustafa. It's a rare orthodox forward defence. You don't see that much in the ECS. Just to dot the I's and cross the T's, Mustafa gone for 2 off 4, caught by Mohammed Abdullah off Bilal Mohammed. It's his first single-figure score in the tournament. He's normally been comfortably their best batter. Oh. Huge swipe and a miss from Hossaini. Well, I remember you mentioning this before, the sort of word on the street as such with Umya's batting in terms of how you play them in domestic cricket is you get the top 3 of Abra, Hossaini and Mustafa out, and there's not much else.
Yep. This is the game here.
Smash down the ground straight to Samir Ali Khan, 1 to long on. Is that a fair?
Absolutely. I mean, these 3 guys are the ones that make bulk of the runs for Umio, and this is always the strategy most teams apply against them. I think they also know it. I mean, not to discredit any of the upcoming batsmen, but you know, it's just these 3 are the main batsmen that they have.
It's gone inside out through
That's
the
a
covers, and that's a
good
clever
placement.
shot because there's nobody out on the offside at all. A ring of 5, so it's a pretty intelligent shot. He's looked at the field, looked at where his scoring opportunities are, and that is a nice boundary to bring Umia up into double figures.
Yeah, and this is what's so nice to see. You know, you look at the ball properly, you play right in the gaps. It's not always about hitting 6s. You can make a lot of runs with these nice looking shots as well.
Just jabbed away for 1 by Abra, and well, that is in the most modern of formats, a sort of bit of throwback cricket, really. You do the old hit the 4 and knock it for 1. So 12 for 1 Umya after 2. Abra has 8 of them. Be a good time for him to end his recent run of barren form. And the required run rate, very manageable, 8.1.
Abrar is the key wicket here. He is really in good form. Maybe the scores are not showing that, but he's connecting the ball very well. He just needs to apply himself a little bit more, play out Bilal the right way, not going for, you know, blind shots.
Yeah, you don't see much attritional batting in the ECS, but actually this is a situation where, as you rightly pointed out, you can afford to be a little bit attritional. Or you can just smack it for 6 over mid-wicket. That is a Bizaway super strike. We're going to have to get in touch with our travel partners to fetch that one back for us. It's gone a good 15 metres over the mid-wicket rope. Well, why be attritional when you can smash it for 6? Abdullah Abrar hits the first maximum of the innings.
And I don't know if the camera caught this, but we had a very good catch taken outside the boundary.
It's just jabbed away on the outside edge. Good quick running. Gets them the single. Yeah, the only reason I omitted to mention it is the cameras, just because of how they're up on our scaffolding, couldn't turn around in time. But from a member of the Swedish Cricket Federation out there, that was a nice pouch.
Smart batting.
Just turned away for 1. We do have some members of both the federations, but then also our European Cricket Network team, or the Blue Army as I refer to them, who are somewhat more enthusiastic about taking crowd catches than others. Some who are almost desperate for the ball to come anywhere near them, and some who are desperate for it to stay as far away from them as possible. That's a wild swipe He's just cleared this front leg. He's put the front leg into Malmo, really. Then can't access it. Not really played the line of the ball, a repeated theme we've discussed today. Shorter. He's jabbed for 1 by Abra. He has 16 off 9. You sense he's pivotal.
Yeah, absolutely. And you look at Bilal, he's just not really running with full pace, but still he generates a lot of pace in his bowling. He looks like one of those Pakistani fast bowlers.
And again, he's got this away, but straight to deep square leg. So that's a good set in the power play from Bilal Mohammed. And that's not really of any surprise to anyone that's paid any attention to this competition. So far, he's conceded 15 from his 2 overs. He's picked up a wicket, but when we're 22 for 1 off 3, I don't think we'll be too disappointed by that because they've seen him off with minimal damage.
Yeah, and very close to the required run rate that they needed to have. And Bilal reminds me a lot of Aqib Javed, if you remember, of erstwhile Pakistani fast bowler. He's got the same hairstyle, same bowling action.
Yeah, very languid, isn't he? Sort of a, if Dimitar Berbatov was an opening bowler, famous Bulgarian footballer who wasn't exactly known for covering every blade of grass because that wasn't his style, but my goodness me was he good to watch. Started the 4th.
Oh, that's a very good ball.
That is nice from Zubair Aslam. Zubair Aslam, he's already had a real impact on this game. He hit 10 not out of 6 balls with 2 fours, which might not sound like much, but in a low-scoring affair, could yet go on to make all the difference.
And I think he's created a lot of doubt in Amir's mind, the way the ball swung in.
Now, I wonder if he goes for a cross seamer, one that holds its line. He goes for that big in-swinger again, and that nearly had possibly had leg stump disturbed.
It's very nice to see him having a good control over the ball. It's very difficult to maintain that shape when you're swinging it so wildly.
Yeah, we do see a lot of bowlers that struggle to control the moving ball, but he's not having any problems like that thus far. But again, that's in a very nice channel. Now, Hussaini is a player that co-commentator for the run chase in first game of the day. Michael Boosley had quite a bit to say about. A capable player, but one that too often veers from one extreme to the other, either blocking the ball or trying to hit it into the next district. That is a nice looking cover drive for 1. He has 4 off 9. I would say his focus here has just got to be on getting bat on ball and leaving it to Abra.
Yeah. He just needs to rotate the strike more often. Abra is a much better striker.
And sometimes it's just about taking the ego out of the way that you bat and saying, well, actually, it's not about me, it's about the team. He's a better hitter. Let him face more balls. That being said, Abra can't lay bat on that either, and that look back and the lean upwards towards the heavens in frustration. It's an emotion we can all relate to.
Yeah, but you just have to give credit to the bowler there. He's really mixing it up well there. Bowled really good in-swingers now, and Aslam, yeah.
He's gone for 1
Yeah.
off 5 balls. We haven't seen a maiden this week. I can't remember many overs, if any, that have gone for 1.
Oh.
Was one from Sridhar Pokala, comes to mind. So end of the 4th, and that over has conceded just the single, and that has turned the pressure cooker up a few notches in the oven. Hussaini not really able to make contact, so only at 23 for 1 of 4. The run rate behind a runner ball, the required run rate's up to 9. Is this the point at which they have to think of being more aggressive?
Yeah, I think they're just making it difficult for themselves. They have a much better batsman on the other side. They're just not rotating the strike. They're creating a lot of pressure on themselves. Just need to apply. Just play the ball to its merit, not try to hit 6 every ball.
We've got some news from the toss for you as well for the game coming up. Stockholm have won the toss against Botshirka, and their captain Chenanali has decided he's going to have a bat in that game, which is coming up
in just under an hour or so's time, and the man to my right will be in action. So we'll see if he's as good at playing as he is at commentating. So that's attempted to be turned away for one by Hosseini, who can't quite do so. Certainly had plenty to say about other batsmen's techniques.
You know, like you said, it looks very, very easy when you're sitting in the commentary box.
I'm speaking entirely in jest, of course, but on a more serious note, you're quite right, and it's something we always remind ourselves in here. That's jabbed away for one by Hosseini, who moves on to 5 off 10. It always looks simple here. You never play a bad shot, you never get out. I mean, my co-commentator, one of them, Vinny Sander, always likes to remind me of needling in a jostling way of my moments on a cricket field. It's never easy, and this isn't an easy catch. Running back, yeah, he hasn't been able to lay hands on it. It was just out of the stretch of Jamal Awan.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't an easy catch.
Well, I mean, it probably was going to have to dive to have any chance of getting anything on it.
Yeah.
And it is something that we talk about in conversation. I mean, I still play myself, and I do think it's a good way of reminding yourself of how difficult it is. I think if you don't play, it's easy to forget that.
Absolutely. That's a good shot.
Inside out, shot of the innings so far.
Absolutely.
Gorgeous from Hosseini. Well, that's what he can do when he gets it right. He shimmies down, makes room, and he smashed this through the covers for 4. That is absolutely belted. Great batting.
Exactly where the ball was supposed to be hit. Not trying to hit it on the leg side, playing to the merit of the ball, making a good connection. You know, if you keep your bat straight, you get that much more piece of the ball. And I think that's just exactly what Amir showed us there.
So that just stops the required run rate going into double figures.
That's nice.
And then rotates on the following delivery. So Hosseini into double figures. It's been a pretty good over, regardless of the boundary from Awan. He's still only gone for 7 with 1 ball left.
Abrar is marking his guard. He's just looking around to make sure which is the place that he's going to hike it now.
He's tried to absolutely smash that. I don't think that's caught behind, because I think he's nowhere near it.
That's just aspirational appealing.
He's missed this by a long, long way.
Yeah, I think.
Well, this will show it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Probably under the bat.
So 30 for 1 off 5. Abrar and Hosseini have put together a good partnership since the early loss of Majid Mustafa. They've added 25 off 4 overs for this second wicket, but you'd sense really it's getting towards go time, or certainly start kicking the engine to go a bit faster time, because the required run rate is steepled up to 9.4.
Yeah, I mean 30 and 5 is not a good start. I mean, at least they have wickets in hand, so that's the positive side.
But as we know, the Umya batting has something of a soft underbelly after that top 3, so don't want to be relying much on those that come after this pair. You'd think this pair have got to do the bulk of the work. Zubair back for his second, his first one for just 1.
Oh.
And it's deliveries like that are why.
It's just making it very, very difficult for Umyu right now. He's bowling really well, very good control of the ball, and he's yorking when he wants to. It's as if the ball is just following what he wants it to do.
It's a very difficult delivery to play. I know it might be easy to sit there and think, well, why not get inside the line of that, get out the way of it, it's missing leg stump and take the wide, but when it's swinging late like that, you just can't have the time to think like that. Oh, it's got him, base of the off stump, and it's been coming. It's been a super spell from Zubair Aslam, and there was a sort of a grunt of appreciation from the man to my right. Kaushik Vats, the Stockholm batsman, I think was very pleased to not be facing this himself. 30 for 2, and Amir Hosseini's vigil comes to an end. He's out for 10 off 15. Now an unplayable delivery. It is swinging in, it then hits pretty much the dead top of off stump. That is gorgeous bowling. 30 for 2.
Pakistan's are clearly showing why they are undefeated in the tournament. You know, they're just not buckling to any pressure. They're creating the pressure. They're giving the pressure back to Umyu. unbelievable bowling. Very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, they're defending 76. They got 76 for 9, and they're making it look relatively simple.
I mean, they're just showing.
Very impressive.
They're just showing that even if they had like 10 runs short, it doesn't matter to them. They're really bowling with their hearts out. I mean, 8 balls in just a single given and wicket taken. Unbelievable bowling by Aslam.
Just got such good control. You do often see bowlers who swing the ball in the ECS, but very rarely someone that has anywhere near as much control as he's demonstrating. And again, all he can do is just push that one back, Pardeep Singh. And you can kind of forgive him because it's a decent delivery and he's just come to the wicket.
I think the best result that one can hope for in this situation with the way Zubair is bowling is a single. Just try to tap it around and get a single.
He's done exactly that here, Pardeep, but he's lost his wicket in doing so. Well, that is astonishing athleticism from Zubair Aslam. He's bowled a magnificent spell. Pardeep knocks this into the offside thinking, yeah, of course I've got one. And he turns around to Zubair Aslam, charges after the ball and says, no you don't mate, throws on the spin, direct hit at the bowler's end, out by a mile. Well, that is just brilliant cricket. 30 for 3 now. Pardeep Singh gone for a 2-ball duck. He was trying to do exactly what we discussed, just knock it for 1. And instead, he's run out by miles. So here comes Arslan Bajwa. And he's got to watch out because he's got Zubair Aslam flying into him and causing all sorts of problems, not just with the ball in hand when bowling, but in the field as well.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anywhere a reason to change the laws of the game to give a wicket to the run out, this is the one. This is clearly his wicket.
Yeah, completely agree. Here's to that. Nice in swing again. This
He's got
could be another wicket or could be a 6.
He's got a good meat of it.
It's 6. He's got enough of it. Well, they really needed a pressure release and they've got it there. He's decided he's just got to throw everything at this now, Abdullah Abrar. He's losing partners left, right and centre. The required run rate's heading towards 2 a ball. And it is finally the first 6 of the innings in this, the 6th over.
It's all on to Abrar now. It's him who can make the massive difference.
Last ball of the over. Does he want the strike? A single would do that. Well, no, he's going for a big hit again through the covers, and he's going to get back-to-back boundaries. So Umya, just as they were falling away, have found a response. 2 consecutive boundaries to finish off Zubair Aslam's figures, which had looked so good, but get a bit of a dent at the end. 1 for 11 off 2. Still mightily impressive, though, it should be said. And Umya are 40 for 3 off 6. They've just kept themselves in the hunt. 37 to win off 4.
Very gettable. Very gettable. As long as Abrar is there, definitely gettable. They just have to look at the right balls, play to the merit, and that's what has been a little bit lacking. The other batsman has to make sure that they rotate the strike, give the chance to Abrar.
You mentioned the bowling. Well, nobody's let Pakistanska down in that regard. 1 for 11 for Zubair Aslam, Bilal Mohammed. Tight as always at the top. And well, they're going to have to think about when to bring spin in.
Yeah,
I think they've decided.
Yeah.
I think they've decided now is the time. Samir Ali Khan. So Samir's the 5th bowling option with his little offies, and then Jamal Awan and Khalil Jalali are going to come back for 1 each. So I'd imagine that Ali Khan's going to bowl the 7th and the 9th, and then one of Jalali or Awan will bowl the last, and the other one will bowl the 8th. He's bowling to the new batter, Arslan Bajwa. Gets a low full toss. He's quite content to take 1. It's exactly as you mentioned, all the responsibility here very much on Abrar's shoulders. Oh, that's a big one, but it might not have. It has certainly hasn't gone for 6 and might well be out. Is out. And with that, they might well have secured themselves the game. Sounds premature to say, but the big fish left in this Umya batting lineup on which they were so reliant is gone. Abdullah Abrar out for 27 off 16. When it came off the bat, I can't have been the only person, or maybe I was and I need a new prescription, who thought this is 6, but actually he got really underneath it. And spin provides the breakthrough, 41 for 4.
And it was so nice to see Zubair the way he caught it. If you look at in the replay, he really waited for the ball, looked at it towards the very, very end. I think the replay is just coming up. very closely looking at the ball, moving his hand with the wind, matching it, and then keeping a calm head, and that's the way you do it. Really well done.
Yeah, very good soft hands as well. Clasped it and brought it into his chest. Nudged for one, but singles aren't going to cut it at this stage. Bajvan out, the non-strikers. Mir facing his first ball. Get one through the covers. He was the hero with the ball, Kaya Mir. 4 for 14, the best individual bowling analysis of this tournament so far. Tell you what, I think if he gets his team home from here, he's not going to have to pay for dinner again anytime soon when out with his teammates. Certainly shouldn't be. Bit of a delay for a moment.
A slight discussion between the bowler and the umpire. Not sure what happened there.
Straight up, but this is going to take some catching. In fact, it's going to fall in no man's land. Well, Zubair Aslam had a long way to come in from long on, and the bowler, Samir Ali Khan, had a long way to go back. In the end, nobody lays hands on it, and the recriminations duly start.
Yeah, I think Zubair should have really committed to this. It was an easier catch for Zubair than for the bowler.
It's always much easier coming in
exactly
than it is going back. Of course, because you're able to look up as you're running in and judge the flight of the ball. Speaking of flight, good over of spin this from Ali Khan. Can he get out of it boundaryless? Yes, he can. He shouldn't go for 4, and it won't go for 4. I've seen the odd situation. That's happened in the ECS where a fielder there's end up somehow kicking it over the boundary. Nothing to speak of like that there though. Fielded by Mohammed Ali. 7 gone, 46 for 4, so they're still just about in this. 31 to win off 18. This is what's coming up for you in match 15. Pretty even looking game, but Shirka 3 wins from 5. Stockholm 3 wins from 6. In red, the amount of Dream 11 fantasy points picked up so far. In gold, how much it will cost you to pick them up and put them in your team. Zishan Mahmood and Mohammed Tara key, I should say, for Botshirka, and for Stockholm, well, looking towards Deep Jagan Singh with the ball, and then the all-rounder Achan Vaidya. Of course, Kaushik Vats, his name is there, one of the Stockholm batting department, is next to me. How do you see that one? It looks a pretty even game, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely, and we've played Botshirka quite often, so we're really looking forward to it. We just have to keep the momentum.
So, 8th over of this innings, and coming back as predicted is Abdullah Khalil. Wider of the crease this time. That's that awkward jump late on in his action. And you get a single there. Going to need at least a boundary and over from here. Just going back to looking ahead to that matchup, what's your head-to-head like with Botshirka generally over the last few years?
I think they have a little bit of a better situation than us in terms of winning the games, but you know, we have some new players in our side now, so
it's the effort ball and grunt to go with it as well from Khalil. They're thinking of 2. They turn it down.
Yeah, that would have been suicidal.
Yeah.
So over the last year, I would say the stats have improved towards our favor. But if I look at historically, Botshirka has been a better team.
And who do you think is going to be who do you look at in their team and think of, you know, who's the key wicket you want to get? Who's the best bowler you think they've got in their side?
Yeah, I'll have to look at the playing 11. I missed the playing 11 there.
Beats him outside off, nicely bowled. Zishan Mahmood and Mohammed Tara,
they're
two
always
big ones.
They're always the ones that make a lot of difference. I think they've done very well in ECS this year as well, but overall in SCF also they're doing very well. So they definitely are the ones that to look out for.
For those not familiar, that's Swedish Cricket Federation T20 national comp.
Yes, this year is just limited to T20, but in other years we always have a 30-30 or 40-40 as well.
He's really bending his back here, Khalil. This is a brilliant over that's just ramping up the pressure. Looks to be one of the very quickest bowlers that we've seen so far.
Yeah, yes, and he's really, you know, giving it all. If you look at the way he's running for his run up, he's bringing a lot of energy, and that's actually the momentum that he's generating to, you know, create the pace on the ball. But Umyo has really, I would say, made a mess of it so far.
Whacked away, and this has gone in the gap. It could be a pressure relieving boundary. It is. Well, he's bisected the gap between the square leg and long on sweepers perfectly. They needed a response, and they've got themselves 4 to the total. Past the 50 mark now, 53 for 4.
You know, pace being the downfall there. You know, he basically, the batsman used the pace against the bowler, just making sure that he times it well. Moved his leg outside the stump and, you know, created a space for him.
Now, that just retrieves the over somewhat. A boundary would bring it to being pretty much a level par over. Oh, Dot instead. Oh, he's nicked it, has he?
Yeah.
Yep. Just a slight nick, and he almost gets hit on the rebound as well from the ball being thrown back. Just a tiny schnick on the way through, so he's picked up a wicket that over's certainly deserved. Abdullah Khalil gets his reward. It is 4 and out for Kayan Mia. He's gone for 6 off 7, and Umya in all sorts of strife here. 53 for 5 now after 8 overs.
Yeah, and once again, very good sportsmanship, demonstrating, you know, how you should behave if you've nicked the ball, walking, not waiting for the umpire. And both these teams, so Pakistan Sky and Umyo, they are really nice players. They're very, very friendly, very supportive of each other and also the opposite teams. So it's very nice to see.
So Umya collapsing in a bit of a heap, and they're going to need their middle order, who have really struggled with any score of substance in this tournament, to get them 24 to win off 2. Samir Ali Khan to bowl his second. His first was very tight. This is smeared away through the leg side. It should only be 1. Well, they are going to try and come back for 2, and they get 2. Well, that is good hustle between the wickets. It really shouldn't have been 2. Hani Hassan, who's just come out there, he's known for being a quick scamperer, and he needed all of his scampering abilities here to just about make it in.
They just need to repeat this 11 times.
Simple as that, eh? And this time Bajwa goes down the ground. Again, Hani Hassan wants 2. And again, Hani Hassan gets there. It just shows the difference having someone out there who's a bit of a Johnny Bairstow between the wickets can make.
90-year-old, so the legs are very, very sharp.
Yeah, can make all of the difference. Running that first one hard. Straight back.
And
And he's run out at the bowler's end. Well, that is, given the circumstances, a by no means shameful way to be out. Hani Hassan backing up aggressively because the situation demands it. You can see he leaves his crease, and it's smacked straight back to the bowler by Arslan Bajwa, and he makes no mistake in doing the honours, Samir Ali Khan. So that's unfortunate for Hani Hassan. He's run out without facing a ball, but you'd say his intent in the situation was the right one. 20 to win off 9.
Absolutely, and I think the shots aren't really coming, so they have to make the most of what they can get, and he's made that difference. 2 doubles. It's just that they have to get some boundaries here if they have to make a match out of it.
Comment from Keanu Nolan, who says, on the note of Stockholm's progression, great to see how they've improved from last time. Just 1 win last time in the ECS. Already 3 wins from 6. I'm sure you guys will have been very pleased to see that sort of seem a lot more comfortable on this stage this time around, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, we have had some very good additions, and you have to really thank the board and then the senior members of the team. They have really gone around and, you know, got some very good players. It's all about having the right team and the right mindset and playing together as a team, and which we have done very well this year. So just and now it's just a time of making sure that we maintain that momentum.
Yeah, I know there's a bit of a story to how you got a certain Archand Vaidya in particular. There was about half of Swedish cricket after him at one point.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, he actually was playing in Copenhagen last year, moved to Stockholm this year, and let's talk about that after this ball.
Bajwa on strike. Hyder, new player at the non-strikers, can't make contacts at 20 off 8.
So he's a very modest guy, you know, and when he approached us and he approached a few other clubs, some of the clubs didn't really kind of respond in time.
And again, dug out for just 1. That's not really the ticket for Umya. They think of 2. And there we go. That is the classic.
It's the stop sign without looking. That is the vintage ECS from Arslan Bajva.
Yeah. Yeah, just to round off on the story, and when he joined us, the first thing he asked was, what do I... Oh.
Gone. Another one bites the dust. 58 for 7. It's a golden duck for Haider, and they are falling in a heap, This time, Zishan Haider, the latest victim. He gave himself a lot of room, opened the stumps up, and Samir Ali Khan said, I'll hit them. And he did. 2 for 12 from his 2. Nice pair of overs from Samir Ali Khan. And now need an unlikely 19 to win off the last.
I mean, playing like champs, truly. They have really shown it doesn't matter how much they put on the board. The bowling is so good. They play together as a team. They are hunting in packs. They're doing really, really well. But just to close on the Arjun story, he approached a lot of clubs. Some of the clubs didn't really go after him. They didn't really talk to him or kind of see what he can do. But the modest guy that he is, he actually wanted to play in the lower kind of divisions, and he was asking us what should he do to play in the higher divisions. And basically when we saw him, we were like, no, you are good enough to play in the highest division. So don't underestimate yourself. And I think that's the thing that with him, he's really started to believe in himself, and that's just showing on what he's doing in the ground.
You take him for dinner as well?
Oh, absolutely.
Bit of schmoozing. Last over, 19 to win. Well, they're only going to get... Well, they're not even going to get one. This is an absolute mess. Well, Bajva has said to Sabharwal, I'm having the strike. This is just farcical from where we talked a lot about them being the unluckiest side to go win this in the ECS, but you can't defend cricket like this. Farhan Chowdhury and the Pakistanska sky will just be chuffed to be watching running like this. It is an absolute mess. Good fielding out there by Chowdhury. And yet another one goes. 8 wickets down now. Bajva had decided he was going to have strike no matter what. He forgot to tell his partner that. Dharmesh Sabharwal ran at him and got run out without facing.
It's really disheartening to see. As a cricket fan, as someone who's seen Umyo over the years, this is a rather disappointing performance.
So, Abid Saeed is a new non-striker. Bajva can't make contact, so that certainly doesn't justify the decision to keep strike no matter what. And it is now 19 to win off 4.
But still, there is hope. The beauty of the game, if you can connect 3.
Absolutely.
It just needs to get some power inside, some gale power.
Fat lady might be warming up though. Going through some operatic exercises. And that's flown away off the head of Bilal Muhammad. Well, the fat lady's got to stay in her dressing room for now.
Yeah.
15 to win off 3. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than it is to be good. And that bounce was very lucky. Poor old Bilal Muhammad, he's only about 4 foot tall. It bounces over his head.
This is another interesting thing that we have
to win off 3.
This is another interesting thing that we have seen in the ground. The ball sometimes just bounces over your head like a tennis ball.
Very hard clay underneath.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
So 15 to win off 3. That boundary just keeps them alive. Oh, but then he's not got anything on that, and he's not even going to run. So it's going to be 15 off 2. Bajva saying to Abid Saeed, the number 10. I guess given he is the number 10, no disrespect, you can understand why. I'm going to have the strike, but, well, as long as it's 2 legitimate deliveries, 15 off 2 isn't much of an equation for Umya.
Unfortunately.
Smashed down the ground by Arslan Bajva, and that does go for 4. That is a misfield from Farhan Chowdhury right in front of us. He got there just half a yard in front of the rope, and the ball sort of got caught underneath his body, got in a bit of a tangle. So it's 4 to Bajva. He has 20, 11 to win off the last.
Yeah, just the ball finds a way out from the gap that you create. It's 11 of the last ball.
Still shouldn't be possible, bar a mistake from Khalil. Of course, isn't possible to be technically correct, and will not be done. So he takes a single this time to add another 1 to his score, but it's all dotting the I's and crossing the T's in truth. Arslan Bajva with 21 not out from 16, and Umya possibly, maybe paying the price for starting this chase very, very slowly and then having to try and catch up later on when they only needed 77 to win. And it is Pakistanska Förening who win this game by 9 runs.
It's unbelievable the number of times the opposite team has just scored 67 or below against Pakistanska. It's very, very good bowling, and we see the first over, very interesting over, 3 chances. Finally, the third one sticking in the hands. That's the second one coming away.
Yeah, there was some questionable fielding, but eventually somebody managed to hold on to one off 3.
Yeah.
Majid Mustafa gone, caught by Abdullah off Bilal Muhammad.
Yeah, it's just strange to see the number of high catches that are getting dropped. It's not very likely in Stockholm, but maybe it's the wind, like someone pointed out. This is one of those rare 6 hits.
Yeah, we only saw 2 in the innings, both off the bat of Abdullah Abra.
And this was a beach of a ball. Very good bowling. Always kept control of the ball. Amir had no sight of the ball. It came in very, very well.
Yeah, they just couldn't, apart from Bajwa and Abra, nobody else was really able to hang around for long. Zubair Aslam's spell definitely made an impact on this game. He bowled Amir Hossaini and then ran out Pardeep Singh here brilliantly.
Yeah.
That looked like a single for all money as soon as it came off the bat. The bowler had other ideas.
Yeah, I truly feel this should be his wicket. And that was one of those rare 6 hits.
Yeah, Abra managing to get hold of one, and well, Abra, remember, of course, was dropped in the first over, and had that catch been taken, it might not even have been as close as it got. Abra eventually perishing, caught by Zubair Aslam after the bowling of Samir Ali Khan for 27 of 16. Just struggled for momentum, didn't they? And from 30 for 1 off 5, as much as Abra and Hossaini put together a partnership, it left them with a lot of catching up to do.
Absolutely, and they were never really in the game if you think about it. They were always chasing the hard ball. They were not really looking to, create a partnership. But you have to give credit to the bowlers. They were really, maintained the same line. They were applying themselves really well and kept the pressure all along. So they, again, showing once again the champion side that they are.
Yep, the wickets just kept falling. Haider bowled by Samir Ali Khan for a golden duck, one of 4 ducks in the innings. 2 of those run-outs without facing, which summed up the mess that was this innings. Farhan Chowdhury here with the throw in, and Abdullah Khalil doing the honours. About 1 of those run-outs. Damash Shabawal gone. That boundary over the head of Bilal Muhammad just gave them the outside chance of the impossible. But Arslan Bajwa, despite this boundary from the penultimate ball, couldn't really catch up.
No. And I think this was their best chance that they had, in the series. But yeah.
So this is how we look for this game. You've got a chance to have a look at the sheet. Now, what do you make of this one, Kaushik? Of course, you're involved on the right side of the ledger.
No, but I see, Gurpal having a lot of fantasy points, which is great to see. Of course, Deshan and Tarar, they are the ones that we have to kind of match very well. And from our side, we are looking forward for another good show from Vinod and Archan. They are actually just walking past the commentary box, and Jagan and Lagan, the brothers. I don't know if that was obvious, but they're brothers, and they attack in packs. Unfortunately, we'll miss Avinash in this game, but I think we have still a very good lineup, and we'll give a good fight to Bushirka.
If there was one batsman in the Bushirka lineup who I could tell you were going to get for a duck, who would you pick and why?
Zishan for sure. He can really hit it very well. So we just have to make sure that we pitch in the right areas and get him out as early as possible.
So he's the one you would want if possible. And if there was one bowler in particular that you would say you'd be particularly wary of?
Yeah, so Qureshi has had a good success against us, Osama Qureshi, but I think the batting lineup that we have today, we can manage him well. So it's not so much about the bowling. I think we have to make sure that we bowl well and we manage the batsmen of their side better.
So let's now have a quick look back at the innings that was from Umya, and it is a pretty sorry looking batting card. Only Bajwa and Abdullah Abra making it into the 20s. And without meaning to pick him out, because it's not just his responsibility, but very slow 10 or 15 from Amir Hossaini, and then the rest of the top and the middle order not giving much at all.
No, I think Majid, the wicket of Majid really turned the things around for Omeo. I mean, if he had stayed around for a bit, they would have had a chance. But again, bowling was unbelievable.
We spoke of how, well, it was you in particular who said how good they are at defending these low scores, and we know Pakistan's bowling's impressive, and so it proves. But Aslam 1 for 11 off 2, and his figures could have been even better. Samir Ali Khan coming in at the end with 2 for 12. They used 6 bowlers when they didn't even need to use 6 bowlers, and they all did that brilliantly. So it is Umya who is still winless despite their very best efforts. There were so many people piling into the YouTube live chat, becoming sort of Umya super fans, hoping that they were going to defeat the all-time undefeated ECS side, Pakistanska. But as you alluded to, they just showed their class, didn't they?
Absolutely. Champion side that they are, they again, turned up in bowling. They didn't bat so well. I guess the Omeo bowlers bowled very well. But once again, they defended it. I mean, they are really good at that.
And just before we let you go as well, we've seen all 5 teams in action, of course, in Group A. Right now, Pakistanska head and shoulders above anyone else in terms of 6 wins from 6. All the chat on the Swedish cricket circuit is that in Group B, we've got a much stronger group and 5 teams who are arguably in and around the level of Pakistanska. Is that something you concur with?
Yeah, I think at least 4 teams definitely are on the levels of Pakistanska. So the viewers will get to see even better cricket in the coming days, and then we are all, from our side also, we are looking forward to the coming matches, and the quarterfinals again would be really good.
Now, just before I let you go, Kaushik, I and I'm sure all of you watching at home on YouTube or on FanCode and keeping an eye on your Dream 11 if you're in the subcontinent, have enjoyed the contributions of the man to my right. You've had plenty to say about other batsmen's techniques and what we've seen from other players, but just hidden out of shot is something that I think is worth highlighting before we let you go. Can you just show us what your teammates have brought you for lunch? Athlete's diet from this man who's just about to go and play in the ECS. Now, that is a certain well-known fast food brand, shall I say. They don't need the advertising from me, but I won't give them to it for free because they need to come on board as one of our partners before we can give them a shout-out.
Yeah.
But it is a fast food cheeseburger as the lunch of champions. The man who's just about to go out and bat at some point, relatively soon I would expect, because Stockholm have won the toss against Botshirka in match 15, which is coming up in around 15 to 20 minutes time. So thank you very much for your company, Kaushik. We look forward to seeing you out on the field and that big stop sign in action in some way, shape or form. Thank you to you for your company as the viewers. I'll be back with another mystery guest in match 15 where Stockholm have won the toss and elected to bat against Botshirka. But for now, it's goodbye. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series Stockholm here in Sweden, and match 14 has finished in a 9-run victory for the undefeated Pakistanska against the unfortunately winless Umya. Join us in 15 or 20 minutes time for match 15. Bye for now.
Thank you.
Welcome to the coin toss for this a really tight arm wrestle in match 15 of the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden here in Stockholm. It is a game between two teams who've been consistently inconsistent. 3 wins from 5 for Botkyrka, 3 wins from 6 for Stockholm. Both have played some glorious cricket and some not so good cricket. Tahir Taraz Botkyrka almost defeated the highly impressive defending champions Pakistanska. Stockholm meanwhile with plenty of confidence from their efforts earlier on today against Umja. It is Stockholm and Chenanali who have the call of heads or tails on the coin toss. Let's get over to match referee Adrian van der Dries, who has the coin in his hand.
Heads, tails. Heads, tails. You call. I will look.
Heads is the call.
And it is a head.
And it is a head.
The bet.
So they've won the toss and the Stockholm skipper Chenanali has decided he's going to have a bat. Let's get up to the commentary box ahead of the first ball of match 15.
Well, hello and welcome from the commentary box. Thank you very much to our baby-faced reporter out there who has managed to just about bring us the news from the toss that Stockholm have won it and elected to bat. When relaying that to you, I did have a slight moment where I needed the help of our match referee Adrian van der Dries, because Chenanali, the Stockholm skipper, decided to whisper oh so quietly, "Yes, we'll have a bat." And thankfully match referee doing his job very, very well indeed in passing on that instruction. This is how we look in terms of your fancy dashboard for match number 15. Stockholm, let's try that on take 2, against Botkyrka. Pretty even game, really. 3 wins from 5 for Botkyrka. They almost toppled Pakistanska. 3 wins from 6 for Stockholm. He thrashed Umja earlier on today. We had Kaushik Vats, the Stockholm batter, with me for match number 14, and well, he highlighted Zishan Mahmood as the key destructive player they love to get out, and Osama Qureshi is a man who's had a lot of success against Stockholm with the ball. As for Stockholm, we all know about Archam Vaidya, and he told a great story, Kaushik, about just how, with the help of a 4-course dinner, amongst other things, they persuaded Archam Vaidya to join them last summer because half of Stockholm was trying to sign him. And speaking of signings, well, we've transferred out Kaushik Vats in the mid-afternoon commentary box transfer window, and we've re-signed after an excellent first 10 overs in the booth earlier on today Medadal, the one-time German international and current mastermind of all things ECN behind the scenes, who is away to my right.
Hi, Michael.
Hello.
I'm really happy to be back. It's very exciting in the first match today. Then I had to do some organization.
Had to do
my actual job.
I was going to say that. I didn't want to sound harsh.
No, I don't want to undermine what you're doing here. I know it's a very, very hard and tough challenge.
Well, I do. That does remind me of a very funny comment someone said to me last week about this role, which is he described me as a professional 4-word I can't use on air talker, which I said, well, I think that's a backhanded compliment that I'll just about take. Heading out onto the field for match number 15 is our 2 teams and our 2 umpires for this game. We've got in the mainly black with a sort of yellow or gold trimmings, Botkyrka in the field, and the aforementioned dangerous left-handed hitter Archam Vaidya, who is joined by the familiar figure alongside him of the right-handed Shiva Arsi. Pretty good opening combination. What do you reckon we're going to get in this one? It looks like a pretty 50-50 game.
Absolutely. I like that the Stockholm team decided to change up their batting order a little bit, bring the good batsman on the non-strikers end back, who actually had a really good first match this morning, didn't he?
Yeah, it makes sense. Arsi got 20 off 11, so if he's in form and it's his day, why not get him up there? Get him in the power play.
Absolutely. I mean, they struggled a bit in the power play before. Didn't really get that many runs. And especially with the good Archon Vidya always taking a bit of time, it's maybe not the worst idea to have somebody who's hitting first ball sixes.
Yeah, absolutely. Because for all Vidya is a destructive player once he gets going, he's actually often been the type that likes to sort of get to 10 off 10 and then launch. But don't worry, he gives you those runs back with interest later on. He's going to face the first ball of this game to be bowled by the ever-reliable Zishan Mahmood. And it's deliveries like that that are why. So, we've got 2 fielders allowed out. Of course, it is power play time. They've gone for deep backward square leg and a mid-wicket now. Deep backward square leg, if what Shirker have got any sense about them, is where they'll have put their gun fielder, because he loves the sort of languid swing across the line through deep backward square, Vidya, or the covers. Those are his 2 favourite areas to go through.
Absolutely. Or have a top edge for 6, as we discussed earlier this morning.
He's got that in his locker, which can be handy. And there he is trying to go through that square leg region. He's totally mistimed it, and a direct hit, he'd have been long gone. He's furious with his partner. Well, sometimes 22 yards can seem an awful long way in a game of cricket, and it certainly did here, because Vidya and RC, well, there was a breakdown of communication. Vidya was using Twitter, and I think RC was still sort of using the old kind of put the cup to your ear and kind of hope that if you shout into it, someone might hear. They were all over the shot, weren't they?
Yeah, a bit of a risky single up front. But yeah, I think they managed to do it, and it's crucial to get off the board right away.
Yeah, but it's also crucial not to run out your best batsman. For us, he nearly did that, didn't he?
That's absolutely true, Michael. If you want to let us know who you think is going to win, tune in our YouTube chat where we have a little poll.
Yes, as of today, brand new. And you've got to be subscribing as well to get into the YouTube chat. So it's an exclusive club, but it's an exclusive club that anybody can join.
Absolutely. As I just try to get Spider away from this headset. It's like climbing up.
Ah, yes. Now, we haven't had any of our special guests experience this yet today, but yesterday I had a long beetle crawl all over me. Completely unthreatening, but it was, in 10 years of live broadcasting, possibly the strangest thing I've ever experienced in a commentary box. It was definitely right up there. And not only once, but it actually came back for 3 goes at me.
Oh, wow.
We like
really
put it on the floor in a very safe, loving, caring way, and it said, no, you know what, I fancy a roam around your sort of head, headphones, glasses.
Must have really loved you.
Yeah, it's got strange taste, that long beetle. First wide of the innings. Yeah, I mean, I do try and, you learn this in live broadcasting, you try and carry on regardless. So initially it was crawling across my glasses, and I just sort of looked at my co-commentator, Vinny Sandu, but carried on. And then it actually crawled across my field of vision, so I couldn't see. So at that point I had to acknowledge it. We'll put it on the floor. That was its first venture. And he's overcompensated. Leg side wide to offside wide. So then we put it on the floor. Then you blink, and literally 2 balls later it was up on my shoulder again. We put it down again. And then it came up and had a right route around the headphones. And then flew off. Here we go. It's sort of camouflage, but if you look really tight onto the centre of the headphones on the left picture, or see it flying away on the right one, it's in the air. You really do never know.
They really look like a huge insect.
Oh, it's massive. Look at it. It's not, we're not talking about an ant here. It was a proper big thing.
Good for you to still smile. I think I would have freaked out, smashed the headphones on the table and ran for my life.
Missed outside the off stumps. It's still boundaryless, but Zishan Mahmood just struggling with his radar a bit. He's given away 2 in wides, but still be pretty happy with his start, but Shirker. Yeah, it was an odd one, to say the least, but sort of went to my inner zen just to try and carry on regardless somehow. That's another big wide from Zishan, and it's well taken down leg by Ali Hassani to stop further damage. There we go. Well, that's it zoomed in. You can see we're not talking about something small, and it flew off at that point. And
He looks happy.
I've seen it again. Yeah, he was chuffed. He was having a little sort of finding out about the inner workings of my hair, headphones, and my shoulders. Learned a bit about human anatomy. Nicked away, straight to gully. And that'll be just one. So for all the wides in this over, it's going to sound an odd thing to say, the legitimate deliveries have been very good ones.
Yes, he takes a few attempts to get it right, but when he does, it is a really good line.
The thing is, I hate facing bowling like this.
Yes, somehow your concentration just goes away after facing two wides. I had it more than I love to been bowled out after getting two wides bowled to me.
Well, that's how to deal with it. Archam Vaidya classily showing two of us in the box what to do. Just jumps inside. So Vaidya knows that anything down leg is going to be widened. So it gets his body out of the way and just takes the extra.
Absolutely. We have seen a few batsmen do this and then get brushed on their bum. So luckily not.
It's a good ball to finish off from Zishan. They're going to nick a quick single. So 7 off the first over that saw 10 attempted deliveries. And the 6 legitimate ones were very good. There was 4 wides. Stockholm 7 without loss from 1. It's just one of those where it's frustrating because as a batter, you want bat on ball. So there's nothing that's bad but hittable. So you're taking the wides, you know they're helping the team, but you want to feel bat on ball at the start of an innings. But you keep telling yourself, he's got a straight one in here, and he's actually got some very good straight ones in there.
Yeah, weren't like many loose balls that they could actually turn into boundaries at this point. It was only the ones that were going for wides, but then the other ones were not really hittable.
Absolutely. So, Tahir Tara, one of the very best all-rounders in this tournament, and the Botshirka captain is on to bowl the second over. He's going to try and lose the wides but keep the rest of what Zishan Mahmood's done. Gets swung away by Vaidya for his favourite deep backward square leg region for 4, where they've got a fielder out there, and that was intelligent batting because he knew Randhara was there, so he's pulled this really, really fine. He's dragged it around to get the first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, the bowling attack from Botshirka?
Botshirka.
Thank you very much.
Don't worry, you're not the only person that's found it tough.
Botshirka has been really strong in this tournament. Tahir, Tara, Zishan and Gopal all came in with 6 wickets already.
Yeah. I think they're a stronger bowling side so far from what we've seen them with the bat.
I feel like it's a general thing so far in this tournament. We've seen a lot of good bowling, not many high-scoring matches so far. A lot of scores below 80, below 90.
Interesting. So who's your pick to win the match is the poll. 127 votes. 2/3 of them say Stockholm. Now, I've got a bit of a theory why, and I don't think it's to do with judging it on cricketing merit. I think there's a certain man called Kaushik Vats who's won a few hearts. Nicked away by Vaidya. He's going to get lucky. 4 through third man. Oh, you lucky, lucky sausage, Archam Vaidya. That sausage can be vegetarian as well. We're not discriminating here. 12 off 6. But for a man who plays such classy shots, that certainly wasn't one of them.
Yeah, talking about food, had you tried the pasta from Azam's wife, the tournament organizer?
They do keep us fed out here, don't they?
Absolutely, that was delicious.
Stunning.
Probably
Yeah.
one of the best meals we had in a while.
Yep.
So thank you to Azam's wife back at home who prepared this delicious meal to us.
17 without loss. Yeah, she's welcome to cook again if she so indeed wishes to. That was, I think, the best lunch we've had so far in Stockholm, I'd say.
I would say so
It's
too.
a proper, sometimes you could feel something's been prepared very lovingly. And speaking of love, just coming back to that, there's some definite love for Kaushik Vats because I think it's his commentary stint in Game 2, the Stockholm batsman who joined me for that tight game between Pakistanska and Umbria that's led to so many people being certain Stockholm's going to win because on paper, as the man himself acknowledged, this is a real 50-50 matchup. Short and Even Viger's forced into a defensive shot there.
Yeah, as usual, he takes a bit of time to get into the game, but we'll see how
Yeah.
big the damages he's going to bring
Yeah.
into the end.
He's quite atypical for the ECS. There's not many players who can go through the gears in extremes as he does. Effort ball from Tehran. That's reared up. He's played that nicely, Viger.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a risk to take your time in T10, because in case you actually can't elevate and go out before, you have already chewed up so many balls that it just adds to the pressure of your fellow batsmen.
End of the second over, 18 without loss. Viger has 13 of them. Yeah, it's risky. I think in the case of Stockholm, because he's arguably their best player, it makes sense. Were he in a team with others who could go at the gears he gets into quicker, you might not have him up the order.
Indeed. It is a bit, we saw that with the Royal Tigers a bit in Budapest with their captain who played on the finals day, Mark Ahuja, coming in. In the first match he did exactly the same as Viger, took a few balls to get in and then played a fantastic innings. But later was a bit unlucky, got out and then already took up so many balls that it was super hard for his teammates to get over the line.
Nice start from Osama Qureshi and a very nice technically correct straight drive for one from Viger. He's a bit of a bogeyman for Stockholm, Osama Qureshi. He took 8 wickets in 2 games against them last year. He was the man who Kaushik Vats highlighted as the bowler who's not just had a lot of success against them, but the person maybe wouldn't quite say they most fear in the Stockholm lineup, but certainly most respect maybe would be a way to put it. It's cracked straight to cover. That is a great shot for naught, and not only is it naught, but it's almost run out, is run out. Took his time to give it at square leg and eventually did. So Stockholm 19 for 1. Well, that is luckless for Shivarasi. He smashed that straight to cover, super fielding, and then the run out completed by Ali Hassani.
Just proves how crucial it is to crease in your bat. It was in the air already over the line. Ooh, it's very close.
Well, we've mentioned this before. The third umpire can have a look at the very same replays that we're seeing. So initially, it looked like the square leg umpire had given it. They're having a really good check. Unless there's a clear error made by the umpire, it can't be reversed. So I think it might be one of those where it's so close that the on-field call still stands. I think by the time we get... No, it's been given out. Well, he is walking off now, so the third umpire, based on those pictures, Bilal Munir, has decided that he is just out by the tiniest of margins. So eventually he does have to go. 19 for 1. And, well, you should always call when you hit the ball, of course, but you can slightly forgive Shivarasi for hitting that one and thinking I'm at least getting a single.
Absolutely. I think it's crucial to just go for it sometimes, putting the fielders under pressure. We've seen super often fielders being under pressure and just not getting the ball cleanly and chucking it back to the keeper. So I think it's absolutely fair enough trying to go for that single.
Yeah, you can, particularly in T10 where you've got to run so hard, it's understandable. Now, Vats to face his first ball, which is a wide. Now, if there's one man I'm going to be keeping a close eye on, and whilst I'm always strictly neutral in the commentary box, dare I suggest I might have a small soft spot for, is the man who's just stepped out at number 3, Kaushik Vats, who, having never been near a microphone in his life, came in and walked in to do match 2 next to me, and was far classier than anything myself or Vinny Sandu or any of us have ever produced before. But that's not his best shot, unable to make contact outside off. For those maybe unfamiliar, so normal co-commentator Mr. Sandy off dealing with some personal business today. We put out a message to all of the teams to say if there's anyone who particularly fancies their hand at this, is quite well spoken, maybe has got a sense of humour, maybe has been listening to us and no doubt could do a better job, as so many could. And he put his hand up and did brilliantly. And he's off the mark here. I'm not sure he's got all of that, but he's got enough of it. It goes away off the outside edge, but he was trying to work it off the face through third man, and it's Vats's first boundary.
Yeah, he really did well. They had to work it around the fielders, just found the gap immediately. I
was just going to say, we haven't got hotspot to tell. To be fair, actually, I've revised my view from that second angle. He hasn't edged that at all. That's a lovely shot. I've completely, having said I've got a soft spot for him, I've been incredibly harsh. Low full toss, and he's got that away through the covers. That's a lovely shot through cover point. And it is going to pull up just short. Nice bit of foot fielding out there from Gopal Randhara. Kaushik Vats gets 2.
I think it's fair enough that you try to talk down his batting a bit to get him back into your commentary box. I think I would have tried the same.
Well, we were saying after he had plenty to say about other batsmen's techniques, he better go and score some runs.
Did he?
Nudges that for 1 through wide third man. In fairness, I'm jesting. He wasn't particularly harsh. He was just making a few pertinent and fair technical points about how you do see a lot of players in the ECS when the ball's outside off, try and smear it through leg rather than play the line of the ball. End of the third over, 27 for 1. And to be fair to him, when it was outside off, they played a couple of very nice touch shots. We did point out as well, provided by his teammates, that I have plenty to say about what you should be doing on the field. Had lunch from a well-known fast food burger joint, which maybe wasn't necessarily the best diet to be having off the field.
Yeah, I always feel a bit bad commenting on some players' technique and not being able to show it myself. So it's all a bit of a hot spot.
Well, you're an international cricketer. You've got more scope to be doing that than certainly my good self. Oh dear.
I heard you just hit 100 the other day, didn't you?
Me?
Didn't you?
Is this some wind-up you've been told?
Somebody told me that you opened the batting and...
Oh God, I think somehow they've had a window into my dreams rather than anything in
maybe.
reality. So Faisal Mushtaq on to bowl the 4th. He's been very reliable thus far. The keeper, Ali Hassani, is jumping up and down like he's just drunk about 6 bottles of sugary fizzy drinks. Nobody else is remotely interested. He's going ballistic. The bowler, well, that tells you all you know. Faisal Mushtaq is very frustrated. Thinks close, but not quite. And that is going to be a wide, just tinkering dangerously with that wide line and given as such. I can only think what may have got missed or lost in translation was the fact that I ended up batting through 50 overs on Saturday.
Maybe that's
one
it.
of the most boring innings in history.
Maybe somebody just assumed if you bat through 50 overs, you definitely hit 100.
Well, yeah, exactly. 4 runs for Kaushik Vats, who's now showing his touch play through the leg side as well. This is a gorgeous shot. Leg stump half volley, but just watch how he leans on it. He just flicks it away. It's really, really cleverly done. Doesn't try and hit the ball too hard, which again was something he repeatedly mentioned that he saw other players trying to do. So, to be fair, he's matching his chat in the booth with what he's doing out on the field, and that's not an easy thing to do. He has 11 off 6. And dare I say, such as to curse him, he does look in good touch here. Watch him get out now. Miscued, but he is going to get away with it. And he'll get 4 as well through third man. Well, more luck than judgment, but he'll take the runs nonetheless. And Vats already has 3 boundaries from his 7 balls faced.
Should have had 4, that one beautiful cover drive. Unfortunately, didn't go over the boundary. The outfield looks a bit slower than the other days today, which I'm surprised by.
Yeah, maybe. He's gone inside out. Could perish here. Dropped. Dropped by Gopal Randhawa. Wasn't an easy one. Maybe just misjudged it. If he could have gone back a couple of yards, that would have given him the opportunity to take this at a more comfortable height. In the end, he's sort of reaching out over his head, and that's tough.
There was a tough chance. Should have taken it though. Always say, if you touch it, it's a drop.
Brutal. It's turned away by Vats, and that is a sign of batsmen in good touch. Even the better deliveries are still being worked for one.
Yeah, the run rate in this power play looked quite similar to the one in the first match of the day, where they played against Umeå. As you told me it's pronounced Umeå. Umeå.
Think of Romeo.
Romeo.
It's a weird reference. Not one I thought I'd be making in the European Cricket Series. It's coming right on round now to the left-handed Vaidya. It's not bad. Vaidya can only nick it away for a single. Awkward bounce, but the backing up is good. So 4 overs gone. Pretty solid stuff from Stockholm. They are 40 for 1. Yeah, he was home, Vats. He commented, as a few did, about batsmen not running the first hard, but he did that there, and that brought him home. So Stockholm, they've put themselves in a pretty decent position here, haven't they?
Absolutely. I think they're looking like they might score over 110, 115 even.
Yeah, and if Vaidya gets going, could even be eyeing off 120, 125, something more than that.
Yes, absolutely.
So let us know if you're watching at home as well, who you think's going to win this one. We sense there's a lot of love for Stockholm in particular, maybe because of the man himself, Kalshif Vats, who's now, of course, been replaced by the different looking but no less elegant Medidal, back for a second stint here.
Yeah, just showing off my new merch that I picked up on the way from Cricket Bulgaria.
Bit of stash. 1 game, 1 mission.
Yes.
Start of a new over, and that is another boundary for Vaidya, and this is classic Archon Vaidya. Well, it wasn't the best delivery, but it's that elegant swing of the bat. It's a sort of strange shot to describe. He's played it on one knee, and that is how to get your team to 1 hit away from 50 in style. Vaidya's got 21 off 12 now, and I think he's just about to really go through the gears. Goes again, Vaidya. Big moment, could be gone. Well, it's sort of fallen between the two fielders. It probably wasn't a catching chance in the end, but no one really attacked the ball with any conviction. Nobody fancy making a hero out of themselves with a diving stunner.
Yeah, we've seen it surprisingly often this week that people back away from catching chances.
Gopal Randhawa deceiving him in the flight there, though, so that's a mini win for the bowler. That's the leg spinner from Randhawa. That's content to take 1. And again, the backing up is good from Sama Qureshi. So this stand is already worth 29. And they're going along at a good pace, these two. Left-hand, right-hand combination, that's always pesky as well if you're fielding. Short, horrible delivery, and Vaidya's just not going to miss out on that. They're not learning. You only needed to have watched about 5 minutes of Archon Vaidya batting to know that, particularly if you bowl on his pads, he's a classical left-hander. He just loves it there. He was trying a quicker ball and got it all wrong. Stockholm past 50 in style, 52 for 1, and Vaidya has exactly half of those.
Yeah, he's just been great so far in the series. He was a bit unlucky in the first match today. Didn't get as many runs as he probably hoped to.
It's a classic cover drive. It's one of his 2 best shots, Vaidya, that cover drive and then that pull round to the deep backward square region. So he's flying along, 27 of 15. So when Archon Vaidya moved to Stockholm from Copenhagen last summer,
you would think, given his quality, it'd be a big battle for his signature. So Vats takes one this time. Vaja has to hurry, but he does get home. But he's a very modest man. So he messaged about half a dozen or so of the clubs in Stockholm saying, sort of, can I play for you? Can I join? Here's my stats from when I was in Denmark on the main page on which they're all collected. 55 for 4 after 5. Vaja and Vats laying a very good platform here. Now, you would think, you know, a guy who's this good would be walking in saying, hey, you know, battle for my signature, you can speak to my agent. No, he sent them all his stats page and said, well, I don't think I'm good enough to play in the main tier, the top tier of Swedish cricket, but in and around the lower tiers, possibly if you've even got a second team or if you compete in maybe divisions 3 or 4. So he sent a message to a few clubs, of which Stockholm was one, sent them the stats, said maybe I could come along for a trial. They saw his stats from when he was in Denmark, and they were like, what are you talking about? Like, who is this guy? Straight through Osama Qureshi. He always gets wickets against Stockholm, and he's done it again here. And he's got the man who was in the booth next to me for game 2, Kaushik Vats. Bowled, swinging in. Well, Vats himself highlighted to me how Osama Qureshi always seems to be the thorn in Stockholm's side, and it's Qureshi who's got him out for 20 off 12. It's a nice cameo. Stockholm 54 for 2, the partnership broken off the pads.
And I believe we are gonna see the number 1 Vinod Chalindra, who scored 47 or 48 in his last match.
48 of 25 against him, yeah.
So he and Vaja together could be crucial partnership to get the Stockholm side over 100 runs. Important wicket. They was just going to build a partnership here after losing the first wicket a bit unnecessarily right in the power play.
Yeah, you don't want to sound too harsh to Kaushik Vats, veering between a soft spot and being too harsh on him, but with Vinod Chalindra walking to the wicket, it's not the worst time for him to get out. It's a nice cameo, but Chalindra has got time to play a finisher's role in the second half of this innings. Nicely turned away by Chalindra, who will get off the mark, and they should get 2, and they will get 2. It's good hustle from the Stockholm batters. It's too often you see misfields go unpunished, but not this time.
Yeah, that's what happens when you really rush for the first run, get it done quickly, and then you always have the option of the second. Way too often we see batsmen just having a really relaxed jog to the other end.
Yes, a tea party single. Low full toss, completely missed by Chalindra. Well, that is rare. Normally you bowl a delivery like that to Vinod Chalindra. The only question for you, Meda, if you're on your scoring duties, is, I know you sometimes are, is am I putting 4 in the book or 6 in the book?
Absolutely. That has been really crucial how he, for the team, when he gets out and just starts
Whacking it.
getting boundaries right away.
And after that miss, Chalindra this time content to just put bat on ball. So we've had a few people asking in the chat, what exactly is your role? Because they've been saying, oh, you've mentioned this person scores, they do work behind the scenes. But is there anything you don't do as part of making these tournaments happen?
No, I always describe my role as a bit of a firefighter. If everything goes well, I have not much to do, but I'm there if things go wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, really honoured.
Straight up, big chance towards deep cover, dropped. They've dropped Vaja. You just can't do that if you want to beat Stockholm. What a terrible man to give a life to. Well, it's his favourite area through the covers. He's just got underneath it a bit, and that gave Osama Qureshi the chance to have the danger man removed, but his fielder just couldn't do the job. Dropped and then despairingly goes for 4. So Vaja into the 30s.
And not the man you want to drop at this stage of the game especially.
Absolutely. Swung away, that's a huge 6. Oh dear, good luck getting that back. That is 10 meters over the rope. Well, that is Archam Vaidya all over. He's got this strange old shot where he fetches it from off and just, it's kind of like a slog sweep, but he'll play it against quicker bowling as well with utter disdain for conventional batting technique. And there it is, 37 not out for him. Stockholm 67 for 2. How often do you see that? A drop catch, the next ball goes for 6.
And that's how you make a fielder who just dropped a catch feel even worse about it. Just hammering the next one for 6.
Well, that is a nail being hammered into poor fielder's heart. That is just the worst. We've all been there on a cricket field.
Absolutely.
You want to just dig a hole, bury yourself in it, put the earth back above you and hide down there until they're out. It's just the worst. And that's speaking from extensive personal experience. Zishan Mahmood on to bowl the 7th. Hard down to long off by Chalindra, who'll collect 1. Right now, he seems content to give Vaidya the strike. And, well, given Vaidya's hitting 70-metre 6s and it's 55-metre boundaries, I'd say that's a good shout.
Absolutely. You definitely want to give this man as much strike as possible.
Swing and a miss as he nicked it. Well, Vaidya's not walking and is unmoved. Bowler and keeper were celebrating, Zishan Mahmood and Ali Hassani. And the most important person's opinion was that of our umpire, who was not interested.
Vaidya again going down on one knee. It seems to be his...
trademark, really.
Yeah.
Oh no, well, he's walking off now. Strange old situation. He was unmoved initially, the finger never went up. But clearly, maybe after a bit of a word from square leg, it maybe feels like they heard a feather on it. He is out, so Archam Vaidya, I can now confirm, is gone for 37 off 18. A bit of a strange one. I've never seen a caught behind quite like that before. And Zishan Mahmood, who's bowled brilliantly, gets the key breakthrough. Tiwari out to join Chalindra up there. Ankit Tiwari, the hard-hitting wicket-keeper batter. But that's a big loss and a strange situation.
Yeah. Captain Chenna was really happy when he told me that Ankit is back in the attack after missing.
Flicked away, that's a gorgeous shot. Didn't hit this too hard. It's all about the timing. Uses the pace of Zishan Mahmood against him.
That was really well played. Yeah, he missed the first one today, and Captain Chenna had to take on the gloves, which he wasn't too excited about it. So he was quite happy when he told me, no, for the second one, Ankit is back, and he will put on the gloves.
He's quite a backseat captain, Chenanali, isn't he?
Yes, but I kind of like that.
Oh,
It's,
yeah, yeah. Different people do it different ways. Down the ground, he's only going to get 1. He didn't really time this. He's not one of those who's sort of, you know, he's right in the foreground doing everything.
No, it's
the quiet guy that fits it all together.
Absolutely. I think he motivates his team really well and enjoys just watching his players play at their best without any pressure.
That is hit very, very hard by Chalindra, but straight at the deep mid-wicket sweeper, who does something that we haven't seen too much of, or I would suggest not enough of at this ECS, a proper long barrier, which surprisingly stops the ball.
Absolutely. It's apparently been removed from all coaching books. And I know that Michael Boosley, your co-commentator from before, does not agree with that at all. He is a big fan and loves to show his long very often. And
You make it sound weird. When you
oh
say
wow,
it
that
like
sounds way weirder than I expected.
You didn't
No,
mean to.
not at all. So what I meant to say, he waits all tournament. Michael,
I'm sorry, I'm gone.
he waits all tournament for that one boundary.
So that he could show off his long barrier.
So he can show off his long barrier, and then he talks to all the players about it. And I don't mean it that way, Michael. Get yourself together.
75 for 3 off 7. No, I know exactly what you mean. It was more just the way the way you phrased it. 8th over.
Yeah.
And that's gone straight through. Nicely bowled from Salvestag. And they're going to try and scamper through for something. But yeah, it does. We don't have an ECS fielding coaching book, but it does seem like if we did and we'd sent these players, the long barrier is definitely burned out of that. Seems to be a perception that in T10, because you need to pick the ball up and get it in quickly, that means stopping the ball's unimportant, which is a logic I don't really understand. Yes, you want to get the ball in quickly and stop the 2, but if it's rocketed at you, you've got to stop it being 4 first. That's hit pretty hard, and that's a nice stop. Goalkeeper start, and didn't palm it over the bar as well. Shani Karaja just got it in hand quickly, so mainly singles for these two so far. Chilindra so dangerous. He's nailed 6 singles straight at sweepers. I think it's only a matter of time till he starts smashing it all over the place. And Tiwari this time is going to give Chilindra the strike back. We do see all sorts of fielding techniques, don't we?
Yeah, we see a lot of stopping the ball with the foot, which I know our dear colleague James Kent is not a fan of at all. Every time he's on commentary, he...
Disgust, I think is the word. Straight up, chance for short fine leg. And dropped. Didn't even get hands on it in the end. And it runs away for 4. Well, this was a real sky ball for Osama Qureshi, who misjudged it. It is a bit windy out there, in fairness. This is not as easy as it looks. Maybe just swirled on him a bit late. That's one thing that the trajectory of the ball can't quite be shown by our camera angles and setup. So it's a life for Chilindra.
Question is now, will he move it to a 6?
Well,
no.
He's not going to get 6 there. He's going to get a second consecutive life. Well, I'm going to go and have a word with Vinod at the end of this innings. I'm going to get the lottery numbers, and you can come and get the whole of the ECN team to join me on my yacht in Monaco in 2 weeks, because the luck Vinod Chilindra is having, it is outrageous. That time he takes the wide, and might just give him a second to get his composure back. Well, to drop someone once is unfortunate. To drop them twice in 2 balls is certainly careless.
Yeah, it's definitely not what Captain Tahir Tara likes to see.
Oh, and that is 6. Well, if you drop Chilindra, he's going to make you pay. If you drop him twice, all the more likely that he will. Half volley, leg stump, 6.
Just like Archan Vaidya gets dropped and then punishes the other bowler for another 6. Makes the fielder pay even more.
Yep, it really does make all the difference across an innings fielding. 91 for 3 off 8. I mean, this is pure speculation, but they've taken their catches. Could well be probably 4 or 5 down with 20 less on the board. Instead, here we are. It's not Doctor Who. We haven't got those parallel universes to show you, so we can only live in this one. Penultimate over of the innings. Gopal Randhara to bowl it. Oh, this is an interesting moment in the game. Randhara's first went for 14, and that wasn't the best delivery. He's got away with that, and it's almost, in fact, to run out. And just look at the fury from Ali Hassani. Just watch Hassani here. He throws the ball in to Gopal Randhara, and then just look at his reaction now. He cannot believe it. He's like, look, I've done everything for you. You should have ran him out. But it was good running, in fairness.
It was.
This has gone up. Won't be 6. Catching chance. And taken. That hung in the air a long, long time. They've struggled in the field, Botshirka, but finally someone's held on to one. And it's the skipper, Tahir Tarar, who said, look, if none of you guys can catch one, I'm at least going to show you how. So they do get another breakthrough. 92 for 4. And that is the very, very dangerous Vinod Chalindra, who is gone for 18 off 10.
And we have Sridhar Pokala coming out, joining Ankit Tiwari in the middle, who rushed to the striker's end during that catch.
It's gone inside out through the covers. And think of 2. There's uncertainty. And had they gone to the other end, it would have been a run out. But instead they went to the keeper's end. And again, just look at the reaction from Hussaini. He spiked the ball here in frustration. We're going to find out just how close it was. Well, had they, what that doesn't show you is at the bowler's end, there was a run out by about 10 yards.
Had the throw come in a little bit lower, there would have been a really good chance. Just so much frustration in that. This time he just chucked the ball down, not his gloves like the last time around.
There's different levels to Ali Hassani's frustration.
Yeah, next time it's the pads probably.
It's got those pads that have the quick release at the back. Hit straight, but 2 straight. Has he got a nick on that? Well, he seems certain it's out, Gopal Randhara. Which would, his confidence in his appeal suggests to me he's got something on it. Well, our cameras aren't necessarily in the best place, but...
Yeah, if he actually touched it.
That looks to me like it might have slipped underneath his foot.
Otherwise, the non-striking batsman would definitely be out. He was way out of his crease.
Well, he's walking off, so it looks like he has got a flick on it on the way through. That is the worst way to be out, or certainly one of. Poor old Sridhar Pokala. He does everything right here. He backs up. It's a straight drive, and it must just come off the tiniest bit of the boot of Gopal Randhara. So Sridhar Pokala is run out, backing up without scoring. That, ladies and gentlemen, is an absolute stinker. 94 for 5. Out comes Deep Jagan Singh. Capable lower order hitter, but Tiwari's the man they want to face most of these balls. And it's shots like that that are why they want him to have most of the strikes. 6 over mid-wicket. Gundy ball, Shanda shot, dirty ball, super shot, whacked away by Tiwari. He has 16 off 8. That's his first 6 of the innings. And it takes Stockholm up to the 100 mark in style.
Yeah, it's probably the worst way to get out, not facing a single ball.
Yeah,
And
I've been trying to think of... I can't think of anything worse, can you?
Not really.
Yeah.
At least the striker was not responsible for that. At least it was just really unlucky.
And that's going to be another boundary in the gap between deep backward square and mid-wicket. Well, this is poor bowling from Randhara. I did highlight that as the 5th bowler, he might be the man Stockholm would target. And with deliveries like that, you can see why Tiwari's gone after him. So back-to-back boundaries to end the 9th. Stockholm 104 for 5 after 9. So they're already up to in and around par. They've got a chance to maybe get some bonus above par runs here, albeit they're going to have to do that against arguably Botshirka's best bowler, Captain Tahir Tarar. It's nicely bowled and nicely played. Pretty good cricket all round. They're eyeing up 2. They turn it down. Should say as well, shout out to the men in black who have not been discussed much, which in a way shows you they're doing their jobs well. Roshan Vanathan and Mashura Akif on field for this game with third umpire Bilal Munir. Effort ball from Terrar, but that's quite an effort in return. That's been sent back with interest. That is a Bizaway super strike from Ankit Tiwari. We're going to have to get in touch with our travel partners to get it back. That is absolutely mashed towards the circus tents out there. And, well, good luck finding it.
Has been fielded by one of the Bochika fielders, but it was the 12th man, unfortunately. No one on the field was able to get a hand on that one.
Yeah, never a good sign. Never a good sign. So Tiwari has now lost the strike after that single. So just 2 balls left. Now Deep Jagan Singh in his own right is a good hitter. Smashed a 6 off the last ball to win a T20 game for Stockholm last season. That's a decent enough blow through the covers. Pick up 1. Now I2, they're going to take 2. Terrar could have tried a direct hit. Went to the keeper's end and again gives the ball a few spikes. Hassani.
Haven't seen him pull off the pads yet, so frustration is not at that level yet.
Just watch Hassani again though here. So Terrar has the ball in hand. He could have shied to the bowler's end. He knew no one was backing up, so it's clever cricket. Hassani frustrated about the throw. I'd say that's a level 5 out of 10 Hassani reaction. Mid-range. Nudged for what should be just 1. Fielder's attacking it well. Sort of like in the Olympics, you get those events with a degree of difficulty. With Hassani, it's sort of like degree of reaction.
Yes, we still have another ball to go, so we'll see if we get a bit more.
We haven't seen him yet fielding in a close run chase.
Oh, yes.
On the other side of things, when they're actually fielding second rather than first. Maybe if they lose on a golden ball, just take all of his pads, the whole lot off, and throw them down. Last ball of the innings. Straight back at Terrar, who was ducking for cover and trying to take the caught and bowl at the same time. They try and get 2, and they get 2 relatively comfortably after it had passed through his hands. Just watch Terrar here. What do you make of this fielding technique?
Oof, he got a hand to it, and as per rule, that's a drop for me.
That's a drop, so if he's on tour with Mehdi Daub, he's being fined by the fines manager of that tour. And to be fair, he's also got the punishment of 2 runs against his own bowling figures as a result of not taking what would have been a stunner. So Stockholm close on 117 for 5. Definitely above par. And they'll be pretty pleased with their efforts from that innings. We're always going up and around the 10 and over mark. Set a pretty good platform despite the early loss of Shiva Arsi, who went here run out for 1. But then there's a lot of good tempo in what followed after Arsi smashed that one to cover and then sent back by Vijay was scrambling. Out came Kaushik Vats, the man who was in the box earlier on. Played a nice little cameo alongside Vijay, and they really steadied the ship, didn't they?
Indeed they did. If you look at the stats, 4 out of the 5 top batsmen scored in the middle double figures, around 20 runs. Arch and Vijay even getting close as 40.
There's a lot of good contributions right through the batting card. There wasn't necessarily one hero, but nobody at any point wasted any deliveries. That was probably the shot of the innings. Straight 6 from Vijay, who was also the beneficiary of some very charitable bowling down the leg side. Osama Qureshi, well, we were told he always gets wickets against Stockholm, and the man who told us that got out to him. Kaushik Vats bowled by Qureshi there for 20. That only brought to the crease Vinod Chalindra, and then it started raining drop catches.
3 in a row who all got punished by 6s. And that's one of them.
Yeah, very, very costly, that fielding. This was the weirdest caught behind I've ever seen. The umpire didn't give it, but eventually Archan Vijay walked off for 37 off 18. And that brought to the wicket Tiwari. Played a gem of a cameo, 29 off 13. Started with that flick off his pads and just kept going and going. He and Chalindra assisted by the drops. Chalindra here dropped once there, and it ran away for 4. And then from the very next ball, he had another life. And you know what's coming next. 6 runs. You just don't keep giving Vinod Chalindra lives. But eventually, his luck ran out. Made 18 off 10, caught by Tahir Tarar off Gopal Randhara. Randhara then got very, very lucky here. It was eventually decided it had come off the bottom of the boot. No worse a way to get out. So Sridhar Pokala gone run out without facing. But Tarari just kept going, and that's what's got Stockholm to this position where I think it's fair to say they've ended up with an overpass score.
Absolutely. I think everything around 110 is easily defendable, and with their 117, it's a big total for the Boschka captain and his team.
Yeah, they'll be pretty happy with their efforts here, Stockholm, but it's by no means an insurmountable chase, albeit certainly a difficult one for Boschka. We'll be back with the run chase very, very shortly. Thanks again to Medadaub, who once again in the commentary transfer market we've managed to sign on loan. 118 to win then for Boschka. We'll be back with the second innings of this match 15 very, very shortly. But for now, I'm Michael McCann, Medadaub alongside me. You are watching FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden here in Stockholm. Welcome back to Stockholm for this, the run chase of match 15 of this FanCode European Cricket Series here in the Swedish capital. So, Stockholm have put up a very decent total of 117 for 5. We promised you that there would be a rotating cast of commentators alongside me today. And, well, we re-signed Medadaub on a loan deal for the first innings of this match 15. And we followed suit for the second. We've brought Michael Busley back for a second commentary stint. Fantastic to have you with us. What did you make of that first innings?
To be perfectly honest, I wasn't very much around. I've been busy working over the other side of the ground. So I'm just getting myself back up to speed. And yes, they've put on a pretty decent total of over 100, which is always important to break that mental barrier of a ton. The batting side going in pretty handy with the bat. They've got some great players, so I think this is going to go pretty much to the wire.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty close game to me. And, well, as my lovely late grandmother said, if all else fails, tell the truth. Can't fault you for your honesty at all, Michael. And, of course, you guys really appreciate you stepping up as well, because I can tell you the amount of organisational hard work that's done behind the scenes. I'm very grateful to not have to deal with some of the challenges that you guys are constantly confronting to keep the show very much on the road. And here goes the show for run chase of match 15. Nice shot down the ground by Tahir Tarar. He's immediately off the mark against the bowling of Deep Jagan Singh. On to strike now is Shani Khawaja.
Yeah, and Tahir Tarar is very much the talisman of this side. He's busy, he's vocal, he's energetic, he's everywhere.
Nudged, or attempted to be nudged down to third man.
Very good nut.
Contact.
Good nut. Good start to the innings. Good start to his bowling. 2 decent balls.
He's a very reliable performer, Deep Jagan. Completely mistimed through to third man. And they'll get just one, so both openers off the mark. And Kitawari behind the stumps, back in the side for Stockholm. Medadaub in the first innings mentioned how pleased Tiwari, skipper Chenanali, was to have Tiwari back keeping. Smeared away straight to square leg. They're going to try a single. And had he taken it cleanly, it would have been out. This was a hot potato. Just couldn't gather it. Deep Jagan Singh had 3 or 4 juggles at it. Had he taken it clearly, this was out by a long, long way.
Yep, absolutely. He's nowhere near going to make that. And unfortunately, as with the tents we find ourselves in, he is juggling it like at the circus.
Again, still boundaryless this innings. Single that time. And just to jump back to that point about Nali, we were talking about the fact he's quite a backseat skipper, so he bats himself down the order. He's quite a quiet man on the field. He's more one of those that likes to get the best out of the players in front of him than be in the foreground himself. Flicked away, extraordinary shot. He lost his feet in the process, Tarar, but he found the ball with the bat. That's the most important thing. Potshik at 8 without loss after the first boundary to boost a somewhat quiet first over.
Do you know what? That's not a bad attempt at Yorker either. That's not a bad ball, and he's managed to shift his feet out of the way. He's almost thrown himself out of the way of that and managed to bring good bat speed through, as you can see, and whipped away. Yes, he ends up on the floor, but the ball ends up over the boundary, so you can't say fairer than that.
So, as it always is for Stockholm, Deep Jagan Singh bowls the first over. He goes for 8, which by his standards of high parsimony is quite expensive. And then Halagan Sandhu comes on to bowl the second. 2 brothers in combination. Smashed away through the covers. An extraordinary shot. Steps away and just hockey shot style smears it for 6. The first maximum of this innings. What a shot.
Didn't need to move. Just absolutely just swung his bat through. His feet barely smooth, as you can see from side on. Just a little step into that. And just pure power. Out the shoulders. Opened up. Over the boundary. 6 runs.
Very nicely played by Khawaja. Just to get Botshirka going. Good in-swing from Sandhu. Nudged away for 1. Based on everything we've seen at the tournament, it looks like a very even matchup.
Yeah, yeah. And you would have said before that if you try and call this before the game, you know, you would be struggling. It was always going to be close.
Mistimed, but he's got fortunate. 4 through third man. Absolutely nowhere near where he wanted to hit this. He was trying to cream it through mid-wicket. And it's a proper leading edge, which is of course the most improper of shots. And it's another boundary for Botshirka, up to 23 without loss. 19 without loss, pardon me. And Tara is ticking.
And if you're going to play like that, you've got to swing through and swing through hard. The amount of runs that go backward a point down to third man in T10 is quite extraordinary. So having those fielders out there is vital. It's a decent nut.
And out, given. So it's 4 and out for Tahir Tara. That is a big scout for Stockholm early on. Gone for 10 off 5. And, well, that replay frozen brilliantly by those working behind the scenes at Spring Productions. Tells us all we need to know. He came a long way down, but wasn't really getting up.
No, it hits him so far down. Yes, he does move forward. That's plumb. It's a decent ball. He's beaten. He's played all around that. Swung across the line, as we know from watching the games over the days. Swing across the line on the straight one. The amount of times that you miss them, and it's LBW, and he's off. There's a big wicket for Stockholm. Absolutely important for Tahir Tara to be sent back in.
Now, speaking of big wickets, this is the man who I said to Kaushik Vats, if there's one player you can get out in the Botshirka side, and you know before the innings you're going to get him for a duck, who would you get? It would be this man, Zishan Mahmood. Danger man in this Botshirka lineup. He's played a lot of very good cameos in this innings, in this tournament I should say. He's got into the 20s 4 times, and every time he's got there at around 2 a ball. He's never had an innings yet where he's gone on with it past that point. Now would be as good a time as any.
I think the issue with that is, even though he doesn't take it further into the innings, that speed of scoring just takes the run rate up and puts their team in a very good position, especially in the chase.
Pushed away for 1 by Zishan off the mark.
And one thing we've learned as well along the way is that you get behind the run rate in T10, you just don't have the time to have a bad over. So if you can get ahead, you get those runs on the board as quickly as possible. It gives you the time to be able to manage the rest of the overs.
Drops just short of Vijay, who's wringing his hand. That's really hurt him. Oh, it did look like a catching chance for a second. It was hit very hard and flat though, so Vijay in the end actually does well just to get his hand behind the ball on the half volley and stop the boundary, because more often than not this week that's gone for 4. 21 for 1 off 2. Platform laid.
For sure. I mean, bless him. He's out there trying doing his best not to show the pain, but that really did hurt. You could tell he's wandering around. Don't shake it, don't shake it. Fair play to the man. We prepare ourselves for over 3. And Deep Jagan's back on again and runs around, returns to his marks. Dead ball. So 21 for 1 off the first 2. It's not a bad start. They're basically with the run rate, but they do need to kick on. This is what Zishan is there for, and hopefully for the batting side he'll be able to take and pull that run rate right down. So for the last 5 overs of the match, they can really manage their batting performance, and rather than be struggling and pushing for boundaries. That's a great cut. It's a lovely shot. Backward a point, 4 runs. Yeah, that's too short, and he can make some space for himself and just cuts it away. It's a lovely cut shot. No hope for the fielders. You watch him just leans back, uses the pace of the ball, a little strike through. Takes them to 25.
It's a clever response from Deep Jagan. Followed Khawaja down that leg side, but a bit of untidy keeping from Ankit Tiwari behind the stumps. Wasn't an easy take, in fairness.
Freebie for the batting side.
Swing and a miss outside off. Deep Jagan has not had a wicket this spell in this tournament. He always bowls the first and third over for Stockholm, and he always keeps it tight, and he's generally following that script so far here.
Commentator's curse.
Oh, well, don't believe in that. Leg stump full toss, 4 runs for Zishan Mahmood, his first boundary. Gift of a ball.
Yes.
What was that you were saying?
That is a pie, and yeah, he's just guided it. Used the pace straight off the middle of the bat. 4 runs.
To follow your theme from your earlier stint, what flavour of pie are you christening that? What's a leg stump full toss in the low leg?
Chicken and leek. We'll go chicken and leek.
Okay. Very meat based your pie choices, aren't they, Mr.
Yeah,
Boosler?
generally.
Short cut away. Well, that is another pie of some description. It's a very different type. Short outside off, and I think I've put the mockers on Deep Jagan Singh here. He's normally so dependable with a new ball. Had he left it alone, almost certainly would have been a wide, but Zishan Mahmood instead gets consecutive boundaries.
Yeah, there's two. He's tried, from what it looked like, he's tried to sort of turn his arm over, roll his hand over the top for a slower ball, little off cutter. And unfortunately totally misjudged it, pulled it down. It was short, it was wide, it was slow, it's gone.
It's an uncharacteristic pair of poor deliveries from Deep Jagan. He's going to hope to not serve up another one here. Well, that is a very tentative appeal of How's That, which is the absolute classic. I'm hoping that you somehow think this has hit the pad so it isn't wided, which is a wicketkeeper at a low level of cricket myself. Dare I say I might have done once upon a time on quite a few occasions. Deep Jagan's last ball of his spell. That's a better ball, the kind of ball you'd normally associate with Deep Jagan Singh. So it's his first wicketless spell of the tournament. Not quite at his brilliant best. He concedes 21 from his 2 overs. But Shirker going pretty nicely here. They're 35 for 1 off 3.
Yeah, they put themselves in a decent position. It's really important in the power play to make sure you do not get behind a run rate. It's absolutely vital. So being 35 for 1. With 2 dangerous players at the crease area, I would slightly be leaning towards the batting side taking this home. But still, even only 7 overs left, still so much cricket to happen. So many twists and turns still to come.
Yeah, you do often see a game like this sort of keep swinging one way or the other, and it just comes down to which way the game swings right at the end. Whoever gets the last run of momentum. It's that close and that frenetic a format. So we're out of the power play now. Outfield is spreading out like anyone who's anywhere near each other at the moment, given the way of the world. Of course, it's pretty easy to be socially distanced when you're fielding on a cricket pitch most of the time. Manoj Tamar starts well. That's a huge wild swipe from Khawaja. He's got 14 off 8. He's played some nice shots so far, but that was not the ticket.
No. You could see just from his head position, everything's just out of sync. Just tried to hit it as hard as he possibly could. And by the time the ball goes through, as we've said before, he's halfway looking towards the sky. However,
there we go. Well, that's what he can do when he gets it right, Shani Khawaja. He missed the previous ball by a million miles, but he's hit that one a million miles. That's going to take some effort to get it back. Bang! Through long on. 6 more. Khawaja on to 20.
Yeah, I must say the bowler's put that in exactly the position that he wanted it. The previous ball just wide outside off stump. Great length. Coming up gives the batsman a chance to no chance when you're not moving your feet, but that is in the slot. That is gone.
Yeah, that was the exact phrase I was going to use. You do have some people in the YouTube live chat sometimes asking, what exactly is this modern phrase, the slot? And basically it's sort of what used to be known in the 80s or 90s in quote-unquote good old 4-day cricket as a good length ball, really. But these days a good length ball isn't, well, I'm going to prod forward and block that. It's I'm going to clear my front leg a little bit and I'm going to smash you over long on as if I'm on the first tee on a par 5 for 6.
And the ball has gone, and when we say gone, it is literally gone. As the third umpire comes on with a selection of new balls.
We also saw this yesterday where what they did is they went out to the forest, our volunteers from the Swedish Cricket Federation, they kept throwing balls back and they threw 4 back and the umpire sort of said, well, I've got no idea which of these 4 is meant to be the one that was hit. And the guys who volunteering, doing a very good job out there, who were fetching them back, said, well, we don't know either. In the end, the umpire sort of picked the one of the 4 because it was early on in the innings that looked the newest and said, well, you can have that one. That's a nice response from Tamar, getting a long way from that inviting slot length that we just described.
And those first and third balls of the over just perfect for, against this batsman. You just give him, you give him some width, you get the length right, and he's just going to swing through all day. You get it in 2 straight, exactly the same thing has just happened again. That's 3 out of the 4 balls have been perfect lines, great length, and he's just swinging through side on. You get it 2 straight against this batsman, he just manages to, as we said, in his slot, in his range, and it goes. You just keep putting it there. The guy's not moving his feet.
He's kind of playing the same shot to every ball.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, you put it away from where that bat's coming through.
No, they're debating changing the field here. Putting cover and third man a bit finer. Maybe for the edge, I think. No full toss. Smacked straight down to Jagan Sandhu in front of us. Be just 1 for Shani Khawaja, who's got 21 off 13 in very much an all or nothing style.
And that brings Zishan onto strike. And they push back nicely for 2. Into the over. That's 44 for 1 after 4. Again, just staying just in touch. And they've got 74 runs required in 36 balls, 12 and over.
Well, just to keep you updated with what's going on here in the box, Medadaub substituted for the... well, how would you describe yourself in comparison, Michael Bousley?
Well, I'm a bit surprised that you keep putting me on after, to be fair. I don't think that's very kind to me. I think...
Are we going to have to speak to your agent?
Well, you get on the phone to Cliff, Les Clifford, who's my on-screen partner normally, but it's a pleasure being with you today, Michael McCann.
it's good to have you. Michael Bousselet, who's available at a very reasonable price as an ECS batting coach, is doing his best earlier to get himself a job with Omea. Have they been in touch? They still haven't won, so they could do a lot worse than maybe getting a consultant on board.
Well, the
failing to chase 77
I
against Pakistan.
People have heard about my actual batting ability, and I think that's going against me on a coaching level. So I think I'll just stick to talking about it rather than doing anything about it.
So it's the other pair of the brothers. Harlagan, who's back on and should have taken a wicket, hasn't, dropped at point, and poor old Harlagan can't quite believe it. Just out of a shot, he's got his head in his hands in total disbelief, because Shani Khawaja should have been out here.
Yeah, he gets himself into the right position. He's there, he's ready. There's no explanation.
Shorter, whacked away, a very flat 6. That really was travelling. It's gone right out onto the outfield of the other pitch that's next to us. It's going to take some fetching. What a shot by Zishan Mahmood, and that is why Kaushik Vats highlighted him as the man to get out in this Botshika lineup.
And that's exactly what he can do to you as well. That's an absolute, just straight out the middle of the bat. Not a bad length or line. He's just moved himself across the stumps, just swatted it away, straight out the middle of the bat, and that is a flat and far 6. Bang.
It's not many you see that are hit that flat. That really was sort of like almost a tennis shot style.
Well weighted by the batsman.
But it's straight at point. They're going to get 1. That's hit him on the knee, and that has really hurt him. Got this very hard clay outfield where the ball, and I know this isn't how the law of physics works, but it almost seems to speed up off it. And that is a nasty blow. Well, it doesn't get much worse than that. You drop a catch and in the same over get sconned on the knee.
Yeah, that's painful.
Full toss, smacked down the ground, and almost caught brilliantly by Long On coming around. He clutched it inches off the ground diving forward and couldn't hold on. This would have been one of, if not the catch of the tournament.
Oh, he hasn't quite got hold of it out the middle. He's got round. He's just the end of his fingers. It's just a desperate effort. It's very unlucky, and I must say he's done very well to get himself round the boundary into a position in the first place. And yes, absolutely, if he'd have held that, that would have been some catch.
Almost comically slow ball from Sandhu, just jabbed away for a walking single. Speaking of clarifying cricketing performance, because you mentioned that, there is a few people mentioning a comment that we discussed in the YouTube live chat, but the loose end wasn't quite cleared up in regard to a possible century being scored. So that's another slower ball from Sandhu, gets it wrong. Meda Daub saying to me that she'd somehow heard on a grapevine that I'd scored a century, clarifying that that's only ever happened in my dreams as of now. What she had heard was that I batted through a full 50 overs and therefore assumed I must have done, forgetting that she's never actually seen me bat, that you need to actually have some scoring shots to score runs. Speaking of scoring shots, that's a gorgeous one from Khawaja again. They're not learning. If you bowl short on his pads, he'll get his forehand out and he'll smash you through mid-wicket. This is another clean, flat strike. 59 for 1. And Shani Khawaja is dominating out there at the halfway stage. Botshika pretty much exactly halfway there. And with 9 wickets in hand, they'll be confident.
Yeah, and Zishan, what he does, he sees the ball coming in short. He starts to work his way across his stumps. So that ball was a good few inches outside the off stump. It's not too short and it's not too wide, but it gives him the opportunity to just move himself across. And if it is wider, then he's able to adjust and play the cut shot. But he just waits for it and swats it away. It's quite incredible.
Yeah, very unorthodox.
Yeah.
And so just to tie at the very end of the loose end, I batted through 50 overs for my Saturday team, the Acton Fours, for 52 not out on the worst pitch I think I might have ever played on. We were stuck in on it, got 155 for 9,
and then they got 138 for 9 from their 42 overs. So it ended up as a draw. Had we taken one more wicket, we'd have won it. But given that was on the hottest day in the UK so far, which should facilitate quick scoring, that gives you an idea. Think of one of those park wickets that's an actual grass wicket, not an artificial wicket, that's so green and unmanaged that you literally do not know where it is. You look out across the park and you just do not know. You have to sort of figure it out by some very faint white lines. So that was the story there. But what's going to be the story in this one? Pokala on. Oh, is it peeling for LBW? I wonder if height was the issue. It was quite a short ball. And again, he's looking for that pull shot, Zishan Mahmood.
Doing the rub of the inside die. Yeah, it has taken him on the inside die, but he's falling backwards towards the stumps. Let's have a look. Ooh.
You can see why there's enough doubt there to not give that on the
Yeah.
basis of height. You can also see why Pokala was very vocal in going up for it. It's very skiddy as well, Pokala. That's between batsman and the stumps, and it's zipped through the keeper Ankit Tiwari as well. So that is a bit of charity from Stockholm. 4 byes.
Yeah, it has moved away from the wicket keeper, but it's just bad judgment. You need to get across to that. However, having said that, the batsman stays still. That's probably going down leg side as well. So you can't blame completely the wicket keeper. As a wicket keeper myself, it's the wicket keepers union on that one, I think.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy one. Sridhar Pokala not having to worry about that going down on his figures, of course. Quite a short man. That means he's come out very skiddy with his medium paces. Smashed down the ground, 6 runs. That's gone over our circus tent. That is a big, big 6 from Zishan Mahmood, the danger man for Botshirka. And he's at it again. He's absolutely smashed that.
Yeah, he's preempted that. He's seen what's come before. He's taken a couple of steps. He hasn't skipped down. He's literally just strut 2 steps down the wicket and just slapped it back over the bowler's head. And now Zishan's into those 20s now. So let's see how he can take this on.
Yeah, it's the same old script. Always keeping track of the key performers in any games, and littered throughout Botshirka's matches is knocks from Zishan Mahmood, where he's got into the 20s, but gone, having scored at around 2 a ball. And here we are again. He has 25 off 12. Probably needs someone to go and get a half century. Steps down again. This is mistimed though. Just pick up a single.
Yeah, bowler's seen him come in, just tied him up a little bit. Just good bowling, good thinking. And just working the ball, just angling it into the batsman. And because he's walked down, he didn't have the time to reposition and pull that. So it's good bowling. Single down to long on. There, hit the 71 now for 1 ball left in the over. Run rate is below 12 now to just over 11. They need 47 in 25. Definitely need some runs off this final ball of the over. And he hasn't got a hold of that. Got a bottom edge. Wicketkeeper gathers it. Single. 72 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, they'll be pretty pleased with where they are right now, Botshirka. This partnership is flying along. It's gone past the 50 mark in that over. It's worth 53. And it's only taken them 26 balls as well. And like any good ECS partnership, bat change is an inherent part of it at some point, and he's desperately trying to get a bat change. Zishan Mahmood, take a glance at the bowling figures. The Sandhu brothers, Deep Jagan Singh Sandhu and Harlagan Sandhu, not at their best at the top, you'd have to say, given the high standards they've normally set in this competition, and that's what's put Botshirka in the driving seat.
Yeah, Deep Jagan's second over, I think it was. I think the first over was very much in keeping with the way he's played throughout the tournament. I think that second over just got loose. It was from that attempted little offcutting slower ball. and it's just went downhill from there. Lost a few runs and went for around 20, I believe, from his 2 overs.
Yeah, went for 22 from his 2, which by his very, very high standards is a bit expensive. So now they're going to need others who normally are chipping in alongside those 2 frontliners to actually step up and provide the main contributions with the ball. Shiva Arsi with his little mediums comes on. I'd imagine he's going to bowl the 7th and the 9th. Now this is key because he's the 5th bowler. He's the fill-in man. It's not a bad start, just inside the wide line, which is always a good area to be finding.
Just a single down to 3rd man, and like you said, this is a very important over for Shivarasi, and it very much could go either way with these 2 batsmen in as well. So, but he's a wily character. He understands what he's able to bowl, and it is just interesting to see how this plays out.
That's cleverly done. Just followed him, yorked him. That is very smart. And the other thing is, there's all the more responsibility on RC, not just because of the 2 opening bowlers struggling, but Archan Vaidya has really hurt his hand in that stop, you might remember, on the half volley earlier on in the innings. And I've seen him repeatedly signal to his captain that he can't bowl. And that is a big loss.
That is.
Steps a long way across, all sorts of fancy footwork, and it's worked nicely. Well, he knew there was nobody behind square on the leg side, so he said, regardless of what I get, that's where I'm going to try and hit it, and he has done.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shivarasi wasn't quite aware of where to put that because he'd moved so far across. And he's just unfortunately needs to bowl it a lot fuller. He needs to try and stick it on his toes there, but it's just short enough for him to pull around. And he doesn't get hold of that well, but the sheer power of the guy just sends that to the boundary for 4.
I think he just didn't really, yeah, as you said, he was just so surprised. He was like, what's he doing a foot outside off stump? Clever stuff from Khawaja. He's forced a field change as well. Steps across again and whacks this for 6. Well, it is caught by the fielder, but 3 or 4 yards over the rope. Poor old Archan Vaidya. Nothing he can do out there. Oh, that is extraordinary batting from Khawaja. The ball is going to hit the base of middle and leg, but he doesn't care. Vaidya takes a brilliant one-handed catch.
Such a snare.
But the ball has gone a long way away. He almost actually gets out hit wicket here, Shani Khawaja.
Watch this. That is a killer snare. That's unbelievable one-handed grab on the boundary. Just unfortunately, it's 3 metres behind it.
Exactly. 60-metre boundaries, he would have been golden. And that's another boundary. Well, Khawaja really is ticking here. He's decided the 5th bowler's on in RC, and this is the over he has to target. He's targeting it quite magnificently. 4, 6, and 4.
Yeah, this is painful for Stockholm. And as we said, this could have gone either way. Shiva needs to come back strong in this final ball of the over. We need a dot or a wicket.
Slower ball, pumped down the ground, 4 more. Well, that is just so brilliant from Shani Khawaja, and he's now 1 boundary from his 50 in the blink of an eye. The 7th over finishes 4, 6, 4, 4. 18 runs off those last 4 balls. And Botshika still have work to do. But you would say that whilst Khawaja and Mahmood are at the wicket, it's their game to lose. 27 to win off the last 3 then, 91 for 1. And this is how we look for match 16. The Foreign Royals are the latest team to try and beat Pakistanska, who have never lost in the ECS and are the defending champions. They somehow defended 77. Well, I should say 77 to win it was for Umio. 76 for 9 was what they managed. That was quite an extraordinary effort, wasn't it, to somehow keep that unbeaten run going. What is it going to take to beat them?
Well, they just seem to be able to do enough all the time. They can. Today, I don't think they really got out of 3rd gear, and they just rolled along. And they were just controlling the game all the way through. Especially, they obviously didn't perform too well with the bat, but with the ball, even though the Umair side were always in contention, they never really looked like losing. And I think that's kind of been the way since the first day. and they continue to win, they continue to roll on.
Sign of champs, as Kashi Vats put it, the Stockholm batter. He's out in the field at the moment as his side are struggling a bit here, and so they've turned to a man who's been struggling in the field, Archan Vaidya. He injured his finger fielding, and he initially said, I can't bowl, and I think his skipper Chen Anali's just come to him after what happened to Shiva Arsi going for 19 and said, look, we need to fill in at least an over with a sixth bowler here, because if Arsi comes back, we're going to lose the game. So Vaidya's having a go. And he might well have got a wicket here. Oh, he's taken it. What a catch with an injured finger. Archan Vaidya. Well, he's misjudged it. He was hoping his fielder was going to come in. Nobody moved. And Vaidya in the end said, look, I'll do it myself. So Shani Kawaja goes for 46 off 23. There's a moment where he looks out, Vaidya, towards Chen Anali, his skipper, and says, are you getting there? Nali has a look back at him and says, no, I'm not. And then Vaidya takes it with an injured finger, even not accounting for those circumstances. That was brilliant.
Yeah,
92 for 2.
I don't think Chen Anali was going anywhere near that. I think it went straight up. And this is great bowling. He gives it the flight. It gets that drift into the batsman. He's so important to the Stockholm side.
But he's got whacked for 6 there. Well, you blink in the ECS and it all changes again. That is a massive whack through the leg side, using the angle and Vaidya against him. The ball didn't really turn, so it slid down leg. They crossed from the catch, so Mohammad Ashfaq has just walked to the wicket as at the non-strikers, and Zishan Mahmood continues on his merry way.
Yeah, there was no drift and there was no flight, so that was just a shocker.
Yeah.
Maybe he got stuck in his hand a little bit, I don't know, maybe he's feeling the effects of the injured finger, but that's not the bowling that they require.
So a somewhat better ball from Vaidya, but still slapped through mid-wicket. Well fielded by Sridhar Pokala out there. So still right in this Stockholm. You feel like to win the game, they're probably going to need to get Zishan Mahmood out as well, as Ashfaq is about to face his first ball.
Yeah, we'll see if he gives the ball some more flight. It seemed like to Zishan, he's trying to fizz it in a little bit low, a bit more skiddy. Yeah, there's the flight, there's the drift, and it's up in the air again.
Deep Jagan coming around. He does well to cut the boundary off. It wasn't really a catching chance. It would have been a genuine stunner if he somehow found a way to take this one.
Yeah, and gets a clap from his from the bowler, from his colleague for stopping the boundary.
That's always a good sign that you haven't dropped one if the bowler's happy enough with your efforts. Still fighting here, Stockholm. So a low full toss, but I think Mahmood, regardless of the ball that was bowled, had set his sights on a single to keep the strike, and he gets that. 101 for 2, so 17 to win off 12. Zishan Mahmood on 36. Poll says, can Stockholm bring it back from here after the big wicket? 60% of the 100 respondents say yes.
Wow.
There's a lot of Stockholm love in our chat, and I think I know why. It's because of the colourful and humorous contributions of Kaushiv Vats in our commentary tent earlier on in Game 2, because we've noticed since then you can put pretty much any poll out relating to Stockholm. It's always getting at least 60% support. Could be anything. Is Stockholm the best cricket club in the world? It probably still gets 60%. There's a lot of Stockholm love. There's a lot of Umeå love as well, given their struggles and attempts to win a game. And there's a lot of love put on that cricket ball by Zishan Mahmood. He's stepped inside the line and absolutely mullered it through point. This is a clean cut shot. What he does well, he just goes with the angle of the ball. Doesn't try and smash it through leg as we see so often. Finds the vacant point region. 41 for him off 20.
And again, just taking those steps down the wicket, just opening his shoulders. Just strikes through the ball so well. Such good hand-eye coordination. You put it anywhere, he seems to be able to swat it away.
Collar again, but he's going to get a wide there. That's going to only help them further. 12 to win off 10. Realistically, if Mahmood stays there, they're winning the game. They've got to find a way to get Zishan Mahmood out, you'd think. That's the only way. That's the only way they're going to win this match.
Ball's gone up. And another wicket. Easy for the wicket keeper. It's probably the easiest catch he's going to get all series.
Well, we said they needed a wicket.
And it's the big one.
Absolutely, just as we were discussing that they've got to get Zishan Mahmood out, and that's good responsibility taken by Ankit Tiwari. You do often see situations like that where it's a tricky catch for the keeper, but still easier for them than anyone else because they've got the gloves.
Yeah, you've got to be quick on your feet, you've got to be aware. And if there's any chance that you can get to that ball with those big gloves on, you should be. No excuses for a wicketkeeper for not to be quick on their feet and getting out for those catches.
So Zishan Mahmood gone for 41 off 21. He did get out of the 20s this time, and he's played a knock that probably on balance should be enough to help them get home here. But this is the problem. He's exposed others and left it to them to finish the job, and Messrs Ashfaq and Hassani are out there, and both of them have barely faced a ball, so this could well be a very tight finish yet, folks.
Yeah, this changes everything.
Comes down the pitch and again misses Ashfaq. 12 off 8. Well, I tell you what, I don't mean to sound like a certain person, and I haven't got his accent, so I'm not going to sound exactly like him, but I'm getting a tingle of something. Well, he does make contact this time, Ashfaq. He makes very good contact. 4 through extra cover. I was about to say a possible golden ball tingle, but if he keeps batting like that, Mohamed Ashfaq is not going to get that far. That just brings it back. 8 to win off 7.
That was a vital boundary. Massively important for the Stockholm, sorry, for the batting side. 1 ball left in this over.
Shorter. Turned away by Ashfaq, who will get a single. Given that Hassani hasn't faced a ball yet, I think they'll be happy about Shirka with Ashfaq starting that last over on strike. So 7 to win off the last. They're still alive and fighting Botshirka. It's not the worst over from Pakala, who ends up with 1 for 19 from his 2 overs. Bit of a discussion in the YouTube chat about potential of fielding a team entirely of Michaels, being led by a certain Michael Daub. It's talking about chance of winning. We've got Michael Clark, Michael Bevan, Michael Vaughan, Michael Hussey and Michael Holding.
Michael McCann, Michael Boosley.
Well, the 2 came to mind. I would suggest we might struggle to be quite in that company. It's also a very batting heavy team at the moment. I think Michael Holding's going to have to bowl from both ends in that team. Got Michael Vaughan and Michael Clark with a bit of spin. That's through the covers from Ashfaq. 1, so 6 to win off 5, but Hassani on strike, yet to face a ball. I'm sure Michael Daub, given how Mihail Daub played in Hungary, can probably hold a bat. So
That's
Michael
where he gets all his talent from, his father.
Exactly, it's in the gene pool. 6 to win off 5. Hassani facing for the first time. And it's a wide, and they're going to run as well. And they'll get home, and they'll also get 1 on the overthrow, possibly. Oh, they've made it in. No, he's out the second time, so they're going to collect 2 wides, but Mohamed Ashfaq's out. So there's a lot going on here, folks. We start with the wide. There's a decision from Mohamed Ashfaq that they're going to run on the first wide, and then it's a throw that's wide of the stumps from Manoj Tomar. So they come back again, and the second time on the run out, Stockholm do get it right. So he's out. It's not a legitimate delivery. Botshirka now need 4 runs to win from 5 balls. So it's still overall a good result for Botshirka despite the carnage. And it is also the end of Mohamed Ashfaq, who is run out at the bowler's end for 7 off 6. So Ali Hassani is on strike still, yet to face a legitimate delivery.
I'm confused.
And Gopal Randhara has come in at the non-striker's end. Both batters yet to face. 4 to win off 5. Hit straight back. And they can't run on that. And he's saying it's caught and bowled. I thought it was a bump ball.
Looked like a bump ball.
Didn't look right at all. And the umpire immediately just calming things down. This will tell us definitively.
Hopefully.
Oh. Ooh. Not so sure, actually. That's only put doubt in my mind where it didn't exist.
Oh,
Oh.
we're just puffing and puffing.
I wonder
Good
if
commentary from the boys.
We're lost for words. The third umpire's having a look at this. Well,
They carry on.
he stays alive. Skied in the air towards cover. Difficult chance running back. Hasn't laid hands on it. It would have been a very, very good catch. They're going to run 2, and they could have run 3. Randhara's left utterly furious because he didn't want to run a third here, Ali Hassani. Just watch eventually Randhara. Just here. Randhara says you should have ran again. Steps down the track. Doesn't get anything on it. They're going to try and scramble a single, and they do get there. So I make it. It's 1 to win. Apologies for the fact that the scoreline is down. It has been a somewhat chaotic last over. So I'm 99.9% sure that it's now 1 to win. So everybody's coming in for Stockholm, as they should be. And I'm surprised they haven't got someone fielding at a very straight mid-on or mid-off, ready to be at the stumps at the bowler's end, because that's often crucial in this scenario. 1 to win off the last 2. And they're going to get there. They're going to get through Botshika. What a game. A truly extraordinary ECS match that swung one way and the other. A high-scoring thriller, and it is Botshika who win it on the penultimate ball by 6 wickets. 117 for 5 from 10 overs by Stockholm. Plays 118 for 4 off 9.5 for Botshika, who get their 4th win from 6 games in this ECS. Stockholm with 3 wins from 7. An inside edge by Randhara for 1 to take victory. Wow.
What a great finish. Love it going down to the last couple of balls of the innings. Makes it so exciting. Different new batsmen in. People not having faced the ball, taking it home. And here we go, there was a juggle. Circus time. Oh, that was a lovely shot. Just shifted his feet out the way, just moved his feet really well. Managed to strike that away for a lovely boundary. Great timing. Unfortunately, Tahar didn't stay in as long as he would have liked, as you can see here. Taking a nice boundary down to third, backward point. And there's the LBW. Tahar out far too early for his liking.
Yeah, that was a key moment because Tahar so often is one of their most reliable run scorers. That was Archan Vaidya, key bowler for Stockholm, being badly injured, which really hurt them because it meant Vaidya didn't end up bowling his pair of overs, which could have got them the victory, Stockholm.
Yeah, for sure. I think, that just bowling that 1 over, he bowled reasonably well in it as well. He just tried to fizz a few into Zishan to kind of cut his runs off, and did really well and got the wicket that he caught himself. So it was a shame we didn't see him bowl both of his overs. I think it may have made a difference.
Big partnership of 73 for the 2nd wicket, and it was helped along by some charitable fielding. Shani Khawaja and Zishan Mahmood both getting into the 40s and both scoring their runs at almost 2 a ball. There was some 4 drops that made it in the partnership. 2 of them were very difficult, but 2 were a lot more manageable. Both players right into their stride, both scoring at around the 2 a ball mark, batting with plenty of intent, and this was where things really stepped up a gear. Khawaja with a fancy footwork against the fill-in bowling of Shiva Arsi. He took Arsi for 19 off and over. Great catch by Vaidya, but just over the rope, and stumbled over the advertising boardings, but thankfully was okay. And then after getting that live, he said, well, that's worked for me, so I'm going to do it again. Khawaja stepping across to smash a 6 and then going through mid-wicket successfully as well. And finally showing us his range of shots by slamming it down the ground. And after that over, Botshika were distinctly in the comfortable seat, but that 2nd wicket partnership was finally broken. Archan Vaidya with the caught and bowled to remove Shani Khawaja for 46 off 23. Shani
kept going on his merry way. Pardon me, Shani was out. Zishan Mohammed kept going on his merry way. That was a brilliant cut shot, but once Zishan went here off the bowling of Sridhar Bokala, suddenly with those 2 set batters gone, the game looked completely different and it got very nervy for Botshirka.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we said at the time, neither batsman that were in at the time had even faced a ball. So it was like a brand new partnership. So they, to be fair, they've done extremely well to get through this. This was a bit of comedy running that ended up with a run out, which took us into the final balls of the innings.
Yeah, they only needed 7 off the last over, but well, they really did make not just a meal out of it, but I'd say maybe breakfast and lunch and possibly even dinner. They scrambled home though on the penultimate ball thanks to an edged single from Gopal Randhawa. This is how we look then for match number 16. 4 non-rolls with 2 wins from 5. Pakistanska, well, they've been very imposing, and even when they've seemed to play pretty poor cricket for fairly extended periods of time, like a true champion team in these recent close games against Botshirka and Umair, they've still found a way to win. But they're definitely vulnerable.
Yeah, I think the Royals will be on a high. They started really slow, and you could tell from those first matches that they were better than the performances that they were putting in. And I think, as we saw with 2 big wins against Umair, they've got some confidence back, and with their captain Rohit, who is playing particularly well after a run of ducks at the beginning of the tournament. He's certainly stepped up over the last few days, and he'll be looking to take his team forward and testing Pakistanska even.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, he'll be looking to test them as they, as we said, they do look vulnerable. There is an option, there's an opportunity for Royals today to maybe put some kind of upset that we think the tournament would be exciting for.
Yeah, we love an upset. Let's just look back on the scorecard from what we've just seen then. Dominated by 40s from Shani Khawaja and Zishan Mahmood. 46 for Khawaja, 41 for Mahmood, and that was what got them home. In terms of the bowling figures for Stockholm, well, we highlighted it. Vaidya not bowling his 2 overs might just have been the difference. The 2 brothers, the opening pair, Deep Jagan and Halagan, not quite at their brilliant best. And so that's what's contributed to Stockholm losing their 4th game of this series. They have 3 wins from 7. Meanwhile, Botshirka have picked up their 4th win from 6. So they move into 2nd, just behind Pakistanska. And I think we'd probably both agree on the balance of things. They right now, and they nearly of course beat Pakistanska, look like the best of the rest.
Yeah, I would say so. They've got some of the teams don't seem to have the depth within their lineups. They can refer to different bowlers if their top 5 are not going according to plan. As we saw today with an injured finger, they were able to bring somebody else in who did a job. I'm not saying they excelled at their job, but they did enough.
Yeah.
And I think the same will happen with the bat. That they'll be able to, they're able to lose Tahir early on and still be able to take that score to well over 100, and that's massive, for a team to fight and win those games that they need to.
So often, of course, comes down to strength and depth in T10. So, can anyone beat Pakistanska? We're going to find out if the 4 on rolls can be the team to do the job in match 16. Thank you very much to Michael Boosley for dropping in for a second stint.
Well, I'd just like to say hello to my brother, Stephen Boosley, who's watching actually probably late into the night in Townsville in Australia.
Oh, wow.
So,
well, we've got viewers all across the world. Hello, Stephen. We'll have to speak to your agent to see if we can maybe get you back for a 3rd if we're lucky at some point across this tournament in Stockholm. But for now, do join us in around 5 minutes or so, where we'll start our build up towards match number 16, 4 on rolls in action against Pakistanska. I'm Michael McCann. Michael Boosley is with me, and you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden here in Stockholm. Join us for match 16.
Welcome to the coin toss for this match number 16 of the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden here in Stockholm. Now this toss is brought to you by Biostraff. Biostraff have 60 years of experience in their herbal and healthy products that help to improve well-being. It's fantastic to have them on board as a partner here at the European Cricket Network. And the Biostraff coin toss brings together a titanic clash between two teams with varying fortunes in the tournament so far. The 4-on rolls with 2 victories from 5, both of those coming in tight games against the struggling Umeå. Meanwhile, Pakistanska are undefeated and the defending champions. So it's going to be one heck of a challenge for Rohit Jadeja's 4-on rolls. His 6-year-old son has also joined us for the coin toss. The match referee has the coin in his hand. Let's get over to the Biostraff coin toss.
I've heads and tails. Heads, tails, you call. Heads called, and
So
it is a tail.
Pakistanska have called heads. And Rohit Jadeja has won the toss, and the 4-on rolls have decided that the result of the Biostraff coin toss will be that they are going to have a bat. Let's get up to the commentary box ahead of the first ball of this, the final match of day 4. That coin toss was
brought to you by Biostraff. Thank you very much to them, one of our valued partners. It's fantastic to have them on board. Very, very excellent products, worth going and checking out. They've been working in health and well-being through their herbal products for more than 60 years. So, match 16, of course, pits Pakistanska against the 4-on rolls. Praveen Natarajan of the Stockholm CC camp joins me. The second Stockholm player to have on our mic today. Praveen, fantastic to have you with us. You've had a pretty good day of things, a big win and then a tight loss. What's the feeling in the camp after that?
Yeah, it was pretty draining, but since we realized that we were through, we wanted to try out our batting lineup a bit. That paid off, but we also wanted to try out some of the bowlers and try to build up the confidence a bit more. But that didn't go quite well. But it was a quite tight game, and we're quite happy with it. Maybe not happy with the results, but at least happy with the performance of every individual there.
And how do you guys feel looking forward to the quarter-final stage based on things so far?
So it's we have to take it. Now it's easier. You just have to look at one game at a time. We don't have to look at the whole lineup as such. So now our aim would be to look at matchups, look at who would go forward, who would open, and how would we how do you look at each teams? How do they perform? And I think the next week would be a lot of homework, and coming out and going crazy.
I imagine you're going to have a close eye on Group B. Apparently, it's a much stronger group. So, is that a challenge that you reckon is going to be particularly difficult?
Yeah, definitely it would be very challenging. Group B looks quite solid. They've got 5 teams, I think, who are playing at an elite level. But it's also T10. Anything can happen. As you can see, a lot of those edges were going for 4. It's just how well you swing the bat. Not a lot of technique going in. It's just a lot of swinging and a lot of luck going your way.
Yeah, it's a game where if 2 people get going,
yeah, true.
It can all look so different so quickly. As for this game, Pakistanska, unsurprisingly, in their Pakistan-like kit, out there in the field after the 4-on rolls in the orange and black, won the toss and decided to bat. Anamid Ram to face the first ball of this match. Bilal Mohammed, as ever for Pakistanska, will bowl the first over, and I would imagine also the third up top in the power play. Just a bit too much swing on that one. He's not quite able to control it, so 2 wides to start off with. That brings Rohit Jadeja onto strike. What have you made of what you've seen from these 2 sides so far in the competition?
It looks like it might be a pretty good game for Fornum also. Like imagine if they get a win here, what would do to their confidence? Pakistaniska haven't lost a game. Fornum have been like on and off. They've had a couple of pretty tight games against Umeå.
Well, that's a sort of a half a leave there, Janeja. He thought about playing it, ended up sort of prodding at it. Just jabbed back by Janeja, who is off the mark. You're not going to miss him in those purple pads. And I was speaking to a few members of the Fornum Royals camp. They said that the colour of the pads for them is a bit a part of someone's individuality, and Kaushik Vat said the exact same thing about the Stockholm team. It's sort of part of the great tapestry and diversity of the team's policy when it comes to ECS cricket.
Yeah, and also some of us are colorblind as well. So.
Well, I was trying. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. I was circling around it. You do get some great colour combinations.
Yeah.
I know a couple of you guys have got sort of every shade of blue, the lightest, most luminescent pads to go with the dark blue tops, which at least that's all one general colour of blue.
Well,
It's
that's
off
an inside edge.
the inside edge for Janeja, the trusty inside edge. You might as well use all the bat if you've paid for it, eh?
Yeah, exactly.
And as for yourself, you had a few starts.
Yeah.
How would you say your form is at this stage?
So I was like playing the T20s and had very good starts and just like waned off a bit just after the ball.
Nice
Cut
timed
away.
cut shot by Ram. He's going to get one there, so still not a boundary in the early part of the innings. But in terms
Yeah.
of where you're at,
Yeah, so I haven't converted my starts, been middling it quite well, but haven't been able to convert it. So it's just like one shot away. Could be a big game next up. So just have to like look forward, keep everything out of my head, and just like play along and just have fun. A wild swing.
bowled by Bilal Mohammed. That's his areas. He's beaten Janeja. End of the first over, 6 without loss. Umpires for this game, Roshan Van Affen was the standing end for that one. And moving from square leg into that standing umpire position is Bilal Munir. Your third umpire is Mashra Akif. We've had a few people asking where Suki Sivac, our third all-time female ECS umpire, is. She's off for a couple of days feeling just a touch unwell, so we wish her a very speedy recovery and to see her back standing very soon indeed. Tight over from Bilal Mohammed, and on comes a man who bowled brilliantly against Umair earlier on in the day. He was spearing it in with his in-swing. It is Zubair Aslam. Starts with not completing his action. Anirudh Ram on strike. Ram has the second highest individual score of the tournament, 64-36 against Umeå yesterday. Just to nudge that one away, they thought of one, thought better of it. As the wind really whips up, suddenly it gets to sort of the levels that we saw in Germany and Austria and really starts to test our marquee, which is a very strong one with these huge metal posts holding it down. So thankfully it seems structurally sound enough. Slower ball. LBW
That's very
appeals
close.
and given. Well, it looked very, very close indeed. And that is the end of Anirudh Ram, one of the Fornum Royals' key players, gone 6 for 1. And Aslam gets the breakthrough.
Could be going down leg as well.
Yeah, it was swinging a long, long way. It's difficult to judge, but didn't look like he'd come down the pitch. No.
No, caught on the crease.
Yeah. I think it's hard to have too many complaints.
Yeah, maybe we should have a review system as well.
Yeah. Well, we're working our way there.
Yeah.
Can't do it all overnight in the ECS.
True. But it's a very well organized tournament, I have to say.
The
There you go. There you go. You've evened it up. No, I mean, we're working on all sorts of things behind the scenes. But yeah, no decision review system in the European Cricket Series quite yet. But even if there was, dare I suggest, I feel like that would have been a wasted one, because at the very, very least it was umpire's call, if not 3 red lights. So Zubair Aslam continuing where he left off earlier on today. That's again very full, targeting those stumps, smashed into his pad by Arpit Tiwari. Tiwari batted well earlier on. Scored runs in this tournament for the 4-on rolls. Could do with a few more here.
That's all. That was a tight one.
Yeah, it is in and around that wide off-stump guideline. Michael Daub in the YouTube chat in regard to putting together a team of Michaels, saying, please don't let me spoil the result. I'll take care of the drinks or of the scorebook. See if we can build an 11 across this game with that. We're up to about 7 or 8, I reckon.
Swing and a miss.
1 strike outside the off-stump. So thus far we've got Clark, Bevan, Vaughan, Hussey, Holding, Bousley, Daub, and I'm going to throw myself in there just because we need 11, not out of any basis of cricketing merit, so McCann. So that gets you 7. Let's see if we can find 4 more from our YouTube chatters. Of course, you've got to be subscribed to get in the YouTube chat today, so join us in there. More good bowling from Zubair Aslam. Not able to stop it, though. This has been a good spell, though, in this first over from Aslam, not giving anything much away for free, apart from that 1 wide.
You could have a Michael Carberry in your team as well.
It's a good shout, yeah. We're very batting heavy at the moment, though. We were saying this. We haven't even got anyone to take the new ball with Michael Holding. And we've got to hope it rags, because Michael Vaughan and Michael Clark only bowl part-time spin. Wild swipe from Junaija. And they're appealing for caught behind here. Umpire Renathan not remotely interested. So end of the second over. The 4-on rolls 8 for 1. So if you've got anyone named Michael who can bowl a bit, they'd be very, very handy indeed. Seen Michael Stark and Michael Santner, says the European Cricket Network chatbot. I don't believe that's quite accurate. I think we're trying to sort of take their first name beginning with M and sort of steal them, which isn't quite in fitting with what we're attempting.
It looks like all the Michaels have taken up batting.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty good Michael Slater as well from Australia.
Yeah, that's true. It's not really solving the problem for us, but yeah, we'll take Slater and Carberry. We're going to need to bat first and get a lot of runs on the board. Last over of the power play, and as usual for Pakistanska, Bilal Muhammad bowling it. Chipped by Tiwari for 1. So see if you can fill in the rest of this. ECN chatbot says Michael Jordan scores lots of threes. Well, yeah, it does. I'm not sure quite how much use MJ would be on a cricket field. If he bowled like he played basketball, he'd probably bowl a lot of fast, nasty bounces. So if we're taking Michael Jordan as a bowler, maybe. Short.
Oh, that's short.
And that's not a good bouncer. That is a slower one from Bilal Muhammad. And when you bowl at his pace, any kind of bouncer is probably going to get whacked. And it does. Rohit Juneja hits the first boundary of the innings. 4 and on 13 for 1.
Bilal has been bowling quite well when he's bowling fuller. Should be sticking to that. Was quite a hard customer to tackle.
Yeah, he's just nagging, isn't he? Have you faced him much?
Yeah, he got me out the first game. Tried to walk down the pitch and hit him over the head, but it didn't work out.
Well, I actually didn't want to remind you of that. I was going to finish the question by saying in league play outside of the ECS, because I didn't want to bring back to it. But yeah, he's a very awkward customer.
Wide ball.
He's just daring you, isn't he, to try and play a shot like that. He knows he's got good sweepers on the rope, and it's a 6 or out type of scenario.
Gave me quite a fitting sent-off as well.
What did he?
He just like pointed out to where I had to walk back.
Pointed you to the batting tent, did he? Escort you after it, thereafter as well.
Oh, very good swing though.
Yeah, he does get it to nibble
Yeah.
both ways, Bilal Mohammed. Was there any words as well? Was it quite a good-natured?
Nah, it was very good natured.
Yeah. He does seem like he's always smiling,
Yeah.
albeit there's plenty of captains that I chat to around the coin toss and they're all very smiley, and then suddenly when white line fever happens out in the middle, it's not quite the same.
Oh,
Hit down the ground, a very nice looking shot, but could be out. Nope,
Oh, that
4
was
runs.
Very badly
Well, he
misjudged.
came in for Aaron Chowdhury, and exactly as you say, because he came in 5 yards, he somehow lets the ball go over his head for 4. That is a nightmare for Bilal Mohammed. It's the worst thing you want to see. You put your sweeper on the rope, he comes in, and it ends up bouncing. So had he stayed right on that rope for Aaron Chowdhury, he could have caught it. That's exactly what Bilal Mohammed is saying now, and understandably so. So bit of luck for Junaija, gets his second boundary, albeit the shot itself was very aesthetically pleasing. If you're scoring it on style, he deserved the boundary.
True, true. That was a pretty good looking shot.
Albeit cricket doesn't quite work like Strictly Come Dancing. Short,
Oh,
and
that's
this is more
very well
power than timing from Junaija. He's got his bottom hand right through this baseball style smashed. First 6 of the innings for the 4-on rolls. And with the power play almost over, Junaija's decided he's got to go here.
Yeah, he's. It looks like he started off quite well, and I think they would be happy to get 22 of Bilal. That's quite a lot, considering how he's been all the series.
Yeah, you're quite right. It's actually already his most expensive spell of the series. And there's still 1 ball for further damage. Well, he won't induce any more than the 22 already conceded off his pair of overs. So the 4-on rolls are 24 for 1 after 3. A bit of a slow power play, but they got going towards the end.
Yeah, I think they've got a pretty good start. I think 24 of 3, they should be taking that with the loss of just 1 wicket against a very good Pakistan bowling lineup.
Got a few people piling in. When it starts raining, Michael Phelps could be an option. Not sure he's going to be much up on the cricket field necessarily. We've got Michael Bublé, could sing the team's song.
Michael Jordan played baseball for a while. He played for a couple of seasons.
That's
so
true actually. He could probably hit a few.
Yeah, maybe he could pitch also quite well, so maybe he might be
Yeah,
able to
you'd
bowl.
imagine he'd be at fast, a nasty fasty. Needs to about Aslam to bowl his second. He's much more of a swingy customer, and again that swing proving awkward to handle there. 2 runs conceded off his first over, and he's picked up a wicket as well. In case you're wondering who the latest of the new voices is around me, Pravin Natarajan, pleasure to have you with us, the Stockholm batter. Junaija just taking the single. I think they've maybe taken a bit of a decision here that if Aslam is going to bowl this well, they're just going to knock it for 1.
I think that's a very good decision as well. Just like chip it, get your singles, get off strike, just like build your confidence and go after the bowling from the next over. Pretty good strategy, I would say.
Again, another single. And it's not often you say this about just nudging singles in T10 cricket, but with Aslam bowling this well, it's probably smart. He's only got 3 balls left of his spell, and then you're going to get 6 overs that are eminently more hittable.
It's also like now all the teams would have seen the highlights of all the games. They would know who is bowling well and who is not. So they would be matching up with players.
Excellent again from
Very close.
Aslam. LBW appeals.
That was very close.
Not given, maybe just swinging too much down leg. I tell you what, the height certainly was not an issue. A brilliant Yorker. Might have been cannoning
tight.
into leg, might have been going down. Of course, no ability to send it upstairs. Here's a look from down at 3rd man. Just
That was
hit him on
mighty
the boot.
close.
Hoo, hoo, hoo.
Walking down again. Very well fielded.
That's nice work off his own bowling. So Aslam has 1 ball left of his spell. They've seemed intent on seeing him off, which of course does mean that you're not scoring much from 20% of your balls faced in the entire innings. It's a high risk strategy. They're going to hope to make up these runs later. That's as good a shot as we've seen played by anyone off Zubair Aslam in these 2 overs. Hit very, very comfortably out to the cover point sweeper by Junaja. He'll keep the strike.
It's a very good opening
18,
spell.
and it doesn't get much better than that. 1 for 6 from his 2 overs. So that is incredibly tight. So Bilal Mohammed's gone for 22 off 2. And would you say here that Pakistan's going to be slightly the happier, Praveen?
Yeah, for sure. But I think they've been quite good so far, and I think I'm not sure if this was their highest that they've given in the power play. If it is, then they wouldn't be happy because they're quite a bit off then. But I think they would take this with a gun batting lineup that they have. I think they would be like looking to chase anything.
But you say a gun batting lineup. We know how unpredictable the ECS is earlier
That's
on
true.
against the winless Romeo. 76 for 9.
Yeah, true. That is true.
Was,
Maybe they woke up on the wrong side of the bed.
based on that, I think they woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I don't think anyone saw that coming. So the 5th
Wide.
over starts with a big old wide from right arm over, just over adjusting, coming wider of the crease, Abdullah Khalil. And one danger of bowling Bilal Mohammed out and Zubair Aslam out is it just makes your bowling combinations a bit trickier for the last 6 overs in terms of the jigsaw puzzle of how you fit everybody together.
I think it's also people are looking to get into rhythm when it comes to bowling, and since it's just 2 overs, it seems like it's normally a spell. When it comes to T20s, 2 over would be quite a short spell as well, and I think they here also, if you can get 2 overs, that's as good rhythm as you would get in a game. So most of the teams have been like finishing off their main bowlers in the first 4 overs.
Yeah, it's does also mean that if you've got an opening bowler who could potentially be good at the death, you're not able to bring him back. So there's always 2 sides to that particular coin. And
Wide
again,
again.
just pushing wider of the crease and trying to shape the ball into Junaja and conceding the extra.
It's actually quite surprising to see not a lot of spinners trying out like bowling very slow. Everyone's coming in and darting it in. Not
Yeah.
a lot of flight.
He's
It's wide
over-adjusted
on the
here,
other side.
Khalil. This is a horrible moment. He looks up at the umpire, disappointed, but it's totally understandable why this has been given.
It's more of a look of guilt rather than or pleading to not to the umpire to not give it.
Yeah, but our umpires are trained in being psychopathic in regard to bowlers trying such emotional pleading.
Again,
the
the swing
crease.
and a miss.
Well, that's where he wants to be. That's his area. That's where he's been trying to get the ball for what seems like quite a considerable period of time now. Alif Rahman says Tiwari needs to take on the bowlers. Runs are not coming. Well, yeah, I'd say at this stage he's on 4 off 6. Junaja as well has faced a lot of balls for his 18. It's probably the time where these two need to be getting on with it.
That's
Brilliantly bowled, maybe just going down leg, and the umpire signals as much. So
Another close
Junaja
shot.
scurries to the non-striker's end.
Oh, that's going down leg. That looks like it's going down leg, but still a very good shout. You never know. If you don't ask, you don't get it.
Seen a lot worse given. A lot worse.
It wouldn't like to be a batsman when it's given. It's disheartening. You can't take it back as well. Well, that's very
Beats
well
him,
bowled.
shapes up. Well, he's getting a real bit of bounce out of this concrete surface, and that was very, very nicely.
It's one of the
bowled.
fastest pitches in Stockholm.
It looks very quick.
Yeah, it does. We call it the Perth of Stockholm.
Perth of Stockholm. The man who's normally to my right would enjoy that reference.
Oh, that's
Bowled
well.
and well dug out as well by Tiwari for a single.
The running hasn't been that quick. They should be pushing the fielders as well. I think the running has been quite poor on with respect to all the teams.
Yeah.
They haven't been pushing. You know, you should be challenging your fielders at every single point.
Yep. Yeah, it is all too uncommon that we see that running between the wickets really pushed, and that can grab you an extra 10 an innings.
With all the dropped catches, the confidence of the fielders would be pretty low.
Nicely played down the ground by Junaid, and again it will only be a single. So end of the 5th, 34 for 1, and the 4 non-rolls have really got to step on the gas here.
It would be quite interesting to see statistics on how many catches were dropped in this league so far. It's been quite windy, and it's been hell for the fielders.
Well, we keep a lot of numbers, but we don't have that one. Many. I'd say the catching percentage for the tournament, speaking of someone that's watched every ball. Where are you going? I'm going maybe 50-50.
I would go even less, 25%.
I think you might be right, yeah. I think maybe I'm being charitable.
25.
I felt bad saying it was that low when there was someone who's been out there next to me. In fairness, it is pretty. The wind does make it awkward, but we've also seen a lot of players backing off and not even trying to catch, which is equally baffling, because if you can remove a big player in the opposition, it makes such a difference. And often this has been situations where actually they're, it's not a case that the ball was going for 4, because in that case it kind of makes sense. It's been situations where they weren't going to stop the boundary anyway. But
there's also catches win matches.
yeah, it's something I would expect to see improve as the competition goes on. Seems back into the rhythm of playing as Ali Khan's on with his spin. Starts with 2 singles, and coming back to a point you made, much like pretty much all the spinners we've seen in this tournament, he's not really getting it above the eye line.
They're just darting it in, so if you're playing a spinner, it's better to consider them as a slow bowler. The ball doesn't turn, just have to wait and try to go for it.
Low full toss worked away for 1. So you'd suggest, and your attitude when you're out there is play them like a medium pacer almost.
Yeah, mostly. Because it doesn't turn that much, like the pitch. It's just darts ahead, and they're not using their flight. Oh, like
He's been listening to you.
Yeah, they've got an earpiece on. They'll just flight it up.
I can promise you they don't. You don't need to worry in future about being out there and instructions being passed around. Low full toss hits straight towards Long On, who going around to his right can't quite keep it in play. Well, it was half decent effort, to be fair, out there. It did bounce awkwardly for Abdullah Khalil. Really hard bounce off this clay, and jumping much like a scrambling goalkeeper, only palms it over the bar, which in our language is 4 runs.
It's also quite interesting, that part of the ground. The bounce has been very uneven. A lot of fielders had balls going over their heads there.
Driven straight back for 1, so aside from that boundary, a pretty quiet over, and again, not really what the 4 non-rolls would have been looking for. 42 for 1 at the end of the 6th. The run rate is exactly 7. Junaid has 21 off 20, and Arpit Tiwari has 11 off 12. So they're both going at around a run a ball, which, well, we know against Pakistanska that's surely not going to be enough.
I think they should be going after the bowling a lot more. There's no point in keeping wickets in hand at this stage. 6 overs, 42. It's a pretty low score. They should be going a lot more.
Has got a strike rate of 185 in this tournament per 100 balls, Rohit Junaid, but hasn't quite been able to translate that in this innings. He's at the non-strikers now, and Farhan Chowdhury with his sort of spin straight medium pace coming on.
Well,
short ball, horrible to Tiwari, who's whacked it away.
And that's dropped again.
Attempt at an amazing catch out there at square leg, not taken, and they're going to get 2 as well.
That is a series of unfortunate events. Pretty
A book by Lemony Snicket, also an ECS production.
That was such a short ball, and it should have been put away. It went straight to the fielder, and that's been dropped as well. It's not going right for anyone.
Beats the bat, Chowdhury.
Swing and a miss. Yeah, it's been quite hard fielding here with the wind. It's quite hard to judge the ball as well. And it's quite evident that not a lot of cricket has been played here in recent times.
That's again nicely bowled. So strike 2 at the ball game if you're a baseball fan. And at this point, well, the partnership might well be worth 38, but it's not coming quick enough.
I think they need to lose a wicket. It would be good for
Yeah.
Fornums to lose a wicket at
Yeah,
this
as
point.
harsh as it sounds. Strike
Yes.
3. Now, this is a discussion we talked about before, and as a player, it'd be good to get your insight. At what point do you retire someone out? Now, Rohit Jadeja's the captain, so it'd be pretty brutal because he, as the captain, would be saying to Arpit Tiwari, who's batting with, "You're out." But we still aren't seeing this very regularly. But there surely, particularly in T10, has to be a point where you just say it's not your day.
Yeah, I think if you're going at less than a run a ball, and if you're also not like, if you're farming the strike all the time,
Yeah,
you should be going out.
it's another dot for Tiwari.
I think they would also be happy getting the dot balls, Pakistan.
Pakistanska want him to stay in. Reminds me of we used to play T20 midweek cricket, and we had a signal for this. Comes down
That's
the
it.
track, straight to cover, and he's
it's
gone.
taken.
Well, they're celebrating Pakistanska, so they are pleased to have Tiwari out after all because, well, Farhan Chowdhury's only a part-timer, so he's going to take all the wickets he can get. But in some ways, I think the four and on rolls might be happy to get somebody else in. Arpit Tiwari gone for a real struggling 13 off 18, and the four and on rolls with 7 overs gone are 44 for 2.
We're hoping the next player comes in and like strikes a few, else it won't be a close game at all. Pakistan's could be waltzing through this game.
Sahil Prashar out and walks to the wicket. Of course, in other sports, it's such a common thing. The
Yeah.
concept, you have a bad day, you get substituted.
Sure.
It's seen in tons and tons of team sports. And I know there's some people that sort of have this idea that doing that might be against the spirit of cricket. Well, if you were to fake an injury and go off retired hurt, yes. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about you retire them out. You just say, look, you're out. Which is a whole different conversation. Start of the 8th. Hit very, very high. Could be a
It's hit the
catching
bottom
chance
of the-
coming in for Ali Khan. Not quite. It hung in the air very long, but it didn't go very far. So he gets a single, Sahil Prashar, from the very first ball that he's
Go ahead.
faced.
But it's also like when we're talking about like retired out, I think like you have to look at the tactics as well. Like maybe the fielding team has like a specific kind of tactics to like keep the batsman in check, and they
Yep.
don't want a new batsman coming in. That's
Beating
swing and a
him.
miss.
Beautifully bowled by Abdullah Khalil. He only conceded 5 runs from his first over, and right now his second is pretty tight too.
He's been bowling quite well. Pakistan has been one of the better teams bowling here. I think next week we would also see quite a lot of those other teams coming in, and like they would have a pretty good bowling lineup as well. Would be fun to watch them.
Comes down the track and again can't make contact. Poor old Jadeja. Well, talking about retired out, I wonder if there's almost a point, and this is going to sound so harsh to say, and I know it's easy to say from the commentary box, but Jadeja himself is the captain on 21 of 22 just says, well, it's not my day. We know from this ECS, even if you weren't someone like yourself, Praveen, who knows Swedish cricket well, that he's a good bat. He's got a strike rate of 185 in this tournament, but this is a real anomaly of an innings.
It's also the pressure gets to you as well. Like if it's not hitting your bat well, then your confidence is low.
Well, they'll pick up a wide that time, at least.
The confidence would be quite low. It's also like you're trying to like get a release shot, but even that's not working. But this is where like those edges would come into play. Like you get an edge, it goes for 4. It doesn't matter, it hits your bat. So you're quite happy to get those runs as well.
Absolutely.
But I think-
Any run will do.
and that is not happening at the moment for them. Very tight bowling though. Very tight. Again a swing.
It just seems like the harder he swings, the less likely he is to hit. Now he's appealing for a wide here. Wasn't a wide, just stepped outside leg.
That was a pretty bad shot. Like he was trying to hit across the line. Should be trying to hit towards the offside. I think that's been like the template for most of the batsmen here.
Well, he's finally made contact, Junaja, and exactly as predicted, he's managed to get a streaky edge through third man for 4. Well, any run will do, and he's got 4 of them there. His third 4 of this struggling innings, and the 4 on rolls belatedly reached their half century with 1 ball to go of the 8th over.
I think he would take that. At least it might give him a bit of confidence, at least to like get bat on ball, maybe get a few runs. They have to go after now. There's no chance at all.
Something at least, something in the scorebook. And he does make contact this time, Junaja, which feels like a victory in itself. He'll get 1 to long off and keep the strike at the start of the 9th. 51 for 2 after 8, and Junaja has just over half of those. He's on 26. And he's chewed up 25 balls.
It's quite interesting. We've been talking about like how the shots are being played. It would be interesting to see where most of the shots have gone. It's mostly on towards cow corner or long on. Not a lot towards the offside, towards covers as such, because everyone's going and playing across the line.
Yeah, and it's a point that has been made before, and you're absolutely right. You do notice when you commentate on, as I've had the pleasure of quite a lot of these different ECSs, it's one of the things that's in common with all of the class players. They tend to hit the ball most of the time, although they manipulate the field down the line of where that ball, quote unquote, should be hit. So that's an inside edge for 1 from Junaja to start the 9th. Farhan Chowdhury, the part-timer, has earned himself a 2nd over. His first went for just 2.
Pakistanska could be trying out a few things as well now. Maybe get a few part-timers in, build up their confidence as well going into the next stage.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason why Farhan Chowdhury's bowling, and he's bowling very well. He thinks he's got another one. He has got another one. Well, he can't believe it. The batsman, he is in disbelief, Sahil Prasha, caught behind a peel. The keeper and bowler were in total unison, Cameron Zia and Farhan Chowdhury, and given by ECS umpire Ravanfan. So another one goes, 53 for 3, Sahil Prasha out for 1 off 2. Ankit Pandey walks to the crease with the 4 on rolls in all sorts of trouble.
Now I hope Fornam try and get a few runs of the next 4 balls. Most likely the last over would be one of their main bowlers coming in and bowling. You're not getting more than 10 runs off of that, unless you get a new batter in who's going to have like a very good day. You're not going to get a lot of runs off the last over. So they need to make full toll of the next 4 balls.
Yeah, you know it's a bad day when the part-time second choice spinner is running through you. Farhan Chowdhury has 2 for 4 from 8 balls. Can see
down.
1 more, so Pandey off the mark.
I don't think these singles would be helping. Rohit Juneja hasn't been also in good touch, and it's most likely the newer batter coming in who should be hitting it.
Steps down, and Juneja finally middles one, and this has gone a long, long way. This is about a 70-metre 6. Well, it's almost as if he's heard the man to my right say he's not in touch, and he said, well, I'll tell you, I can strike a cricket ball.
That's
and he's
a pretty good sledge as
finally
well.
shown us there. Second 6 of the innings.
I think that's a pretty good sledge as well. I think he's heard me from across the ground and hit it straight towards our side.
I'll let you say that to him when you guys play again. Of course, you're meeting the 4 and on rolls tomorrow morning.
Oh, yeah.
First game of Friday.
That's our last game, I think.
Yep. Steps down the track, Juneja this time smears it through cover point, won't be caught. And in fact, he's going to pick up 2, so Janeja on to 35. 1 ball left of this 9th over. Trying to scramble what he can. Not the best bit of fielding from that man at point.
I think this T10 would be a pretty good, solid eye-opener for all of these players going into like the T20 league, which runs on Sundays. They come in, they smash a few here, and they score a few runs, settle in, even 35 of 28 at the end of 8.5. I think anyone would take that in a T20 game.
Yeah, but of course there's the small matter of a televised ECS tournament with the world watching first. So that will be of little consolation, I'd imagine, to Rohit Jadeja, who's a man with a very good cricketing brain. He won't need anyone to tell him that he hasn't quite hit his straps here. 1 ball left from Farhan Chowdhury. But now Jadeja manages to open up for extra cover.
This is very well fielded.
Comfortably taken 2 off Chowdhury, who finishes with 2 for 15 from his pair of overs. Jadeja will start the final over at the striker's end. He's kept the strike thanks to that single. He turned down the 2 for that exact reason. 4 non-rolls, 63 for 3 off 9.
It looked like Pakistan's bringing in another part-timer as well. I think they're trying out their bowling lineup right now.
Yeah, I think they're just working through different options, and this makes complete sense given the game situation. So they're going to give it to Samir Ali Khan. So it's the first time we've seen spin used in the last over for an inning. So in fact, they're not going to go to a 6th bowling option. Conceded 8 from his first over, and
they should be pushing for 2.
Should be pushing, and they're going to get 2 thanks to
tight.
misfield from the keeper, and it's good backing up in the end to stop it being more than 2.
I think this is how they should be running from the first over, but it's been a template for all the teams as well. The running hasn't been up to the mark.
Yep, too little, too late. Had they run like that all innings, they probably would be on 75 now rather than 65. But Jadeja keeps the strike, that's a positive. Full
That's
toss,
very well.
hasn't got all of it. Well, they are going to try and get 2, throw to the keeper's end, and again it's wild and wide. It's an awful throw. It's not in the same town as the stumps, and they will get 6 for it. Well, a quite extraordinary piece of cricket here. You never know what you're going to get in the ECS, and well, it was a 6 that barely made it outside of the ring.
Yeah, true. It's been quite interesting to see that like not a lot of these overthrows have gone to the boundary. If I remember correctly, this is probably the first one that I've seen actually.
Yes, first of the tournament.
Yeah.
Seen plenty of overthrows in the ECS, but you've got to really hurl it and really hurl it wide for it to go for 6. So Jadeja, the benefit of a bit of charity. So Jadeja's on to 44 all of a sudden, thanks to a bit of help from Pakistanska. Low full toss, smashes this down the ground, and they're surely going to come back for 2 again. And they know that they're trying to get it through to the keeper, but the problem is when you're throwing from the straight boundaries, it's a long throw to get it all the way up to the keeper's end. So Jadeja has 46 with 3 balls left of this innings, and he's knackered. He's absolutely knackered. He's taking a moment just to get his breath back. It's a bit of a smart move from Rohit Jadeja.
Well, that's hit straight down as well. Will they run?
Beautifully hit. They've got to push 2 again. Jadeja's knackered. So if they can get it to the keeper's end, he's going to be run out.
Oh, that's...
He's made it. He's made it, has he? Yep, he's got in. So I make it. He has 48 with 2 balls left of the innings. He's absolutely exhausted, Jadeja. He does just enough here.
Ooh, that was tight.
Not sliding the bat in didn't help. That's another ECS classic. A very few players seem interested in sliding the bat. It's always a sort of throw of the bat on the concrete turf.
The kids watching this, that is not how you get in.
Absolutely not. So can Jadeja get an unlikely 50? Well, he's going to be stranded on 49, not out. In fact, he's accelerated a lot. He was on and around a run a ball until the last few balls of this innings. beats his previous best in the ECS. He got 42 against Botschica. Last ball of the innings, and
They should
Pandy
be
nudges it
scrambling.
away. They have to come back for 2. It's the last ball of the innings. Junaid's surely going to get run out. Well, not quite. He's
No.
managed to scramble home. So the 4-on rolls finish with 78 for 3 off their 10. Rohit Juneja 49 not out off 34. He really struggled for his timing for a large part of that. But they got it together in the last over to at least help scramble themselves up to a score that is below par. But given Pakistanska only made 76 for 9 against Umya early on in the day, still game on.
Yeah, I think it would be game on for sure.
What did you make of that innings of cricket?
It was very interesting. Like we were kind of bashing them for not accelerating well enough. It's quite surprising that in the end Rohit did hit a few out of the ground, and they've managed to. I think they should be quite happy with the score that they've got, considering they've only scored 24 in the first 3, and they kind of bogged down a bit towards the middle, so they should be quite happy with 78. But considering it's Pakistaniska, you never know. And it's also like the T10 tournament is also very unpredictable. If it's your day, it's your day. It could be one of the bowlers who's doing a miracle for Nom today.
Yeah, they were so reliant on the contributions of just one man, Rohit Juneja. He managed to get going at the end, but until then there was this long period of time in the middle overs where the game was in a bit of a holding pattern in truth, some pretty slow running and a lack of urgency from Juneja and Tiwari. Farhan Chowdhury picked up 2 for 14 from his pair of overs, went for the Freddie Flintoff Hassan Ali style celebration. Part-timer saying, well, why don't you bowl me more often?
I think they bowled a couple of part-timers, and I think it's quite interesting that the score is only 78. I think Fornam should have scored a lot more, considering they had 2 part-timers and they're losing 2 wickets to them. It didn't help matters. But it did seem like both the batsmen were not entirely hitting the middle, and luck was certainly not in their favour as well.
And then we had this running carnage at the end. They did at least manage a good amount from the last over of the innings just to give them a sliver of a chance in this game. Rohit Juneja accelerating right at the very end. So Juneja finishing with a very impressive knock, just short of his first ever ECS 50. The second time he's gone into the 40s in this competition. 49 not out from 34, but just look at Arpit Tiwari at number 3. You don't mean to pick him out. You don't mean to sound too harsh, but he just couldn't get going, could he? 13 off 18.
That's not helping the team in any way. You never know, like could have been like a few batsmen down the line who could have come in and like hit a few. So it's also like we could always speculate, but at the end of the day they should have scored a lot more here.
Yeah. So 78 for 3. Looking at the Pakistan bowling figures, Zubair Aslam, without any doubt, was the star. He was exceptional. 1 for 6 from his pair of overs. Abdullah Khalil kept it tight. Bilal Mohammed not quite up to his usual excellence, nor was Samir Ali Khan, but Farhan Chowdhury, the part-timer, coming in clutch at the bottom with 2 for 14 from his 2. So Pakistanska need 79 to win, a target they'd expect to knock off for yet another victory, their 7th win in 7 if they can get there. Meanwhile, the 4-on Royals chasing what could be, if they were to somehow defend this target, a 3rd win from their 6 ECS matches so far. The run chase coming up very shortly. Thank you very much to Praveen Natarajan, the Stockholm middle order batsman, for joining me, and best of luck for the rest of the tournament, Praveen.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, and good luck.
Absolute pleasure, and your smile, which our viewers can't in fact see, of course, right now, it's been an absolute delight to have along as well. And how could you not smile when the sun is shining and there's so much to enjoy here at this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Stockholm? We'll be back for the run chase from the final match of day 4 very shortly. I'm Michael McCann, and you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden here in Stockholm.
Hello, and for the final time today, welcome back to the Stockholm Norsberg Cricket Ground for this, the run chase of match number 16, where the Frauenom Royals, for a long period of time in their innings, batted in a somewhat pedestrian fashion. So they've ended up with a distinctly under par. They ended up with 78 for 3. Rohit Jadeja with 49 off 34, not out. Now, wherever you're watching across the world, whether you're on Dream 11 Fantasy, keeping a clear eye on who you've picked in your side on the subcontinent, or on YouTube via the European Cricket Network channel, you'll notice that for a third time today, we've got our regular loan signing back. Mehdi Daub, one-time German international, now organisational superstar. Mehdi, great to have you with us.
Very flattering.
In
Thank
the sort of, well, I mean, your agent, I think it was Les was his name, sent me this description through and said that if it wasn't read out, having failed to do so in the first 2 stints, there's no way you'd be back again. So had to make sure that I followed that through. In fact, I think it was Michael Bousselet said, made it very, very clear that that was the exact wording that had to be used. But joking aside, it's been nice to be anchoring the commentary tent today with various far more capable batsmen and performers sort of rotating around me. And speaking of capable performers, we've got Pakistanska Fraining out in the middle. They need 79 to win to maintain their unbeaten record. But we know they don't do it the easy way, do they?
Definitely not. And we've seen it in many of the teams this week. They somehow make this like lower run chases look way more difficult than they should be.
Yep. And they're masters of that, Pakistanska. They've made an art form in this tournament out of winning while seeming to not play very well.
Yes, somehow they did not look as impressive as they should be, also being defending title champions from last year.
Here we go then. 79 to win. Ali Khan facing up. That's a decent cut shot, but straight at point. Could be a run out. And Srinivas Menem misses the stumps. I think he'd made it in anyway, Farhan Chowdhury, who's got to go back and get his hat that got lost in the process.
It flies off quite regularly off his head.
Yeah.
When he's batting. I might need a change in hat for him, but it's I guess his look.
Yeah, you're not going to miss him in the big floppy cap, but yeah, you're quite right. It's totally impractical.
Yeah, we have seen him pick it up a few times this week.
It's the effort ball. It's a bit short from Sahil Prussia, just nudged nicely through mid-wicket. They've got square leg and third man as their 2 sweepers, so that gap out there allows 2 for Farhan Chowdhury. So we were speculating quite how much they might change their order with qualification already secure, but gone with their regular openers, Farhan Chowdhury and Samir Ali Khan.
There goes the head again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just talking about it.
It is one of those where, you know what, now you've said it, you know those things that once you see them, you can't unsee them.
Absolutely.
Now I'm aware of it, you think, actually, you know what, now someone's brought this to my attention. That's nicely bowled. Nicely played by Chowdhury. He'll get 1. You're right, all the time. You do see most people go out to bat with the old sort of baseball style cap that obviously stays on your head a lot better. I don't know whether there's been a sizing mix-up, or has he just got a very, very small head?
Maybe. Or maybe it looks like he has been wearing this hat for a while. Maybe it's just a bit worn out.
Yeah, true. He's managed to edge that into his own pad, but singles turned down by the man we're discussing, Farhan Chowdhury. And do let us know in the YouTube chat, because I know that we sort of have a theme here on the ECS that Game 4 run chases tend to be where the most kind of unusual conversations take place, shall we say. It's just the end of day feeling. Like, if you wear a hat a lot, does that necessarily mean that it becomes looser on your head? I didn't know that was a thing. Smeared away. And deep backward square leg is out there, thankfully, for Prussia. So still no boundaries in the early part of this innings. I mean, if you wear it a lot, obviously it gets worn out. It doesn't look as nice and shiny. But does that mean it gets maybe the elastic on the cap?
Probably gets a bit wider.
Yeah. fair point.
Probably ask Chaudry after the match. He will definitely know.
Yeah, I do love digging out information from teams and players. It normally isn't quite about such spurious lines of inquiry. I think he might be a bit surprised to think, is that what you're asking me about? Well, he might be gone here, Farron Chaudry. Nope, dropped by third man coming in. Anirudh Ram can't hold on. It wasn't an easy catch. He had to make a lot of ground to even get there. He's rightly being applauded by the bowler and his skipper. Unlucky for pressure. And the leading edge from the man whose hat's always falling down. End of the first over. And they are 6 without loss, Pakistanska. That's a good probing over from Sahil Prussia with the new ball. Taranjeet Singh, man well known to many people in the European cricket scene, says, hat does not get loose by the time your head gets bigger. 3 crying emojis. That doesn't really make sense though.
Then would it be tighter, right?
If his head gets bigger, his head's going to be bulging out of the hat. Hat's not going to be falling off, Taranjeet. You're going to have to explain to us the physics of that. How does that work? Second over. Ankit Pandey to bowl. He's got a cover point and a deep backward square leg as he's 2 out in the power play. Starts with a wide. Interesting point you made about the mentality of a target like this. I've heard a lot of the coaches of the better T10 sides, you think of the club kings of Europe, VOC Rotterdam, would always say this. It's gone up. Chaudry could be out. Is out. Caught by Jadeja. That's a big wicket early on. He can be so destructive at the top of the innings, Farron Chaudry. Not today. Not this time. Out for 4 off 4. And Ankit Pandey gets the breakthrough. And Pakistanska 7 for 1.
Yeah, somehow the smaller totals below 80 seem to trouble a lot of the better betting sides.
But often not just I believe it is, but I remember speaking to a lot of people about it, it's a mentality thing. And I know this even from playing cricket at the very low level I played. There's a feeling of, oh, we only need to score at 8 and over. So then you don't try the big shots. You're not quite as positive. Maybe your running is a bit more cautious between the sticks. And then suddenly you bat yourself into having a bit of a problem. Now, I remember some of the guys from VOC Rotterdam and other more successful T10 teams I've seen say, no matter what the scenario is, you should be looking to score at 10 to 12 and over. So when you see a target of 80, or 79 in this case, you think we should be chasing this in 8 overs. Now they have changed the batting order. Inam Din's come up the order, and he's straight out of the top order. A golden duck. Well, the promotion hasn't worked. It's his first ever bat in the ECS, and it is as short as an innings can possibly be. He's edged it straight to that fielder in a sort of wide gully, short third man position, and Ankit Pandey is on a hat-trick, 7 for 2.
Have you seen a hat-trick this week already? I believe
Nope.
not. So this could be the first one.
Certainly could if he can hit the pins, Ankit Pandey. That always gives you the best chance. We do see a lot of wides from hat-trick balls in the ECS. Bowlers just getting nervous.
Yeah, it's a
bit
big
overexcited.
moment. That big moment on camera. Especially if you're the first of a tournament.
Shocking moment though for Inam Din. You know he's that guy in the side who's been in the ear of the skipper all week. Come on mate, give me a bat on TV, give me a bat. Normally bats down at 8 and he can be a useful lower order hitter. So they've gone, right, we're qualified, up you go, have a go Inam. And yeah, it hasn't gone so well. He missed the 2 games where they got bowled out, which is why he was yet to bat in the series until that moment. So, hat-trick ball, Waqas Hassan to face it. Ankit Pandey to bowl it. It's a decent length ball, respectable on the off stump. And Waqas gets off the mark.
Wasn't it wide? As if you said
Yeah,
you've seen a lot.
Seen a fair few.
Was a decent ball.
He's given himself the chance. It's shaping in towards that off peg. Keanu Nolan says, is it that teams have less confidence to chase a big score? I remember South Africa chasing down that
400 plus score against Australia. Even in T20, the team batting second usually won. Just nudged around the corner by Ali Khan. And they're going to come back for 2.
So Taranjeet has answered and said, "You become fat. It's easy, Michael." I understand, Taranjeet, how the head gets bigger, but the question is,
He's completely missed the point of what we're saying.
but what we are trying to understand is if your head gets bigger.
Right. I think when we next come to Comcam, we're gonna have to do a visual demonstration of this for Taranjeet Singh. Pulled away through deep backward square. I've got a hat here, which generally was brought for sun blocking purposes, but given the fact we've been in the shade of the tent this week and because of the angles of the sun, hasn't actually been needed by me at any point this week. I didn't think the first day by using it will be on day 4 to demonstrate for one of the finer batsmen across Europe, who I had the pleasure of commentating on for the Romanian champions Cluj at the 2019 European Cricket League, the concept of how hats and heads work. That was not how I was expecting to use my ECL hat. It's Pandey trying to finish off an excellent over. He might well have got another wicket just short of both the fielders converging in the covers. So Waqas Hassan takes 1, and Pakistanska, as advertised in the brochure, as predicted, ever reliable in their unreliability. They are doing their best to make this a thoroughly entertaining game, and we, as neutrals in the commentary box, are very grateful for that. 12 for 2 off 2, Ankit Pandey with 2 for 6. We're on Comcam.
Yes.
I was just speaking to our director, and it said, Taranjeet, this is a hat, this is my head. So what we're saying with Farhan Chowdhury is the hat, I can't take my headphones off, but the hat keeps falling off his head. So we're either saying that Farhan Chowdhury's got a small head or that the hat is too wide. So you were saying that as you get older, because the hat was quite worn, his head's got bigger. But if his head gets bigger, the hat isn't going to fall off the head, is it? So you said he gets fat, and that means his head gets bigger. But that still doesn't explain why the hat keeps falling off. If you haven't seen what's going on, apologies if that doesn't make too much sense, as that is a big wide to start the 3rd over. But we're just trying to help Taranjeet Singh understand the basic laws of not physics, human anatomy.
Probably.
What
So we're not going in physics, it's biology now.
Yeah. I mean, have you got anything to chip in on that?
So
All the things I think you thought we'd be talking about.
we are talking about sizes of heads.
Is
and
that a
hats.
fair explanation?
It is. It
Yeah.
absolutely is.
I don't mean to
love that
sound patronising, but
No, not at all. I love that you brought your head out for
it's
it.
all about the props, you know?
Sayu comes in again.
So low full toss, he's really got away with this. Oh, they're going to get 1. Well, Sahil Prashut might feel like he can chastise Sashikant Ravikanti, but Ravikanti has an instant response, which is you bowled a low full toss, mate, and it only went for 1, so you got away with it.
So we got an answer from Taranjeet. He understood now. Why Sami is saying, Michael, stop showing off your hair transplant.
Brutal. No, I'm pleased to say as a 27-year-old, I haven't quite had to go to the old Wayne Rooney job yet. Maybe when I'm 47, but right now I'm just about okay. Taranjeet Singh says we'll keep this discussion for when we meet in person then. Yes, I'd imagine, assuming you can do the business in the Romanian Domestic League, Taranjeet, that would be the 2022 European Cricket League quite possibly, with Cluj once more Ali Khan on the counter-attack. It's something he's done well in this series, and he's done it well again here. His first boundary of the innings, taking the attack to Sahil Prashut. It is still the power play, and so it makes sense for Pakistanska to try and hit out where possible, while there's only 2 outfielders. 19 for 2.
As my dad just reckons you should probably be a teacher if you ever not commentate anymore. As if just explained that so well.
Yeah, there's a story in that actually. So if been lucky enough to do this job for a long time, and I love it, but actually is the other thing I'd have ended up doing.
Turned away by Ali Khan. He's going to get into double figures here. They're considered 2, but it's not there. Albeit certainly not in science. That was comfortably my absolute worst set of subjects. I somehow, and I'll never know how, managed to get an A star in physics and an A in biology.
That is good work.
But I mean, there was a hell of a lot of revision that went in for those two at GCSE level, and chemistry. Yeah, let's not talk about it. Oh my god. Oh my goodness! Look at that ball as well. That is dreadful from Sahil Prashut. That is the Gundy ball of all Gundy balls. He's managed to get that to the fine leg boundary for 5 no balls. That is pretty atrocious.
Yeah, and Srinivasan Manam, the keeper, did not look as at best right at that moment. Just missed it with his knees and his hands. Kind of jumped out of the way.
Yeah, for a man who was wearing pads, he seemed awfully terrified of the ball hitting his legs. It was almost like he forgot he had the pads there. It's a better delivery. A decent shot. And we've seen that already today. Ball thrashed into the covers and then ending up run out for naught because your partner sent you back. Waka Hassan did just about make it back. And I do have to make sure I've reflected both sides of things here in acknowledging that I managed to scramble those 2 good grades. Chemistry, almost got a D.
Okay, I can understand that. I quit chemistry as soon as my school allowed it.
Oh God! Did you have to do? I mean, in England, it's GCSEs when you're 16. Did you have to go that far with it? Did you have to get to like a formal exam around that age in it?
No, in Germany, if you attend the high school, you can drop one of the science classes after grade 10 without having to attend a special exam for it.
Why didn't I go to school in Germany? No chemistry. Oh, missed out. And he's missed out there as well, Ali Khan. He's got that off the outside edge. Trying to swing that away through the leg side. So end of the power play. They haven't really taken advantage of the fielding restrictions much at all, Pakistanska. They are 26 for 2 off 3. Samir Ali Khan, the only player to make it into double figures. But yeah, I finished 1 mark. In fact, actually, pardon me, I got a D. And then what you could do is you could get your papers remarked. And what our school advised is that if you're right on a grade boundary, you might as well get it remarked because you've got nothing to lose. So we sent it off to get remarked. And I was 1 mark off a C. And the remark took me 2 up to get a C.
Lucky you.
And yeah, completely undeserved. Absolutely, thoroughly undeserved. Really got away with it. I mean, that's the equivalent of like, and it was made very clear to me at the time that, yeah, there'd be consequences for getting a D. And I managed to cling on to the fact that it somehow got to a C. The equivalent of nicking the ball through 3rd man for 4. Well, that is a much better shot. That's an A-star shot from Waqas Hassan. Flicked off his pads. That is delightful batting. The first ball outside of the power play. And finally, he finds his touch. 4 off 6 before this one. But 4 from this ball. 30 for 2.
Yeah, did you also have potion class, since you look a lot like
Oh,
Harry
always
Potter?
get this. Always get this. All
You
the
really
time.
do. You say it yourself, though.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
You should
you
be
have-
very proud of it.
I don't know. I mean, that's just luck. That's not really skill. That's just how my face looks. Oh, so it's actually been more of a likeness in the past. The likeness has faded a bit for a few reasons. Jabbed away for 1 by Hassan. So I actually used to have, you can only faintly see it now. And, well, you wouldn't be able to see it on Comcam because it's not really that there. But there used to be a cut from a cycling injury that was right,
I
sort of similar to...
I can actually
It's
see
just
a little
about
fade of it.
And it was kind of a scar that was right in the same area as Potter's famous scar. So that was the first thing that really added to it. So that's going to be a wide. Clever from Ali Khan. He steps inside. He knows he'll get the wide if anything misses leg at all.
And my old cricket club, Fenditton Cricket Club, played in colours that were maroon and orange, and pretty much entirely for the purposes of cricket tours and really making this into a thing, insisted that we all get ties. And there's obviously only one reason, and it was all, oh, so we can look smart. And it was like, yeah, of course it is. Swung away, could be a catching chance, but it's going to land safe, square legs up in the ring. And Ali Khan's going to get 4 here. Well, he didn't quite get all of this, but he got more than enough. So they've decided to take the counter-attack to Ankit Pandey, and it's working pretty well.
Yeah, they're looking way more dangerous now after losing 2 really quick wickets.
Well, it wouldn't be the Pakistanska way to do it the simple way, would it?
You are totally right. It wouldn't be. They just try to make it as exciting as possible.
Speaking of something a lot less exciting, the fielder's injured himself in the process of getting that back, and he looks in some serious discomfort. I think he's going to need a bit of further medical attention here. He's just crawling on his knees. This will give us a better idea. It was Prabhu Daraj running back. He just couldn't really stop once he was running in that direction, and he's pulled a muscle in the process. So he's lying there 10 metres back from the deep mid-wicket boundary.
And I just see 12th man coming into the field to replace him.
Yeah, they've got Dhananjay Kulkarni, who's yet to play in this ECS, but with DJ 93 on his back, definitely has the best tape shirt job that we've seen in this ECS.
Absolutely, I wanted to mention that. I was so impressed by it when I saw it the first day. It is really well done.
And to give people the backstory, we see a lot of shirts where players have got a tape on their own number because maybe they haven't got it to the printers in time. Let's be honest, normally it doesn't look great.
It does not look great. It is normally just a
botched job.
Yes, exactly.
Turned away by Ali Khan for 1. But DJ 93, well, with a name like DJ 93, you've got to be on brand, haven't you?
Yeah, he definitely has put in a lot of effort cutting out little pieces and
you know that's taken a whole evening.
Definitely, so I'm very happy he has now the opportunity to show it off with a bit of fielding.
Yeah. Well, knowing the ECS, you've got to keep your wits about you in your field. You're probably going to get a chance at some point. Speaking of fashion, he needs to have a look at his pads here, Waqar Hassan, because the tape that's over his pads has come down. There we go, Waqas. There we go. Yep. So you missed it. He just had his white of his pads underneath was showing because the tape had come up. Straight to cover and out. Well, he's gone for 9 off 9, Waqar Hassan. Too busy adjusting his pads, and when the ball came in, he could only hit it straight to the fielder at cover. A nice looking drive, but in fact, it is a 3rd wicket for Ankit Pandey, and Pakistanska 37 for 3. Nice catch by Sashikant Ravikanti.
Yeah, good pair of hands there. Did not have much time to react to that one. Straight at him. As we see Mohammad Waji Ali coming out to bat.
Yeah, still yet to get scoring double figures in this tournament. He's been a helpful member of the Help Make a Game Close Pakistanska club. He's come in the middle order in various tight situations and rarely done a lot to get them into a position of strength. He's more tended to get out quickly and say to someone else, well, go on, you ramp up the drama before getting us to the victory. That's been his style. He's a left-hander, which if he can stay in for a bit of a period of time will cause awkwardness for the 4-on rolls. Just getting their feel ready. Last ball of Pandey's spell. Could become just the 2nd bowler in this tournament to take a 4-fer. Haven't seen a Michelle yet.
Yes, we don't really get to see many of these with bowlers just being able to bowl 2 overs. Not much time. 5 wickets of 12 balls is quite remarkable.
Right time around. Nice looking drive from Ali. Well, there you go. That's him showing me that he can bat. And he can bat. Got a couple of 50s for them in
white ball cricket last season, but that was in 30 and 40 over games. He's an anchor who's slightly better suited to the longer format. And finishes that over with a nice looking 2. So 39 for 3 off 4. Pakistanska halfway there in terms of runs scored, but you just know with them, even if they are going to win this, which they probably are, they won't make it easy.
Definitely not. They definitely love making it as exciting for us as possible, taking it to the end of the innings.
They're that friend that if they said to you, come round, I'm going to do some beans on toast for breakfast, you'd come round and then it'd turn out that they're cooking like a full English with a little starter beforehand, and they've gone, oh, maybe you want some garlic bread, and there's pots and pans, and oh, I thought maybe I could make us some sushi for later if you're staying for lunch as well.
You're making me really hungry right now.
Well, I know the man who's normally to my right always says that Game 4 is the food game, where people like to talk about food, and it does seem like to a lot of people, when it comes to cricket, the food is as important, if not arguably more important. Like, where are you on that?
Oh, it couldn't be more important to me.
Because I know I've had
Big foodie.
my sources. My sources say like you're someone that food is very much well above. Yep.
I'm lucky. I have a family with amazing cooks. And
Well, Sri Lankan gene pool.
what can I say?
Yeah, exactly. Lucked out
That's where
there.
love for cricket and food comes from.
Start of the 5th over. Straight to cover and a good low catch. A very good low catch. Well, Ali Khan is standing there saying that he's not taken it cleanly. So I think we're going to be reverting to a replay for a quick look. We, of course, are behind the fielder. It looked to us like it had been pouched by Sashikant Ravikanti. Samir Ali Khan not moving, and now it has been given as out. What that replay suggests to me, fingers underneath the ball.
It definitely looks like a clean catch, his second of this match. And the new batsman is sprinting in. He seems fairly confident that he gets to bat.
Well, he just held it back nicely, his first ball up it to Rai. The spinner offering something different. Yeah, it did look out in real time. And even when you slowed it down, there's enough fingers underneath the ball. Did try and stand there, Samir Ali Khan, but square leg quickly sent him on his way. We promised you they don't do it the simple way, folks. One ball later, 39 for 4.
They're not letting us down.
Absolutely not. Tiwari again. Speculative LBW appeals against Subir Aslam, who got one of the best 10s I think we'll ever see in ECS history early on. 10 not out of 6 balls against Romeo. And what was the margin of victory in the end? 9 runs. Absolutely crucial in the midst of a batting collapse. So he's been promoted from number 8 to number 6.
Oh, they just missed the stumps.
Got off the mark in a horrible, ugly way. Very, very fortunate. The draw shot. It's a polite way to put it. An ugly edge is another.
And there you can see the tape job in that replay
Yeah.
of DJ.
Yeah. Yeah. We do give you all the updates on all the important things here in the box. Hats and heads, tape jobs, a bit of cricket in there as well, food, team full of Michaels, which, by the way, we still haven't finished. I think we're stuck on 9 last time I looked, and we're not counting Michael Phelps. Like, we actually need some cricketers. Like, we have no bowling right now. That's whipped away by Ali for 1. Right now, we've got Clark, Bevan, Hussey, Vaughan, Holding, Boosley. This is where it goes downhill a bit. McCann. Then it goes uphill again. Daub, Slater, Carberry, Jordan. That is not in batting order, I should clarify.
That is very sweet that you include my dad in that one.
We need 11. He's not picking himself. He says he's doing the drinks or scoring. He's got to play. Can't be doing that thing in midweek cricket sometimes where you can't get an 11, you've got 9, and you have to be like, we're going to have a 4-3 all day.
I mean,
He can field a slip.
He did play some international cricket back in the 80s.
Of course he did. I didn't even, I mean, you know, it's in the genes, isn't it?
Yeah, it's more my mom's genes, though, to be perfectly honest.
So who did he play for then? What
For
was it?
Germany.
For Germany.
He did play
Oh, okay.
a series for Germany in the 80s.
And what was he? Batsman, bowler?
He's
or
a keeper.
He's a keeper.
Yeah.
Handy. We haven't got a keeper.
Yeah, see.
Well, I mean, I can do it, but I'm not classing myself as. I'm not keeping to Michael Holding. I'll back your dad's international skills over that. Anything over about 55 miles an hour, I'm struggling to take it.
Yeah, he'll keep at the boundary for that.
Tuhari gets smeared through the covers by Aslam. They're going to eye up 2, and they're going to just about get to 43 for 4 at the end of a 5th over. It's been a very good one from Tiwari. Just as we promised you, Pakistanska don't do it easy. 4 runs from that 5th over, a wicket for Tiwari as well. So at the halfway stage, they're only just ahead of the 8 ball in this game. 43 for 4 off 5. Michael Whitney played for Australia, Tests and ODI. I say that's a cricketer I haven't actually heard of. I'm going straight to Cricket Info there. Down the ground, Aslam. It's going to get just 1. In fact, beg your pardon, it wasn't 5 overs gone. It now is. So 45 for 4 at the end of the 5th. Tiwari concedes just 6. It's a great over of spin from him. We haven't seen a lot of spin this week. And we also, first innings, Praveen Natarajan was saying it. We also haven't seen a lot of spinners really giving it some flight. And he did that nicely there.
Absolutely, he did. We did only see proper spin from this team that is bowling right now, the Farnham Royals. The other teams have struggled a bit with putting a good spin attack together.
So this has educated me. Mike Whitney, I can be forgiven for not knowing him. He wasn't necessarily in my era. He's now 62, but he was a fast bowler. Picked up 39 test wickets for Australia at 33, 46 wickets in ODI. So yep, he's in. He can open the bowling with Michael Holding.
Michael Hendrick is suggested here as well. Played for England.
Michael Hendrick.
Haven't heard of him, to be perfectly honest.
Michael Hendrick. To be honest, if he's played international cricket, I mean, the bar's low here. Right. Boosley and myself are in the team at the moment for the sake of getting 11. Rohit Jadeja, the skipper, on. Real comically slow ball, and it's almost picked up a wicket diving forward. That would have been a great catch. They really fancy their chances of an upset here, the Royals. They could have had another one. Knew what he was doing, Jadeja. Forced away off the back foot unconvincingly. And a despairing dive. So close. Of course, Michael Kasparovich. Great shout from Phil G. It's even from my era. I should have got that. That's poor. Oh dear. Yep, we'll have him. Slow ball again from Jadeja. Nice looking drive through the covers. Fielding done by Prashar. They're going to try and get 2. And they're going to get run out. Yep. That is very smart work from the 4-on rolls. And it's 49 for 5. Rohit Jadeja all smiles. It's a great pick up and throw from Sahil Prashar. It always looked tight to get 2 here, and they didn't get 2. Zubair Aslam run out for 5 off 6. 47 for 5, in fact.
Very casual work there by the skipper. Taking his time to take the bail off.
So, out comes Abdullah Khalil. It's well gathered by Jadeja as well, because it's outfield, and that area between the outfield and the pitch, that sort of green matting bit, can bounce very awkwardly. So it was a nice clean take by Jadeja. Left-handed Ali on strike now. Yet another one bites the dust. Again, he's just holding it back. It's clever stuff from Jadeja. Just nudged for 1 by Ali, who's on to 6. Apologies for the fact the scoreboard's briefly down, but whizzes back up just as I say that. Smeared away by Khalil, who will try and get off the mark here. Direct hit, no, that's out! It's another one!
And the Fornon Rolls really believe here. 2 run outs in the same over. The self-destruct button is being pressed over and over again by Pakistanska. 48 for 6. Abdullah Khalil is run out without facing a ball. It's magnificent work in that short mid-wicket position. Just extraordinary from the Fornon Rolls. And look at what it means to them. They believe, and why not?
That was a brilliant piece of fielding. That was really impressive, just looking at one stump.
Wow, game on.
Absolutely.
I feel like I've seen this script before, though. You know that movie Inception, where you end up in different parallel worlds? Something off Doctor Who or one of those types of programs. I've watched this match. Pakistanska are in a close game. They nearly lose it, then they win it. Maybe this is the game where that script changes.
Let's see what Muhammad Ali can do together with Abdullah Khalil.
It's a nice shot, but straight at point. Everything's going the way of the Fornon Rolls right now. Abdullah Khalil run out off the only ball that he faced. Cameron Zia is out there at the non-striker's end. 48 for 6. Required run rate, not a huge problem, but top 6 have been absolutely decimated. Raja Ali is the only remaining member of that. He's facing now. He's skied this up. And out. A 7th one goes. All of the top 7 removed now. The last senior batsman left in the team, Mohammad Raja Ali, is gone. It's again such intelligent bowling from Junaid. He's just forcing the Pakistanska batters to put all of the pace on themselves. It's again mistimed. Junaid concedes just 3 from that over. He picks up a wicket as well. 48 for 7. Easily pounched by Srinivas Manem. And maybe, just maybe, this is the game where the luck runs out for Pakistanska.
Yeah, they really are in deep trouble right now. But out comes the captain, Bilal. What can he do?
Now, Bilal Muhammad is someone, as we look at those bowling figures, they tell a story. Pandit expensive, but picks up 3. And then Tiwari and Junaid have continued on the good work. They've both got 1 over left. The question for the Fornon Rolls is, when do they bowl their 5th bowler? Now, they're going to go back to Tiwari for his 2nd now, but that means that someone else is going to have to bowl the 8th and the 9th. Sorry, the 8th and the 10th. And Junaid, I imagine, will bowl the 9th. Tiwari in, low full toss. So that will be just 1. Both of these 2 at the start of this over hadn't faced a ball. Captain Bilal Muhammad is off the mark. Cameron Zia facing. Now, Bilal Muhammad earlier on, he's taken up the same pose immediately now. Left hand on hip in this sort of grumpy, why am I batting? This is not my job. So that just turns in, avoids it being a wide. I actually spoke to him after the game against Umio, and I told him what my perception was of his body language when batting, and he said, you were absolutely right. He's promoted himself from 10 to 9, though. Oh, they're looking for a single. There's not a single there. There definitely shouldn't be. Bilal Muhammad eventually runs back.
Especially after getting out twice in 1 over with runouts. You might want to turn down these kinds of risky singles and rather stay there.
No full toss, straight back. Oh, and he almost caught it, Tiwari. Can't take your eyes off this game for a second, folks.
I thought we were going to see one of these unlucky runouts again.
Yep. We had the one off the bottom of the boot earlier on. So that's a single for Zia. He's off the mark. 50 up belatedly for the loss of 7 wickets with 1 ball to go in the 7th over.
We had one of the shoelace last week in Romania.
The shoelace?
Yes. That took quite a lot of replays.
Oh my goodness. Wild swipe from Bilal Muhammad. Pit Tiwari threw his arms up in the air just after our cameras had passed him, as if to say, what can I do about that? Beautifully bowled, though. So end of the 7th, Tiwari has really, quite literally, pardon the obvious pun, spun this game the way of the Royals. 1 for 9 from his 2 overs. This is what we've got coming up tomorrow. Stockholm against the Foreign Royals first up. And then the quest of Umeå to get a win continues. There was a lot of people on this bandwagon this morning, but they lost by 44 runs against Stockholm and then nearly beat Pakistanska, but lost that one by 9 runs. They've got a double header against the team we're watching out in the field now, Botkyrka. Do you think they can do it?
I have a good feeling about this one. I think they will fight to not leave this tournament without a win.
Feels like half of the European cricket community are now part of this unofficial Umeå supporters club that have started.
I'm definitely part of it.
you're the sort of president-in-chief.
No, that is definitely Michael Bosley.
Oh, okay. Yes, that's true. Watching him next to me, when we were commentating on them, it actually felt like I was next to, you know, when they have those games where football matches where they have like a hard nut fan on a commentary for social media, you know, replays and their reactions. The way you could see he was really living every ball. He was just desperate for them to get a win. Speaking of living every ball, we're living every ball of this last match of day 4. They've gone with the 5th bowling option of Bendra because they have to. And that's a decent result, first ball, just a single. So if Pakistanska are going to target anyone, you would think it's got to be Bendra in this over, and then whether it's Bendra or someone else who bowls the last, because you don't reckon they're going to get much change off Janeja in the 9th.
True. Maybe they also go with Janeja in the 10th and bring out a 6th bowler.
Yep. That's a very good point. Nice wicket keeping there from Srinivas Manem standing up. I think they've gone with Bendra. They've got a medium pace option as well. They've gone with Bendra because they saw how well the spin worked with Tiwari. And I know I'm saying this after 2 balls, but I do think it's a good choice.
Yes, he has been quite economical in the previous matches.
And he might have got a wicket here stumped. He has got a wicket here stumped. 8 down. This is very sharp stumping work from Srinivas Manem. Can't quite see it there, but he juggles the ball and gets it there just in time. And the foot is up. That is a very good sharp decision from our square leg umpire. And it is 52 for 8. Pakistanska didn't seem to almost realise that he was in danger of being stumped there until it was much, much too late. So Cameron Zia gone for 1 off 6. The skipper, Bilal Mohammed, is joined by the man who he put himself above in moving himself up to number 9. Out comes Rukhsar Ahmed. And this is his first match in this ECS where he's been needed to bat. And this is quite the scenario to walk out into. Wild swipe from him first ball. That's not a promising start if you're a Pakistanska supporter.
You're absolutely right. Bringing second spin option in was a clever move by captain Rohit Jadeja.
He's been expensive at times in this tournament, Bendra, but I think he just looked at how badly spin was being played by the Pakistanska batters. And that could be yet another, should have been maybe, cover running around to his left. And he got there. It's the man, Ravikanti, who's already taken 2 good catches in the covers. He can't hold on, otherwise they'd have been 1 wicket from victory. Fine margins.
Probably was even the easiest out of the 3 catch chances he had. Took the 2 more difficult ones.
Bilal Mohammed steps down. He's going to get 1 to long off. At some point, they're going to have to go for more than just dots and singles. Somebody's going to have to start a counter-attack. 54 for 8 at the end of the 8th. Well, even for Pakistanska, this looks difficult. 25 to win off the last 2. But remember, against Botkyrka, in the first matchup between that pair of teams, we had a quite extraordinary game. Botkyrka managed 75 for 6, and Pakistanska ended up needing 16 to win off the last 3, and Zubair Aslam hit a 6, then there was 4 byes, and then he hit a 6 off the final ball of the game to win it for Pakistanska. They're very good at winning these games that they seem to have no right to do.
So as you thought, Rohit Juneja's coming back on.
So little pace to work with there for Bilal Mohammed. He's changed his bowling style actually, Juneja. So earlier on in the tournament, he got hit a fair bit, bowling sort of whippier medium pace. And he's taken a decision today to just pretty much drop the ball out of his hand at the top of his run. He's not trying to bowl quickly at all. He's still got his same run up, but he's bowling a lot of cutters. Maybe he's holding back that effort ball. Again, that's just a nice lolloping swinger, the kind that looks so inviting. It looks like it should be getting whacked every ball, but just get a bit of lateral movement. It's very awkward.
Yeah, it's all happening in the 9th over. It's absolutely crucial for the Pakistanska side to get at least 10-15 runs in this one.
Yeah, they need a boundary from somewhere. Isn't a fine leg or a third man, and normally when you get to the tail, that can be where the boundaries come. That's a wild swing, and even wilder attempt at an LBW appeal, but a brilliant direct hit trying the cheeky bye. So Srinivas Manem is the only person to be on target in that particular ball. And that is a run out. Bilal Mohammed gone. He backed that he'd make it there in time, or that Srinivas Manem wouldn't be that alert. And that is very, very sharp stuff. So they are on the edge of defeat now, Pakistanska. 55 for 9. Is it going to turn out that they are human and beatable after all?
Yeah, there's a third run out for the Pakistanska side. The 3 guys going up for runouts is not making me very confident in their running in between wickets, which would be crucial at this stage if they can't clear the boundaries.
I saw a YouTube comment, and actually it's flown past me on the screen now, so I actually didn't catch the username, but summed it up. Pakistanska are beating themselves. And that, I couldn't agree with that anymore. Full toss, and only jabbed away by the number 11, Farouk Elias, who last season got 4 ducks in his 7 innings. So, in the nicest possible way, this is not the man who you would look to for an unlikely rescue job. 24 to win off 8. Can't make contact. And even Pakistanska are running out of time here.
I can't believe it. My mom actually piped up in the chat.
Your mum?
Yes.
Getting all of the daubs. It's like top trumps. It's a daub full house. Oh, it's something of a clean hit for Elias. He's managed to get it away. He's still only going to get 2. So Elias is off the mark. Pakistan's got 57 for 9. They need an unlikely 22 off the last, with their last pair at the wicket to stay unbeaten. What was your mum piping up with?
She was very happy that I mentioned that she is the one who brought the love for cricket and quality food in the house into the house.
Okay. So did your mum play a lot?
Yes, my mum is the one who introduced the whole family, including my dad,
Oh, really?
to cricket. Yes, it's the Sri Lankan genes.
Ah, okay.
And yes,
So
my
Sri Lankan mum, German dad.
correct. And when
okay.
they met, my mom said, if you want to meet my family and marry me, you have to learn how to play cricket. And that's
amazing.
That's how me and my brother got into cricket too. Just grew up next to the cricket ground.
The best deal breaker ever.
Absolutely.
So was he a bit of a football man before that then?
Not really.
No, okay. Was he sports generally, or?
Interested in sports. I think he didn't play many other sports before, a bit of tennis and a bit of skiing, but
Then he decided I better get with the programme. Well, that's going to help. Pendry starting the last over with a wide, so 22 to win off the last becomes 21. So it went from skiing being his top sport to suddenly realising after a deal-breaking date
that needed to quickly become cricket. Short, and that is not a shot that would inspire confidence in the Pakistanska camp. Just jabbed away by Ahmed. Wouldn't inspire confidence if he was batting for a draw in a test match, never mind trying to score 21 off 5 in an ECS game. Well, he's got his hands through it. Third man's always an option when you're a tail ender swinging for the hills. Just one though, 20 off 4. They've been here before, Pakistanska, but they had the big hitting Zubair Aslam still here. Not 10 and Jack at the crease.
And now Farooq Iyas has to score 4 boundaries of the last remaining 4 balls.
Unless we get some buys again.
Oh, that's
Or
very
some
true.
Ys.
Short, and that is a bad ball, and he's whacked that through mid-wicket, but the fielding is good out there. Nicely done by Anarin Ram. And that does not give Pakistanska the boundary they so crave. So 19 to win off 3. Is someone finally going to beat Pakistanska? Short, miss, stumping appeal. Not out. It's the initial call. Can have a chance to look upstairs. It seemed to me like a part of the back foot was just about grounded at every moment.
Definitely
Ooh.
a very fair shot from the keeper there, and good work behind the stumps. Good glove work.
Just about to say, he's been really sharp, Srinivas Manem.
After jumping away from the ball in previous,
Yeah.
he definitely sharpened up a lot and was very close to his second stumping of this innings.
So 19 to win off 2. What you can't see is Rohit Jadeja, the 4-on-roll skipper, is in front of us. He's fist pumping with delight. He's so happy. This means so much to the 4-on-rolls. They've won 2 close games against Umia, and now they're surely about to beat the unbeaten defending champs. Well, they could have done with this a bit earlier on. A massive blow through mid-wicket for 6 from Rukhsar Ahmed. Still 13 to win off the last, so it should be game over as long as he can just bowl a legitimate delivery, Ameya Bendre. And that's all Rohit Jadeja's captain is saying to him. It doesn't matter. Just don't get panicked.
Yes, just don't get any extras right now.
Just bowl a legitimate ball. 13 to win off the last. It should not be an equation that has any consequence apart from a win for the fielding side. Bendre to Ahmed.
It's a low full toss, swung out into the leg side, and that will be that. Sent in by Sahil Prasher. They get 1. So Pakistanska finish on 67 for 9. What a win for the 4-on-rolls. They put up a very modest 78 for 3. And somehow they've not just won, but they've won comfortably in the end by 11 runs. And in their 11th ever ECS match, Pakistanska, the defending champions, finally lose a game, having seemed so often to pull a rabbit out of a hat at the last minute to get themselves a victory. For once, they've run out of luck.
Absolutely, and apparently, as I've just been informed, they're also the only team who beat them recently in the league. So
Proper bogey team then. And they deserve it, don't they?
absolutely, they have been totally fantastic in the field, and that's how they won this match, just by sharp catches, sharp fielding, good run-outs, bit of stumping.
I tell you what, that smile from Rohit Jadeja tells you all you need to know about what it means. We knew Pakistanska chasing 78 were never going to make it easy, and they lost Farhan Chowdhury early, caught by Rohit Jadeja off Ankit Pandey for just 4. Samit Ali Khan proved to be the only batter in the entire innings to make it through to double figures, as Inam Din was promoted up the order but was caught by Prasher off Pandey. The wickets just kept falling. The 4-on-rolls gave nothing away, and across the innings we only saw 1 6 and 3 4s.
And as we said, the lower totals
Yeah.
are the ones that somehow get the better teams to struggle a bit.
Bit of complacency maybe.
Probably.
yeah, bit of a sense of, we only need two big overs, and we're only chasing 80 and only need 8 and over. But also a huge amount of credit to the 4-on rolls. They did very little wrong in the field. Robert Daraj injured himself there, so he went off. The 12th man, DJ93, came on. Nicely caught by Ravikanti in the covers there to get rid of Waqar Hassan for 9 off 9. This over really changed things. Another very good diving catch there. I'd say that's about a 9 out of 10 degree of difficulty. That removed Samir Ali Khan for 15. And the wickets just kept coming, didn't they? This is where we got into the stage of repeated calamitous run-outs.
That was a really good attempt in the field again. This time didn't go through. And that's where the run-out starts.
Here we go. Yeah, now we're into the run-out carnage. And once they started, they just didn't stop, did they? We had 3 run-outs in the space of 10 balls, which only made it all the more difficult.
And that was probably the most impressive one. Direct hit with just one stump to target.
Sahil Prasher to take credit for that one. Srinivas Manem did nothing wrong behind the stumps. Love those virtual high fives. It is, I imagine, very difficult for these players in a high-pressure televised environment and a close game to still observe by the very strict coronavirus protocol rules. So to be able to be in the jubilant moments of taking wickets to defeat the defending champions, whilst observing that, they deserve great credit. And great credit to Srinivas. That was a great stumping. Just kept losing wickets. Just couldn't really counter-punch at any point. As you said, that catch dropped by Ravikanti, arguably the easiest.
I would say so.
Yep, but 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Srinivas Manem wasn't 2 out of 3 today, he was 10 out of 10. Direct hit there from Srinivas meant Bilal Mohammed was gone, so now we were into the last pair. Rukhsar Ahmed hit that, the penultimate ball of the innings, for 6. Came down to 13 to win off the last, and that wasn't happening. Hit out for 1 through to deep mid-wicket, and then the celebrations could start for the 4-on rolls. We beat them in the league earlier on this year, and now they've done it in the ECS. So 4-on pick up a shock win. It's their 3rd victory from 6 games thus far. But the batting card, when we get to it, will tell a real story for Pakistanska. As for tomorrow, well, can Umir get an unlikely win? They've got to face Botshirka twice, who have looked pretty impressive so far. Meanwhile, the 4-on rolls in action twice more, and I wouldn't want to be playing the 4-on rolls after watching that, would you?
Absolutely not. They're on fire.
Got literal smoke coming off those sort of fire-coloured orange jerseys in the Stockholm heat. It has got up to about 27 or 28 degrees. So what we found out there, I guess, is Pakistanska might be the best team in Group A, but they're by no means infallible.
Absolutely not.
Yep. I mean, simple, obvious question from me, and you're dead right. That batting card tells a story, though, doesn't it? They beat themselves.
Samir Ali Khan had a few good shots in the beginning, but after that, no double figures, as you've mentioned before.
Yep, and we got 2 ducks in the pond. You do sometimes see a few more with a low score like that, but just the 2 golden ducks. But you know it's bad when that's the consolation from a scorecard. Inam Din and Abdullah Khalil both out from their first ball faced. Phenomenal effort from the 4-on rolls bowlers. Sahil Prasher was a bit expensive in his 2nd over. Pandey changed the game with his 3 wickets up top. Tiwari and Jadeja were parsimonious in the extreme, conceding 14 from their 4 overs between them. And so what that all means is that the 4-on rolls have beaten Pakistanska Freining by 11 runs, which is not a phrase I thought I'd be saying at the midway point of this game.
Me neither. It really did not look like it at all. But then they just turned up in their fielding innings and just made it happen.
So that is pretty much it from day 4 of this game. Just to tick you off before we go on the most important thing, and I'm being entirely sarcastic, we've got to a 15-man squad for the Michael 11. I think I've got an idea as to who might be getting dropped, and I'm definitely putting myself in that group. We've got in the batting department Clark, Bevan, Vaughan, Hussey, Carberry, Lum as well. In the bowling department, we've got Hendrik, Kasparovic. We've also got Michael Jordan as an opening bowler alongside Michael Holding, because I reckon he can probably bowl some heat. And then I think probably doing a combination of 12th man scoring and batting coach duties. You've got Boosley as batting coach. Michael Dalby's volunteered himself as scorer, and I think I'm running 12th man in that team because I'm definitely not getting in it. So that's that particular thing ticked off. Michael Richardson also being pointed out, of course, plays for Germany, and we might well be seeing at the ECC. But jokes aside, on the more important note of the cricket that we've seen, we sort of had a thing in Austria and Germany, Michael's moment of the day. What would you put for? What was your moment of the day? What was Meda's moment of the day? What did you, of all the cricket we've seen today, is there some particular thing that really stands out?
Definitely that one run out in that last innings. That was absolutely
Direct hit from...
Yes.
Yeah.
That was absolutely marvellous. I was super impressed.
And when you're hitting one stump from mid-wicket, that's when you kind of know it's your day, don't you?
That's where you know you're in the country of John T. Rhodes coaching.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, I don't know whether you can see it here, but that is a sort of dark green pen that I've been using on my coloured notes for Pakistanska. Now, most of the time, this green pen has been sat next to Pakistanska, writing in not just their excellent performances, but another W in the book. But for once, I'm going to have to go to the multicoloured pen and put a red in there for an L, because Pakistanska have, of course, lost. We found out that they're human after all. It's their first defeat in 11 ECS games, so that's not bad, folks, is it? They're still the defending champions, but there's a lot of strong teams in Group B that they're going to come up against in the knockout stage as well. Before we go, thank you to everyone who's been chipping in the YouTube chat about all sorts of important and slightly less important things, such as hats on heads and an 11 of Michaels, and whether you prefer the food or the cricket. Thank you very much to Meda Dow, part of the rolling cast of upgrades that we've had today in place of the man who I'm normally stuck next to and who, to his misfortune, is stuck next to me. That is the end of day 4 and our coverage here on the European Cricket Network. We hope you've enjoyed it. Remember, tomorrow we've got Stockholm against the Foreign Royals, Umeå against Botshika. They play in matches 2 and 4. And then the Foreign Royals play Pakistanska Freining in the third match of the day as the Group A action concludes. We know that Umeå are going to unfortunately be going out and finishing bottom of Group A, but maybe, just maybe, they can grab that win. Wherever you've been watching across the world, whether it's been on the subcontinent via FanCode, keeping an eye on your Dream 11, or via, in the rest of the world, the European Cricket Network page on YouTube, we really thank you for your company as well. We'll hopefully see you back bright and early at 9 o'clock, just before 9 Central European time here in Stockholm tomorrow. I've been Michael McCann. Thanks again to the roving cast who've been around me. Michael Boosley, Meda Dow, Pravinata Rajan in game 3 of the day, and also not to forget Kalshi Vats as well, who is fantastic to have on in game 2. But for now, it's good night. We'll see you tomorrow.